Welcome to HH28, where we unravel the secrets of self-discovery and matchmaking. We are Hugh and Heather,
two master holistic guides dedicated to helping you navigate the worlds of numerology, astrology, and personality in pursuit of meaningful connections.
Ever catch yourself wondering why some people seem hardwired for spreadsheets, while others, well, they seem to thrive on spontaneity?
It's fascinating, isn't it?
We're about to take a deep dive into a system that grapples with that very question, the Myers-Briggs type indicator.
Better known as the MBTI.
So where do we even begin with this whole MBTI thing? It's not exactly a new fad, is it?
Not at all. The MBTI actually has roots reaching back to the mid-20th century. Picture this. Isabel Briggs Myers and her mother, Catherine Cook Briggs, deeply captivated by the work of Swiss psychiatrist Carl Jung.
Jung. That name rings a bell. Refresh my memory.
Jung was all about psychological types, these inherent differences in how we experience and process the world.
Okay, I'm with you so far.
And here's the interesting part. He didn't view these differences as good or bad, just inherent variations in how our minds work.
I like that.
Myers and Briggs took this concept and really they ran with it. They wanted to create a structured, approachable system.
For people to, figure out their own personality?
Exactly, to identify and understand their own unique personality preferences. And that's how the MBTI was born.
So we're diving into some INTJ compatibility today.
Yeah.
Kind of like peeking into the machinery of how INTJs connect with everyone else.
It is. And it's fascinating how just those 4 letters can tell us so much about someone's potential dynamics, with other people.
Right. And I'm really interested to see how this plays out in different areas of life, like obviously love, but also work, friendships, things like that.
Yeah.
But before we get into all that,
Sure.
maybe we should do a quick flyover of the INTJ landscape itself.
Definitely. Yeah, so when we say INTJ, we're talking about introversion, intuition, thinking, and judging. Each one of these kind of shapes how you see and interact with the world.
Yeah, it's like you're seeing the world through a different set of lenses. So for you, this often means a love for strategy, a knack for patterns, and a really strong preference for logic and planning.
Absolutely. And all that gets amplified by how intuitive you are as an INTJ, always thinking steps ahead, envisioning possibilities, anticipating outcomes. It's not just planning just to plan. It's understanding the why behind everything.
Yeah. Like those chess matches where every move is thought out 10 steps in advance.
Exactly.
It's no wonder that they're called the masterminds. But our sources also say that this analytical, future-focused way of being can be challenging sometimes, especially when it comes to emotions.
That's right. Because you think with logic and prioritize clear thinking, so you approach emotions the same way.
Like trying to solve an emotional equation.
Right.
But there's no formula.
Exactly. Some types thrive on emotional expression and connection.
So that's where compatibility comes in.
Right.
Recognizing the differences and figuring out how to bridge the gap.
Yeah.
Okay, so let's talk about those bridges. Let's start with romantic relationships. What do the stars say about INTJs and love?
Some signs are definitely going to make fireworks,
Okay.
while others might be more of a slow burn.
Okay, give me the good stuff first. Which types are best for an INTJ's heart? Or should I say mind?
Well, you might really like the spark you get with an ENTP. They're known for being quick-witted. They love to debate, and they challenge you in a way that's stimulating, not confrontational.
So it's like having a partner in crime for those late-night philosophical debates.
Yeah. You both love those deep conversations, picking apart ideas, challenging assumptions, exploring a bunch of different perspectives.
But with a bit more spontaneity thrown in.
That's the ENTP's extroverted nature. They can pull you out of your comfort zone and get you to try new things, but they still get that you need your downtime to reflect.
It's like having a built-in adventure buddy who's also like a walking encyclopedia. All right, that's one downs. What other personality types make your heart skip a beat?
Okay, well, since we're talking about those deep connections, we can't forget INFJs. You might find yourself drawn to their warmth, empathy, and how they just get you on an intuitive level.
Like it can read your mind.
They're incredibly perceptive and tuned into other people's emotions. They just get you, even if you're not saying anything.
Okay, that's amazing and a little scary.
And that's where those deep conversations are so important. INFJs are just like INTJs. They need authenticity and depth. They aren't afraid of the big questions, and they want those real heart-to-heart connections.
It's like finding your soulmate for those late-night talks about the meaning of life. 2 down any other contenders for the INTJ Romantic Hall of Fame.
This one might surprise you, but ENTJs and INTJs can have a really compatible and romantic relationship.
Wait, really? I thought we were talking about love, not just conquering the world together.
That's just it. Sometimes those shared ambitions can create a really passionate connection. ENTJs have that same drive, determination, and strategic mindset. They admire your intellect and they like how direct you are.
So you're basically finding someone who not only gets your goals, but helps you reach them. That's awesome.
It can be electric. You're both logical and you approach problems the same way. You support each other and celebrate each other's wins. It's really fulfilling.
Okay, I'm starting to see how those late night strategy sessions could turn into something more. But our sources did say that some types might need more effort when it comes to love.
Yeah, it's true. Not every personality type is going to be a perfect match when it comes to romance.
Okay, I'm ready for some potential deal breakers. Who are we talking about here?
Well, ESFPs are usually a lot to handle. They have this really vibrant energy and zest for life that's super attractive, but it takes work to make it last long term.
Because they're like the life of the party,
Yeah.
and INTJs would rather observe from afar.
They get energy from social interaction, being spontaneous and experiencing the world with their senses. They're living in the moment. And you, as an INTJ, are analyzing it.
You're thinking about your next 5 moves, and they're already 3 steps ahead, dancing to a beat only they can hear. I see how that could lead to some miscommunication.
For sure. It's not impossible, but both people would have to put in the effort to try to understand those different approaches to life.
Right, it's about finding a balance between spontaneity and strategy. Speaking of finding balance, what other types might be romantically challenging for INTJs?
ISFPs with their artistic souls and empathy can be amazing, but also really challenging for an INTJ.
Because they're all about emotions and senses, and INTJs are all about logic.
Exactly. ISFPs are super in tune with their own feelings and those around them. They're creative, compassionate, and see the beauty in everything. You might connect with them intellectually, but emotionally, it's going to be tough.
Like speaking different love languages, right?
Mm,
One's about grand gestures and poems. The other is all about quality time and acts of service.
exactly. And again, it's not that it's impossible, but it's about seeing where those differences might cause issues and require more communication.
So being aware of those patterns helps you navigate the challenges.
Oh.
Okay, so we talked about some of the highs and lows of romantic compatibility for INTJs. But love isn't the only thing.
Right. These patterns apply to all aspects of an INTJ's life, from their friends to the people they work with.
And speaking of deep connections, INTJs need them in their friendships too, right?
For sure. Let's talk about INTJ friendships next. INTJ friendships aren't like collecting a bunch of random friends. They're about those few really deep connections.
Yeah, quality over quantity. So our sources say INTPs are a great fit for those intellectual connections.
Definitely. INTPs love logic and analysis, just like you. They love diving into those complex ideas. Conversations are never shallow. You dissect theories, you debate different views, and you leave those talks feeling energized.
Like you found your intellectual sparring partner.
Exactly.
I love that. What else makes INTPs such a good fit for INTJ friends?
They get that you need your space and alone time. They won't be offended if you disappear into your head for a while because they need that too.
It's like this comfortable silence that says everything.
Yeah.
Okay, so INTPs are top of the list for friends. What other types make it into that inner circle?
Well, remember those ENTPs. They can bring some spontaneity and adventure to your life, just like in a romantic relationship.
Because sometimes masterminds need to break out of their routines.
Exactly. ENTPs show you new ideas, new experiences, things you'd never find on your own. They push you out of your comfort zone, but in a good way.
Like the friend who shows up with plane tickets and says, let's go on an adventure. And you just know it'll be amazing.
And then there are the INFJs. They're warm, empathetic, and genuinely compassionate. And that makes them amazing friends.
Yeah, because even the most logical person needs a shoulder to cry on sometimes.
Yeah,
Right?
for sure. INFJs are a safe space.
Yeah.
They're amazing listeners, and they just get it.
Mm.
Their emotional intelligence is grounding for an INTJ.
It's like having a built-in translator for emotions.
Right.
So the best INTJ friends challenge you, inspire you, and support you.
Exactly. But just like any relationship, there are always some dynamics that are going to be harder.
Right.
And for INTJs, ESFJs can be tricky.
Because ESFJs are super social butterflies.
Yeah,
And INTJs are like, one good conversation a week is enough for me.
they are. ESFJs are energized by people, conversations, and doing things. They need harmony and connection more than anything. That can be hard when an INTJ would rather be alone having a deep discussion.
Yeah, an ESFJ's perfect Friday night is a huge party with tons of friends. An INTJ would rather be home with a book and some tea.
Exactly. And that's okay. Just be aware of those differences and respect each other's needs.
Find those activities you both enjoy.
Yeah.
Are there any other personality types that are tricky for INTJs to be friends with?
Well, ESTPs can be a mixed bag. They're all about action, being spontaneous, living in the moment.
They're always on the go looking for thrills, racking up those travel points, while the INTJ is at home planning their next intellectual project.
ESTPs want to experience things, take risks, really live life to the fullest. They're not afraid to jump into new things, and that can be exciting, but also a bit much for an INTJ.
Yeah, their energy can be contagious sometimes, but too much of it can be overwhelming.
It's all about finding a balance.
Okay, so we talked about friendships. Let's switch gears to INTJs in the workplace.
Uh,
We know INTJs are great strategists and see the big picture, but what about all those daily interactions and working with others? Which types are the best for an INTJ to work with?
well, remember those ENTJs who can turn an idea into something real? They're awesome in the workplace, too.
Yeah, like they're the rocket fuel for the INTJ spaceship.
Exactly.
Why does that pairing work so well?
You're both ambitious, intelligent, and driven. You get each other. ENTJs love how strategic you are and that you're always thinking ahead. You love that they get things done and know how to lead a team.
It's like this perfectly in sync team that tackles these huge, amazing goals.
Exactly. And because you both respect each other's intelligence and you communicate directly, it's a recipe for success.
An unstoppable force.
Right.
Okay, so ENTJs are definitely at the top of the list for business partners. What other types are good for an INTJ to work with?
You might be surprised to hear that ISTJs are great to work with.
Really? I never would have thought of that.
They're all about order, efficiency, and practicality.
Yeah.
And that makes them fantastic partners.
So how does that work?
It's all about balance. You're the visionary thinking about the big picture and long-term goals. ISTJs are the ones who build the systems and processes to make it all happen.
So they're like the masterminds behind the scenes, making sure everything runs smoothly, while the INTJ is creating these incredible plans.
Precisely.
That makes so much sense. They handle
Yeah.
the how, and the INTJ handles the what. That's a great combination.
It is. But like with any job, it's important to know where conflicts might come up. And for INTJs, that usually happens with ESFPs.
Because their idea of a 5-year plan is, what are we having for lunch?
Something like that. ESFPs live in the moment. They want action, spontaneity, and connection with others. So while you're thinking long term, they're focused on getting things done right now and making work fun.
Which is good for morale, but not always good for deadlines.
It's about communication and being understanding. It's not that one way is better, it's about bridging the gap and appreciating what both people bring to the table.
You're saying give the ESFP some structure and deadlines, but still let them have their energy.
Exactly. And ISFPs can also be a bit tricky in the workplace because of their strong values.
Because it's not just about the work itself, it's about the reason behind it.
Yes. ISFPs are driven by purpose. They want to make a difference, they're empathetic, creative, and their work has to align with their values. That can be a challenge for an INTJ.
That clash between values and logic could be interesting.
For sure. But it also makes work more well-rounded and meaningful.
It's about finding that balance between passion, purpose, strategy, and efficiency.
Yes.
Okay, so we've talked about friends in the workplace.
Yeah.
What else is there?
Well, since INTJs often become leaders or entrepreneurs, let's talk about business.
Okay, so let's say you're an INTJ. You've got this big vision. You're a natural strategist, and you're driven to build something incredible. But you need the right people to make it happen.
Definitely. Even the best ideas need a good team to bring them to life. And for INTJs, that means finding people who share your vision but also bring something different to the table.
So who are those ideal business partners?
Well, remember how ENTJs are all about taking action? That energy is perfect for the business world.
They're like the rocket fuel for the INTJ spaceship. But seriously, why does that combination work so well?
You have the same goals, and you both have different strengths that work together. INTJs are all about strategy. And the long game ENTJs are the ones who can actually make it happen.
Like a dream team taking over the world, or at least their corner of the market.
Right. You're both ambitious, intelligent, and direct. That creates a really strong foundation.
Definitely a force to be reckoned with.
Yeah.
So ENTJs are at the top of the list. Who else should INTJs think about for business partners?
This one might surprise you, but ESTJs are actually fantastic business partners.
Really?
Mm.
How so?
Well, they're all about order, efficiency, and getting things done.
That's true.
And that's perfect for an INTJ.
Okay, I can see it now.
Because you're already 10 steps ahead thinking about the big picture. ESTJs can come in and create the system to make it all work.
So they're the ones making sure the trains run on time while the INTJ is designing the whole system.
Precisely.
It frees you up to focus on the what while they take care of the how.
Yeah.
Really interesting.
And then, of course, there are the INFJs with their emotional intelligence.
All right, because business isn't just about numbers and strategy. It's about people, too.
And INFJs get that. They're incredible at understanding people, building relationships, creating a really positive work environment.
It's like having a secret weapon for understanding your customers, your team, your whole brand.
Exactly.
This is great. But we have to talk about the types that are more challenging for INTJs in the business world.
You're right. It's not always easy.
So who are we talking about here?
Well, ENFPs can be tricky.
Because they have a million ideas, but aren't always the best at actually making them happen.
That's it. They're super creative, enthusiastic. They come up with amazing ideas, but they might not have a concrete plan to make it a reality.
So you might end up with a bunch of amazing ideas and no way to execute them.
It can happen. It doesn't mean ENFPs can't be successful.
Yeah.
But with an INTJ, you have to be really clear about who's doing what and make sure everyone's on the same page.
It's about balancing those big dreams with actual concrete steps.
Exactly. And then there are ESFPs with their spontaneity and charisma.
Because for them, the best business meetings are probably on a golf course, while the INTJ is back in the office looking at spreadsheets.
Pretty much. ESFPs are all about energy connection and making things fun. They're amazing at networking and building relationships, but they might not always stick to the plan.
Which can be good and bad.
Exactly. You need to find a balance. Let them use their strength, but also have really clear expectations.
Find a way to work together so everyone wins. Okay, so we've covered a lot today. We talked about how INTJs think the best romantic matches for them, the kinds of friends they need, the best people to work with, even business partners. But it's important to remember that these are just tools.
Absolutely. The MBTI can help you understand yourself and others, but it's not about putting people into boxes.
Right, because even if opposites attract, that doesn't mean it's easy.
It's about understanding those differences, being willing to compromise, and growing together. INTPs. Specifically, we're going deep on compatibility.
All right, sounds fun. INTPs are definitely unique, that's for sure, especially in how they see the world.
You can say that again. Thinkers, or sometimes architects, because they're so into ideas and innovation. But get this, they're also introverted.
It's not just about relationships being interesting for them. It's fundamental to what makes them tick, especially when it comes to compatibility. And their introversion isn't shyness. It's about how they recharge the co. They need that inner world of thoughts and theories.
Okay, so then how does that actually work when they're looking for a partner? Because what I'm also seeing in this, they love logic, like really love it, and they're all about objective analysis. It almost seems like truth outranks emotions for them, which, I don't know, has to make for some interesting dynamics.
It does. It really does. And that's where those compatibility charts everyone loves can be really eye-opening. It's not like you just find someone who has all the same hobbies or whatever. It's about getting how an INTP's strengths and weaknesses actually play out with another personality type.
All right, you've got me hooked. So tell me, who are these perfect matches for our INTP friends? Give me the top picks.
Okay, drum roll, please. At the top, we've got INTJ, then ENTP, INFJ, and this one might be surprising, other INTPs.
Whoa, okay. There's a lot to unpack there, so let's take it one by one. What about INTJs? What makes them such a good match?
So each pairing has its own, special something. INTJs are all about strategy, really big on structure, which at first you might think, how does that work with an INTP who seem to love abstract ideas?
Exactly. Because we always picture INTPs as these go-with-the-flow creative types. So help me understand, how does that pairing actually work?
Okay, so picture it like this. The INTJ brings the organization, that solid framework, and that lets the INTP's imagination go wild, but within some boundaries. It's like they help take all those what-if questions and turn them into how-to plans.
Wow, I love how you put that. It's like an architect who finally found the perfect contractor who gets their vision right. But what about ENTPs? Aren't they extroverts? That seems like, I don't know, a bit of a wild card.
You'd think so, right? But here's the thing. ENTPs are also all about ideas. They love a good debate, a lively discussion. They're that spark of energy that can pull an INTP out of their head and into a conversation that's actually mentally stimulating, which INTPs crave.
So it's about that shared intellectual curiosity, wanting to explore new ideas together.
Exactly. Now, this next one, this might surprise you even more, INFJs.
Okay, hit me.
They're known for being super insightful, empathetic, really in tune with their emotions. Not exactly the first things that come to mind when you think of an INTP.
You're telling me. It seems like a total mismatch. Like, where's the common ground?
That's what's so cool about this pairing. It's all about balance. That INFJ's empathy, that emotional intelligence they bring to the table, it actually helps round out the INTP's logical, sometimes overly logical approach to things. And it makes for a surprisingly harmonious relationship.
So it's less about being exactly alike and more about complementing each other's strengths. I kind of love that, like that saying opposites attract, but here it's more like opposites creating a fuller picture.
You got it. And finally, we have the most obvious one, INTP with another INTP. Seems like a no-brainer, yeah. Similar interest, same way of seeing the world. What could be better?
It's like looking in a mirror, but I'm not going to lie, I can also see how that could lead to some issues, like too much of the same thing.
Yeah, definitely. Even with all that common ground, the source material does mention one potential downside. Let's just say 2 INTPs might need to put in extra effort on the actually getting things done part of life.
2 heads full of amazing ideas are great until someone's got to actually make those ideas happen. I can see how that could be an issue.
For sure. Because even the most brilliant minds need, some structure to really thrive.
Yeah.
But we've talked about those great matches, the ones that just work. What about the opposite? What about those pairings that might need a little more effort?
Okay, because I think knowing what doesn't work well is just as important. So who are the potentially challenging matches? Lay it on me.
All right, well, at the top of the list, we've got ESFJ. They're often described as social butterflies. They get energy from social interaction, expressing their emotions, and creating harmony in, well, everything. All great things, but
maybe a little intense for our INTP friends who really value their alone time and need that space to think, right?
Exactly. That constant need for being around people for an INTP, it can be seriously draining. It can cause conflict, misunderstanding, you name it. And it goes beyond just introvert versus extrovert. It's deeper than that. Remember how we talked about INTPs loving those abstract ideas, always exploring possibilities? ESFJs are the opposite. They're grounded in the here and now, all about the concrete details, the practical stuff.
Okay, yeah, I can totally see how that could be a communication nightmare. It's like they're speaking completely different languages.
That's a really good way to put it. And speaking of contrasting dynamics, let's talk about ISFJs.
All right, tell me more.
Like ESFJs, they're driven by feelings, but they're more introverted. They really value deep one-on-one connections and having a sense of security.
Again, great qualities, but I can already see how that might clash with an INTP who's more independent and tends to, lead with logic over emotions. Am I on the right track here?
You are. You're totally getting it. ISFJs crave a level of emotional intimacy that an INTP might not naturally give. And that's not to say INTPs don't have deep feelings, but showing them in a way that an ISFJ understands, that can be tricky.
So it's about recognizing those differences and being willing to bridge that gap. Okay, that makes sense. Who else is on this potentially challenging list?
Well, next up is a pairing that honestly might make some people nervous just thinking about it. We're talking about ESTJs.
Ooh, okay. Tell me more. What are they like?
They're practical, super organized, rule-oriented, basically the kings and queens of structure and tradition.
And we both know how much our INTP friends love to challenge the rules. I can already see the sparks flying.
You're not wrong. That clash between ESTJ's love of rules and INTP's independent nature, that's practically guaranteed to cause some friction. Just picture them trying to plan a vacation together. The ESTJ has a detailed itinerary down to the minute, while the INTP just wants to go with the flow and see what happens.
Oh my gosh, that sounds like a recipe for disaster. Talk about a vacation from hell. All right, last but not least on this list of potentially challenging matches, who do we have?
We're ending with ENFJs. Now, at first glance, they might seem like a good match. They're charismatic, compassionate, natural leaders, and like INTPs, they enjoy thinking big and exploring new ideas. But there's a key difference.
I'm listening. Tell me more.
ENFJs, they lead with their heart. They're driven by their values, by a deep sense of empathy. INTPs, totally different. They prioritize logic, objective analysis. They lead with their head, not their heart.
Okay, so while they both might enjoy brainstorming or thinking about the bigger picture, how they actually make decisions, how they process emotions, it's like they're on completely different wavelengths.
Exactly. And that is where things can get tricky. Now, I'm not saying this pairing can never work, but it would take a ton of understanding, a willingness to truly appreciate those core differences.
So it seems like self-awareness is crucial in any relationship, no matter what your MBTI type is. But we've given our listeners a lot to think about. What does all of this compatibility talk mean for them? How can they actually use this knowledge?
That's the million-dollar question, isn't it? And that's the perfect place to transition into the next part of our deep dive.
So we've covered a lot of ground on these different compatibility pairings, but it makes you wonder, what does all this actually mean for our listeners? Like, are we saying they should just find a partner based on matching personality types?
That's the thing. It's not about taking these compatibility assessments as like a guaranteed recipe for finding the one. It's more about, really understanding yourself and your potential partners on a deeper level.
So less about destiny and more about making informed choices in our relationships.
Exactly. Think of it like this: understanding MBTI compatibility. It's like having a map for this crazy journey we call relationships. It shows you the potential detours, the scenic routes, but ultimately you're the one creating the journey.
I love that analogy. It takes the pressure off needing to find that perfect match and instead encourages being more mindful, more self-aware in our relationships.
Absolutely. And that's where the real magic happens, when you really get your own strengths, your weaknesses, and how those might work with another person's. That's how you build better communication and empathy.
It's like even if you're coming from different places, you can still speak the same language, right? You can kind of predict those challenges and figure out how to handle them.
Totally. Like imagine an INTP who knows they tend to get lost in their thoughts, paired with an ESFJ who's all about social interaction.
Yeah.
If they both get that about each other, they can plan for alone time and social time, making sure everyone's needs are met.
Wow, that's a perfect example of how being self-aware, knowing your partner's personality style, it can actually prevent fights instead of causing them.
100%. It's being proactive, not just reacting when things get tough. And it's not just about avoiding arguments. It's about really getting each other and appreciating what makes you different.
So it's not, do we check the same boxes, but more like, do we understand what's in the boxes?
Yeah.
Both ours and theirs.
Exactly. And being cool with those differences. Because let's be real, relationships are messy, even when you're super compatible on paper.
So true. Okay, so we've talked about how this helps us understand ourselves and our partners better. But what about single people? Like, how can they use this while dating?
Oh, it's super useful for dating. For one, it helps narrow down the options. If you're an INTP who thrives on deep conversations, you probably don't want to go on a date with someone whose profile picture is just them at a party, right?
Okay, that's hilarious, but so true. It's about looking for those shared values, those aligned preferences, even from the very first date.
Exactly. Saves a lot of time and energy in the long run. But even more importantly, it helps you go into dating with your eyes open. If you know there might be some bumps in the road based on your personality differences, you won't be as surprised when they pop up.
So, no more rose-colored glasses. Go into it knowing that no one is perfect and every relationship takes work.
Exactly. But knowing what kind of work you might be signing up for, that's huge.
So it's using this knowledge to grow, both on our own and with someone else.
Totally. It's about self-discovery, understanding each other, and embracing the fact that human connection is, complicated.
Now, you mentioned that even the best pairings have challenges, and we've talked about what can go wrong in less compatible matches. But are there any common challenges that even those ideal pairings might face?
Such a good question. And it proves that no relationship is perfect,
Because at the end of the day, we all have our own baggage and little quirks, right?
For sure. And sometimes, even when those quirks seem to fit together, they can still clash. Like, take two INTPs. Shared love for ideas, for exploring intellectually, but you know what they might struggle with? Communication.
Wait, really? That seems counterintuitive. If they're so similar, shouldn't they be able to read each other's minds?
You'd think so, wouldn't you? But INTPs, they're famous for getting stuck in their heads. They might assume their partner just knows what they're thinking or feeling without actually saying it out loud.
Oh, so it's that classic communication trap. You're so busy thinking, you forget to actually talk to each other?
Yep. And that can lead to misunderstandings, resentment, just a whole lot of unnecessary drama.
So even in the most compatible pairings, you got to make communication a priority. It's not just speaking the same language, it's making sure you're on the same page.
Absolutely. It takes effort from both people, active listening, and allowing yourself to be vulnerable with each other.
Showing up for each other, even when it's hard or inconvenient. But this is getting deep, even for us. What does the source material say about all this?
Well, one super interesting thing it points out is how INTPs are often drawn to partners who challenge them intellectually.
Which makes sense, right? They love that mental stimulation, exploring new ideas. But how does that work long term? Doesn't all that intellectual debate eventually lead to, real conflict?
That's the big question, isn't it? Yeah, it definitely adds another layer, right? It's that classic question, can all that mental sparring actually make a relationship stronger, or does it just chip away at it over time?
Right, because a little debate, that's one thing. But when does it go from fun to, like, constant bickering? Our listeners need some advice here. So how do you actually navigate that line? What does the source material say?
Well, the big thing it emphasizes is mutual respect. Like, you both genuinely love exploring ideas, but it's not about proving the other person wrong or needing to have the last word. It's more about, actually listening to each other and valuing different perspectives.
So less about winning and more about learning and growing together as a couple.
Exactly. A good way to think about it is like, imagine a game of chess. Both players are super smart. They're trying to outmaneuver each other, but there's also that underlying respect for the other person's skill.
Okay, I really like that analogy. It takes the pressure off, It's not about being right, it's about enjoying the game. But what about when things do get a little heated? How can an INTP who's all about logic, how can they deal with those big emotions?
Self-awareness is key. They have to remember that even though they might process things logically, their partner might not. It's like learning to speak each other's, love languages in a way.
So it's bridging that gap between logic and feelings, remembering that both are important in a relationship.
Exactly. And it's not just on the INTP to change either. Their partner also needs to get that sometimes the INTP needing space or being really direct, it's not personal, it's just how they operate.
It's like meeting in the middle, right? Understanding those differences and figuring out how to make it work for both of you.
100%. And that's what's so cool about relationships, right? They push us to grow, both on our own and as a couple. We get out of our comfort zones and start seeing things from a whole new perspective.
And hey, maybe all that intellectual friction, it's not a bad thing. Maybe it's actually what brings you closer.
Right. At the end of the day, relationships are about so much more than finding someone who checks all the boxes on your list. It's about that human connection, accepting the good with the, well, maybe not so good, and helping each other become the best versions of yourselves.
Love that. So for our listeners who are super into this whole INTP compatibility thing, what's the one thing you want them to remember? What's the big takeaway?
Knowledge is power. When you understand your own personality, when you know the good and the bad that comes with different MBTI pairings, it's like you're giving yourself the tools to build stronger, more fulfilling relationships.
It's like you said earlier, go into it with your eyes open, be curious, and accept that human connection is messy and complicated and, well, amazing.
Couldn't have said it better myself. Extroverted, intuitive, thinking, and judging.
And just to unpack those a bit further, intuitive in this context means ENTJs are big picture thinkers, focusing on possibilities and patterns. The thinking aspect means they generally prioritize logic over emotions when making decisions.
Okay, so they're logical, big picture thinkers who also happen to be extroverted and decisive. Basically, your classic take charge type.
Right.
It's no surprise, then, that our sources say they make up only about 2 to 5% of the population.
Right.
They're a distinct bunch. But that leads us to the big question. Who can keep up with these commanders, romantically speaking?
Well, it might surprise you, but our sources point to INFJs as a top match. Remember that balance of logic and feeling we mentioned earlier? That's where this pairing truly shines.
So it's like the classic saying, opposites attract.
In a way, yes. Imagine this. You're an ENTJ planning a trip.
Yeah.
You've got the itinerary set, the flights booked, the whole 9 yards. Your INFJ partner, they're the ones researching those hidden gem restaurants, planning activities that align with your shared values, and ensuring every experience resonates on a deeper emotional level.
Okay, I can see how that would create a really well-rounded and memorable experience. So it's not just about having fun, it's about connecting on a deeper level too.
Exactly. And the beauty of this pairing is that it's a two-way street. ENTJs, while incredibly insightful in many areas, might not always be as tuned in to the emotional nuances of a situation.
Right.
That's where the INFJ's empathy and emotional intelligence can be so valuable.
It's like they help the ENTJ tap into a side of themselves they might not even realize is there.
Precisely. And speaking of strong pairings, our sources also highlight the dynamic between ENTJs and INTPs as one with great romantic potential.
No, INTPs, those are the logicians, right?
Yes.
The ones who love diving deep into complex ideas.
That's them. And you know what they say? Great minds think alike. This dynamic thrives on a mutual respect for each other's intellect and a shared love for deep conversations and problem solving.
You know, this reminds me of a few couples I know who thrive on that kind of intellectual stimulation. It's like their dates involve debating philosophy or dissecting the latest scientific discoveries.
Exactly. And what's really interesting is that this same dynamic that makes them great partners can also translate into a powerful force in the workplace.
Okay, so maybe we'll circle back to that later. But for now, let's stick with the whole romance thing. We've
Yeah.
talked about the dream teams, but what about those pairings where a little more caution might be needed?
Ah, yes. The proceed with caution zone. And surprisingly, ISFPs fall into this category when it comes to ENTJs.
Really? ISFPs, the artists, the free spirits? Why wouldn't that work well with an ENTJ?
Well, think about it. ISFPs, while incredibly compassionate and in tune with their emotions, also crave a sense of personal freedom and often express themselves through creative pursuits.
Which isn't exactly the ENTJ's style, right?
Exactly. And while these differences can be navigated with understanding and compromise, they can also lead to friction. Imagine an ISFP pouring their heart and soul into a creative project, working on it organically as inspiration strikes. An ENTJ, with their love for structure and planning, might struggle to understand this approach.
I can see how that could lead to some misunderstandings, especially if the ENTJ tries to impose their need for structure onto the ISFP's creative process.
Precisely. And this potential for clashing priorities isn't limited to ISFPs. Our sources also highlight INFPs as another pairing that might require a bit more effort.
Now that's interesting because INFPs, like INFJs, are also feelers. They lead with their emotions. So why wouldn't this pairing be as smooth sailing as the ENTJ and INFJ match?
It all comes down to how these types process and express their emotions. INFJs, while deeply empathetic, also tend to be more organized and decisive in their actions, which aligns well with the ENTJ's natural leadership style. INFPs, on the other hand, have this incredibly rich inner world of emotions that can sometimes be difficult for them to articulate.
So while they share that core value of empathy and emotional connection, their communication styles might be a bit mismatched.
Exactly. And you know how straightforward and direct ENTJs can be?
Oh yes, they definitely don't sugarcoat things.
Exactly. And while this directness is often appreciated for its honesty, it can sometimes clash with the INFP's sensitivity.
It's like speaking different love languages almost.
That's a great way to put it. And speaking of different love languages, we can't forget about ESFPs. Now, on the surface, this pairing might seem like a good time.
Right. ESFPs are the life of the party, always up for an adventure.
Exactly. They're spontaneous, energetic, and always eager to experience new things. But this carefree, live-in-the-moment approach can be a bit jarring for our structured and plan-oriented ENTJs.
It's like trying to mix oil and water. They just don't naturally blend.
Exactly. And these differences can manifest in various ways. Imagine an ESFP who decides last minute to book a weekend getaway on a whim. An ENTJ, with their carefully curated calendars and long-term plans, might find this spontaneity unsettling.
It's not that ENTJs are opposed to fun or spontaneity,
Yeah.
right? It's just that they prefer to approach it with a bit more intention.
Exactly. It's all about finding a balance. And while these differences might be a source of frustration in a romantic relationship, they can also pose challenges in friendships, albeit with a slightly different dynamic.
Okay, so let's dive into the friend zone. Who are the Jiminy Crickets to an ENTJ's Pinocchio?
Well, interestingly enough, INTJs, those masterminds we talked about earlier, often make fantastic friends for ENTJs.
Now that makes a lot of sense. They're both big thinkers, driven by logic and innovation. I can imagine them having some seriously intense conversations about their latest projects or ideas.
Oh, absolutely. They challenge and inspire each other, constantly pushing the boundaries of what's possible. But it's not just about intellectual stimulation. They also share a deep respect for each other's work ethic and ambition.
It's like they get each other on a fundamental level, both in terms of how they think and how they approach the world.
Precisely. And you know who else brings a lot of energy to the table? ENTPs. Remember those playful debaters? Always up for a good intellectual spar.
Oh, yeah. Those are my kind of people. Always down for a good debate.
Exactly. ENTJs and ENTPs feed off each other's energy. They're constantly bouncing ideas off each other, engaging in lively debates, and pushing each other to think outside the box.
It's like a never-ending brainstorming session, which, let's be honest, sounds both exhilarating and exhausting.
I can imagine. Now, for a slightly more grounded dynamic, let's not forget about ESTJs.
Ah, yes. The executives. The ones who keep everything running smoothly and efficiently.
Exactly. They might not be the life of the party, but their practicality and organization are a perfect complement to the ENTJ's more visionary nature.
It's like the saying, behind every great leader, there's an even greater organizer.
Exactly. They appreciate each other's work ethic, their shared love for efficiency, and probably even bond over their meticulously organized spreadsheets.
So it seems like intellectual stimulation is a key ingredient in ENTJ friendships. But shared values, especially when it comes to work and ambition, are just as important.
Absolutely. It's about finding those people who challenge you, inspire you, and share your drive to make a difference in the world.
So we've covered the best matches for our commander types in both love and friendship, but I have a feeling some listeners might be wondering about those less compatible pairings.
You know, it's interesting because sometimes the dynamics that create friction in romantic relationships can also pose challenges in friendships, just with a slightly different flavor.
Like what? Give me an example.
Well, remember how we talked about ISFJs potentially clashing with ENTJs due to their differing needs for structure and spontaneity?
Right, the whole carefully curated calendar versus last-minute adventure dilemma.
Exactly. Now imagine that same dynamic playing out in a friendship. The ISFJ might crave those deep heart-to-heart conversations and feel hurt if the ENTJ seems too focused on achieving their goals or seems to brush over their emotional needs.
So it's not that ENTJs don't care about their friends' feelings, it's more that they might not always know how to respond to them in a way that feels supportive to the ISFJ.
Exactly. And this difference in communication styles can create a sense of distance in the friendship, even if both individuals genuinely care for each other.
It's like they're speaking different languages, even though they're both trying to say, I value our friendship.
You hit the nail on the head. And you know, it's interesting because this theme of miscommunication and clashing priorities also comes up with INFPs, just like we saw in the romantic pairings.
So the INFP's sensitivity might be a bit much for the ENTJ to handle, even in a friendship setting.
It's not so much that ENTJs can't handle sensitivity, it's just that they might not always understand how to navigate it in a way that feels supportive to the INFP. Remember, ENTJs are all about efficiency and directness. They value honesty and clarity in communication.
Which can sometimes come across as blunt or insensitive, even if that's not their intention.
Exactly. And INFPs, with their rich inner world of emotions and their deep sense of empathy, might be more sensitive to this direct communication style.
So even though they might share some common ground in terms of their values, like a strong sense of justice or a desire to make a difference in the world, their approach to communicating those values might be vastly different.
Absolutely. And this difference in communication styles can sometimes lead to misunderstandings or hurt feelings, even in the context of a friendship.
It's like they're both reading from the same book, but on completely different pages.
That's a great analogy. And to round out our tread lightly list in the friend zone, we have ESFJs.
ESFJs, the consuls. Those social butterflies who love bringing people together. Why wouldn't they get along with the ENTJs?
Well, ESFJs are all about harmony and social connection. They're natural peacemakers who prioritize the needs of the group and strive to create a sense of belonging for everyone.
Which are all amazing qualities.
Absolutely. But this desire to please and maintain harmony can sometimes clash with the ENTJ's more direct and assertive communication style. Remember, ENTJs aren't afraid to speak their minds, even if it ruffles a few feathers.
So while the ESFJ is trying to smooth things over and keep everyone happy, the ENTJ might bulldoze through a situation without considering the emotional fallout.
Precisely. And this difference in approach can lead to tension, especially if the ESFJ feels like their efforts to maintain harmony are being disregarded or worse, undermined.
It's like they're playing different instruments in an orchestra, and while both instruments might be beautiful on their own, together, they create a bit of a cacophony.
That's a great way to put it. And, you know, this difference in communication styles can also manifest in how they approach conflict. ESFJs, as natural peacemakers, might try to avoid conflict altogether or smooth things over quickly.
While they both have the best intentions, their approaches to handling conflict might be at odds with each other.
Exactly. And it's important to remember that none of this is to say these friendships can't work.
Yeah.
It's just about being aware of those potential sticking points and being willing to communicate effectively, compromise when necessary, and appreciate each other's differences.
Right.
Because ultimately, the most rewarding relationships are those where we can learn and grow from each other, even if those differences sometimes create a bit of friction.
So we've explored the highs and lows of ENTJ compatibility in the realms of love and friendship, but I have a feeling our listeners are dying to know how these dynamics translate into the workplace.
You know what's fascinating is that the same traits that make ENTJs such natural leaders in their personal lives can also make them incredibly effective in professional settings. But just like in any relationship, there are certain personality types that might complement their working style better than others.
Like, what makes an ENTJ tick when it comes to colleagues and collaborators? Who's their ideal work BFF?
Well, remember those INTPs, the logicians who we said could be a great romantic match for ENTJs?
Oh, yeah. The ones who love to dissect complex ideas and come up with innovative solutions.
Exactly. Well, that same dynamic that makes them spark romantically can translate into a powerhouse partnership in the workplace. Imagine an ENTJ leading a tech startup.
Okay.
They've got the vision, the drive, but they need someone who can take those big ideas and turn them into reality. That's where the INTP comes in.
It's like the classic pairing of the dreamer and the builder.
Precisely. The ENTJ, with their strategic thinking and decisiveness, sets the overall direction, while the INTP, with their analytical skills and meticulous attention to detail, makes sure the plan is executed flawlessly.
That makes so much sense. They balance each other out in a way that allows them both to thrive.
Exactly. And you know what else is interesting? Remember how we talked about ENTPs being those playful debaters who love a good intellectual spar?
Oh, yeah. Those conversations can get pretty intense. In a good way, of course.
Of course. Well, believe it or not, that same energy that can make for a lively debate over dinner can actually be incredibly productive in a work environment.
Really? So it's not all fun and games with ENTPs.
Not at all. ENTPs, like ENTJs, are incredibly innovative and driven by a desire to challenge the status quo. When you put these two types together, you get a team that's constantly brainstorming new ideas, questioning assumptions, and pushing the boundaries of what's possible.
So it's less about one person being the boss and more about a collaborative, dynamic exchange of ideas.
Exactly. And let's not forget about ESTJs in the workplace. While they might not be the first type that comes to mind when you think of innovative or groundbreaking, their practicality and organizational skills are invaluable in any work setting, especially when paired with an ENTJ.
Right. They're the ones who keep everything running smoothly and make sure deadlines are met.
Exactly. Think of it this way. The ENTJ is the captain steering the ship, setting the course, and navigating through rough waters. The ESTJ is the first mate, making sure all the systems are functioning properly, the crew is on task, and the ship arrives at its destination on time and in one piece.
It's a match made in organizational heaven. They both value efficiency, structure, and getting things done right, which can be a recipe for success in any workplace.
Absolutely. But now let's switch gears a bit and talk about those pairings that might require a bit more, shall we say, finesse in a work environment.
Okay, so who are the potential workplace rivals for ENTJs?
Well, remember our conversation about ISFPs and their need for freedom and self-expression in their work?
Oh, right. Like trying to put them in a rigid corporate box probably wouldn't end well.
Exactly. And while every ISFP is different, their general preference for a more flexible, autonomous work style can sometimes clash with the ENTJ's more structured and goal-oriented approach.
So it's not that ISFPs are lazy or anything, right? It's more that they thrive in environments where they have the freedom to be creative and work at their own pace.
Precisely. And while there are always exceptions, trying to force an ISFP into a rigid corporate structure where they have little control over their work or how they approach it can stifle their creativity and lead to frustration on both sides.
So it's all about finding that balance between structure and freedom, right?
Exactly. And this theme of clashing work styles also comes up with INFPs, but for slightly different reasons. Remember how we talked about their deep sense of empathy and their strong moral compass?
Yeah, they're like the ethical superheroes of the MBTI world.
Exactly. And while their empathy and idealism can be incredible assets in many professions, they can sometimes clash with the ENTJ's more pragmatic, results-oriented approach.
So the INFP might be hesitant to make a decision if it means compromising their values, even if it means achieving a particular goal or meeting a deadline.
Exactly. And this difference in priorities can lead to tension, especially if the ENTJ sees the INFP as being too idealistic or impractical.
So it's not that INFPs are incapable of making tough decisions.
Yeah.
It's more that they need to feel good about those decisions ethically.
Exactly. And this brings us to our last, but certainly not least, potentially challenging pairing in the workplace. ENTJs and ESFPs.
Really? But ESFPs are so outgoing and energetic, I feel like they could bring a lot of positive energy to a team.
You're absolutely right. ESFPs are incredibly social and often bring a sense of fun and spontaneity to the workplace. They're great at building relationships, boosting morale, and adapting to new situations.
So where does the challenge come in?
Well, remember how we talked about ESFPs being spontaneous and living in the moment?
Oh yeah, like the let's book a last-minute trip and figure it out as we go type of spontaneity.
Precisely. And while this carefree attitude can be contagious, it can sometimes clash with the ENTJ's love for structure, planning, and predictability.
So while the ESFP might be excited about pivoting to a new project or trying a different approach, the ENTJ might feel like their carefully crafted plans are being thrown out the window.
Exactly. And this can lead to frustration on both sides, especially if the ENTJ feels like the ESFP isn't taking their plans seriously, or if the ESFP feels like the ENTJ is being too rigid and controlling.
So it's all about finding a way to bridge that gap between spontaneity and structure.
Right. Precisely. And it's not just about finding that balance in how they approach work, it's also about recognizing and respecting each other's strengths.
Right. It's like you said earlier, it's not about labeling certain types as good or bad colleagues. It's about understanding how different personalities can complement or clash with each other.
Exactly. And as we've been talking about these different pairings, I can't help but think about how all of this ties back to ENTJs themselves and their own personal growth.
That's a great point. We've spent all this time talking about how ENTJs interact with others, but what about how they interact with themselves?
Exactly, because ultimately understanding your own strengths and weaknesses is just as important, if not more so, than understanding those of others.
So how can ENTJs take all this information about compatibility and turn it inward, so to speak?
Well, I'm glad you asked, because we've covered a lot of ground, exploring the dynamics between ENTJs and other personality types in love, friendships, and even the workplace.
We have. It's like getting a sneak peek into the minds of these natural-born leaders.
Exactly. But as we were saying before the break, the most valuable takeaway from all of this isn't just about how ENTJs interact with others.
Right.
It's about how they can use this knowledge to better understand and grow themselves.
That makes a lot of sense. So how can ENTJs take all of this information about compatibility and turn it inward, so to speak?
Well, one of the most important things for ENTJs to consider is the role of emotional intelligence.
Okay, we've touched on this a bit throughout our conversation, but for those who might not be familiar with the term, what exactly is emotional intelligence?
Great question. It's essentially the ability to understand and manage your own emotions, as well as the emotions of others.
So not just being aware of your own feelings, but also being attuned to how your actions and words might impact those around you.
Exactly. And for ENTJs who are naturally inclined to lead with logic and reason, developing this emotional intelligence can be incredibly valuable.
So how can they do that? What are some practical steps they can take to become more emotionally intelligent?
Well, it starts with self-awareness, paying attention to your own emotional responses in different situations.
So noticing if you tend to get frustrated or impatient when things don't go according to plan.
Exactly. And then instead of just brushing those feelings aside, taking a moment to acknowledge them and understand where they're coming from.
That's interesting. So it's not about suppressing emotions, but rather understanding them and using that knowledge to communicate more effectively.
Precisely. Because once you understand your own emotions better, you can start to recognize those same emotions in others.
And that's where empathy comes in, right? Being able to see things from another person's perspective, even if you don't necessarily agree with them.
Exactly. And empathy is such a crucial skill for anyone, but especially for natural-born leaders like ENTJs.
Because it allows them to connect with people on a deeper level, build stronger relationships, and create a more harmonious environment, both personally and professionally.
Absolutely. And as we're talking about this, it occurs to me that developing emotional intelligence and empathy can also help ENTJs navigate one of their potential weaknesses.
Oh, which one's that?
Well, our sources mention that ENTJs, while incredibly driven and ambitious, can sometimes come across as overly critical or even blunt in their communication.
Yeah, I can see how that might rub some people the wrong way, especially those who are more sensitive to criticism.
Exactly. And this isn't to say that ENTJs are intentionally trained to be hurtful. It's just that their desire for efficiency and their direct communication style can sometimes overshadow their awareness of others' feelings.
Right. It's like they're so focused on getting the job done and achieving their goals that they might not always realize how their words are landing.
Exactly. But here's the good news. By developing their emotional intelligence, ENTJs can learn to temper their directness with empathy, delivering feedback in a way that's both constructive and compassionate.
So it's not about changing who they are at their core. It's about refining their approach and becoming more adaptable in how they communicate.
Precisely. And speaking of adaptability, that brings us to another area where ENTJs can leverage this knowledge of compatibility for personal growth.
Okay, so we're talking about flexibility here. Because if there's one thing our research has shown, it's that ENTJs love a good plan.
You're absolutely right. And to be fair, having a plan and setting goals is crucial for success.
Totally. But I can also see how getting too stuck on a particular plan or outcome could lead to frustration, especially when life throws those inevitable curveballs.
That's exactly right. And this is where learning to embrace flexibility can be so valuable for ENTJs.
So it's not about abandoning their plans altogether. It's more about being open to adjusting course when needed and accepting that things won't always go exactly as they envisioned.
Exactly. And, this ties back to our earlier conversation about different personality types and how they approach work.
Right. Like an ENTJ working with a more spontaneous type, like an ESFP, might need to loosen their grip on the reins a bit and allow for some creative improvisation.
Precisely. And while this might feel uncomfortable at first, embracing that flexibility can actually lead to more innovative solutions and a more enjoyable work experience for everyone involved.
So it's about finding that sweet spot between structure and spontaneity.
Right, exactly. And this whole idea of embracing flexibility isn't just limited to work, it's relevant to all areas of life.
Absolutely. Like in relationships, being flexible can mean being open to trying new things, compromising when needed, and accepting that your partner might have a different way of approaching a situation.
Exactly. And at the end of the day, the beauty of these personality frameworks isn't about putting people in boxes or predicting their every move.
Right.
It's about using this knowledge as a starting point for self-discovery, understanding your strengths and weaknesses, and appreciating the unique perspectives that others bring to the table.
Beautifully said. Because ultimately, life is about connection. And the more we understand ourselves and those around us, the more fulfilling and meaningful those connections can be. Yeah, ENTPs, they're really something else. What fascinates me is how much they're driven by ideas. It's not just about arguing to argue, although I'm not saying they don't love a good debate.
So there's more to it than meets the eye. Is that where the Myers-Briggs, the MBTI, comes in? We got to break this whole debater thing down.
Exactly. Think of those 4 letters, ENTP, like a personality code. E is for extroverted, meaning they get energy from being around people, not from being alone.
Yeah.
And N is for intuitive. They're all about the big picture, always looking beyond the obvious.
Oh, so they'd be the ones at the party brainstorming business ideas instead of the gossip by the snack table.
Totally. And then there's T for thinking. ENTPs, they go with logic and objective analysis, not so much feelings when they make decisions. And finally, P, that's for perceiving, meaning they're all about flexibility, spontaneity, not rigid plans.
So you're saying all these combined make this naturally curious, innovative person. They just have to debate, gotta challenge, gotta innovate. Is that it?
You got it. It's like their brain is this giant puzzle board, and every debate, every conversation, they're gathering new pieces, testing theories, building a whole picture.
Whoa, that is a really cool way to think about it.
Yeah.
So this constant need for mental stimulation, this drive to get new info and challenge everything, those are their strengths.
Absolutely. That's what makes them so interesting. ENTPs are wired to think outside the box, always pushing those boundaries, finding innovative solutions for problems.
So they're the ones who challenge how things are, see potential, where others just see, a dead end.
Right. And here's the thing. Being extroverted means they don't keep all these amazing ideas to themselves. They're charismatic, sociable, pulling people in, getting them talking, inspiring them with their enthusiasm.
Okay, so they're not just coming up with the ideas, they're spreading them, getting everyone on board.
Exactly. Plus, they're adaptable. ENTPs are so flexible, open to change, incredible in those fast-paced environments. They shift gears, change strategies, take in new information like it's nothing.
I'm starting to see the whole debater thing. It's not just arguing to win. It's this ability to see every side, analyze it, and then tell you exactly what they think.
You got it. It's important to remember, for ENTPs, debate isn't about being right. It's about that mental back and forth, testing the ideas, getting a deeper understanding.
So it's more about exploring than forcing their view on you.
Right on, like intellectual explorers, always searching for new territory.
This is all super cool, but with all these awesome strengths, gotta ask, are there any downsides? Nobody's perfect.
So true. Gotta acknowledge that every strength has, a flip side.
Yeah.
So let's look at some areas where ENTPs might face challenges. And remember, we're just trying to understand, not criticize.
Yeah, think of it as getting the whole picture, the good and the maybe, needs a little work part.
Exactly. One thing that often comes up is how they handle boredom. To put it simply, they don't tolerate routine and repetition well at all.
Gotcha. So stuck in a job doing the same thing every day. That'd be like a nightmare.
Exactly. They need novelty, mental stimulation, exploring new stuff all the time. Routine is like torture for them.
So that explains why they might jump from project to project, leaving things unfinished sometimes.
Exactly. And this is where that tendency to overcommit can become an issue. They're so gung-ho about new stuff that they might take on too much.
Makes sense. It's like they're always looking ahead to the next exciting thing, even before finishing what they're on now.
It's like their brains are wired for that novelty, that dopamine hit of the new. But it can make it tough to stay grounded and see things through, especially if a project gets, well, boring.
Yeah, it's like they need that balance between that need for stimulation and actually finishing things, which the world kind of demands sometimes.
Right. Self-awareness is key for ENTPs here. Recognizing this, breaking things down into smaller parts, and finding ways to keep things interesting can help a lot.
So finding that balance between their need to be stimulated and the need to, be a functioning adult who finishes stuff.
Exactly. And look, this isn't about changing who they are. It's about giving them tools to thrive in a world that doesn't always get their pace.
This is great. Okay, we've got boredom and overcommitting, but what other challenges are there?
Well, another one is managing those critical thinking skills. Remember how we talked about them analyzing everything, questioning everything, playing devil's advocate?
Oh, yeah, classic ENTP. Always up for a good debate, got to question everything.
Right. But sometimes that can come across as, well, too critical, even insensitive, especially for people who aren't used to their direct way of talking.
So it's not that they mean to be hurtful, it's just that their brains go straight to logic over emotions in those moments.
You got it. They don't always realize their words, even when they're trying to be helpful, can land differently.
Yeah.
Especially for people who are sensitive to criticism.
So it's about finding that balance between speaking your mind, but also realizing how your words might affect others.
Right. Learning to read the room, adjusting how you talk to fit the situation.
That's a skill everyone could use, but especially important for ENTPs who might naturally be a little more blunt.
Absolutely. It's a skill you learn over time with practice and being self-aware.
This is so helpful. Okay, any other growth areas to watch out for with ENTPs?
Let's see. Another one that comes up is impulsivity. That P for perceiving, that love of spontaneity, keeping options open, it can sometimes mean they rush into decisions without thinking about the consequences.
So not reckless, but more like trusting their gut, going with the flow, which, isn't always the best move.
Exactly. It's that sense of adventure, that openness to anything. But learning to hit pause, think things through, consider what might happen that's valuable for them.
Especially when other people are involved or there are long-term effects, it's that measure twice, cut once idea.
All right, it's not about squashing their spontaneity. It's about using it in a way that's healthy for them and their relationships.
Makes total sense. Before we move on, anything else we should remember about these areas for growth?
I think the main takeaway is that these are possibilities, not guarantees. And for a lot of ENTPs, these challenges actually become strengths as they mature and learn to use their energy and brain power effectively.
Love that. It's all about your outlook and growing as a person.
Yeah, just because something's a challenge doesn't mean you can't overcome it. It's about understanding and finding ways to deal with it.
Totally. Working with what you've got, right? So we've talked a lot about ENTPs on their own, but like they say, nobody's an island. What about ENTP compatibility? How does all this work in relationships?
Great question. It's something a lot of ENTPs and the people who love them think about. So remember we said ENTPs love intellectual stimulation, novelty, those really engaging talks.
Right, like moths to a flame. They can't resist a good mental challenge.
Exactly. So naturally, they're drawn to partners who can keep up with them mentally. Someone who challenges their views, brings their own spark to the table.
So not just surface level, but like really connecting on an intellectual level, someone who gets them.
You got it. And when we're talking those deep connections, certain types just seem to click with ENPPs.
Okay, tell us. Who are we talking about?
Well, based on what we've got here, INTJs, or architects, are often seen as a great match.
INTJs, those strategic masterminds. What makes them a good fit for our free-spirited ENTPs?
You might think they're total opposites. In some ways they are. INTJ, introverted, loves structure, plans everything. ENTP, extroverted, spontaneous. But that's the beauty of it. They balance each other out.
So ENTP brings the big, crazy ideas, and INTJ brings them back down to earth, adds some structure, makes those ideas happen.
Exactly. It's powerful. And since both types are brainy and love deep talks, They connect on a really stimulating level.
It's like finding your intellectual soulmate, right? Someone who gets you, quirks and all. Amazing. Who else is a good match?
Another one that comes up a lot is INFJ, the advocate.
INFJ is the empathetic ones, all about making the world a better place. What draws ENTPs to them?
INFJs are all about emotional depth, intuition, idealism. They just get people, their motives, and connect on that feeling level, which our logical ENTPs might not always prioritize.
So it's like INFJ brings out the feeling side, and ENTP encourages INFJ to be more adventurous, step out of that comfort zone.
Totally. Finding that balance between thinking and feeling, logic and emotion. And what's interesting is both types want to understand the world, even if they go about it differently.
It's about finding that shared passion, even if the approach is different. I like that. But relationships aren't just romance, right?
Absolutely. Romantic relationships are just one part. Friendships, family, even work relationships matter for an ENTP's happiness.
For sure. So to all the ENTPs out there, don't limit yourselves to one type when finding those great connections.
Right. It's not all about those 4 letters. It's about shared values, challenges, people who bring out your best.
Well said. Now, let's talk about something all ENTPs love: debate. We've talked about them loving a good argument, but what is it about debating that gets them going?
It's more than just arguing, though they're good at it. For ENTPs, debate is like intellectual play, exploring ideas, questioning, taking arguments apart.
So it's the process, that mental back and forth, not about being right.
Exactly. The thrill of the chase, chasing knowledge and understanding. Plus, don't forget, they have a playful side. For them, a good debate has wit, humor, even a bit of mischief.
That makes sense. They're like intellectual comedians making you think differently, but in a fun way. But not everyone loves that, right?
True. Their directness and playing devil's advocate can rub people the wrong way, especially those sensitive to criticism or who don't get their playful, sometimes provocative side.
So how can ENTPs deal with those who don't want to verbally spar?
Awareness and empathy. Being able to read the room and change how they communicate.
So if they sense someone getting uncomfortable, they dial it back, find a nicer way to say it.
Exactly. Realizing not everyone talks the same way and respecting that. And for those who love ENTPs, remember, it's not personal, it's how they think and engage.
Good point. Okay, ENTPs and debate. What other interesting stuff should we know?
Well, we can't forget their spontaneity. That P, that's where their flexibility, adaptability, thinking on their feet really shines.
They're like the kings and queens of improv, always up for an adventure, a last-minute change.
Exactly. And that's exciting for them and the people around them. But like everything, there's a slip side. They're amazing on their feet, but not always great at planning ahead.
So brilliant in the moment, but maybe not the best at following through or finishing those grand plans.
Exactly. It's not that they don't want to, it's just that their brains crave novelty, that constant newness. So while they're off on their next adventure, those everyday tasks like paying bills might not be top priority.
So again, it's about that balance, spontaneity versus a world that needs structure and follow through.
You got it. It's about fitting their love of novelty into their lives while working on those skills that don't come as naturally.
So instead of forcing it, find solutions that work with how they are.
Right. For example, if there's a project that needs focus, they can break it down, then reward themselves with something fun after each part.
Smart. Trick their brains into staying engaged with little bursts of fun.
Exactly. And it's a journey, not a race. They'll slip up, but the key is being kind to themselves, learning, and striving for that balance.
Such great advice. Embrace the imperfections and use them to grow. We've covered so much about ENTPs, their good stuff, their challenges, how it all works in real life.
And remember, this is just a glimpse into this complex type. There's always more, and every ENTP is unique, shaped by their own experiences.
Totally. But this gives our listeners a great starting point to understand ENTPs and what makes them special.
I agree. We've talked about how much they love ideas, their debating skills, even their interesting relationship with routine. But now let's talk ENTPs and emotions.
It's a fascinating area, right?
Yeah.
ENTPs can be super expressive about ideas, passions, all that. But when it comes to emotions, especially the vulnerable ones, not so much.
So it's not that they don't have them, it's more like they process them differently. Imagine an ENTP gets hit with a strong emotion. Their first instinct isn't to, show it, but to analyze it, figure out the why, maybe even debate if it makes sense.
Instead of wearing their heart on their sleeve, they've got it under a microscope. Emotions go through an intellectual filter first.
That's a great way to put it. This works for them sometimes, but it can cause issues in relationships, especially with partners who are all about expressing emotions openly.
Totally. If you're used to your partner sharing every feeling, this whole intellectual approach can feel distant, like there's a lack of depth.
Different love languages, right?
Exactly. Communication is key here. It's about bridging that gap, figuring out how to speak each other's emotional language, even if it feels weird at first.
Okay, for all the ENTPs listening who are like, yep, that's me, how do they bridge that gap and build a stronger emotional connection? First off, being vulnerable isn't weak. It's letting someone see the real you, letting your guard down, trusting that your person will still be there when you're not all logic all the time.
It takes guts to let someone see past that intellectual front and connect with the heart underneath.
For sure. And it doesn't have to be these big, dramatic things. Sometimes the most powerful ways to connect are the simplest.
Like saying, I love you, a genuine compliment, or just admitting how you feel right then.
You got it. It's the little things done consistently that build that trust and closeness.
And for those with ENTPs in their lives, remember, their way of showing love might be subtle. It's about picking up on those cues, those moments when they let their guard down, and appreciating the effort that takes.
Perfectly said. Because at the end of the day, love grows with understanding, acceptance, and meeting each other halfway.
I love that. As we wrap up our ENTP journey, I think that's perfect, understanding, accepting, celebrating our differences, while remembering we're all human.
Absolutely. Whether you're an ENTP, you love one, or you just love learning about people, this exploration never really ends.
Always more to learn, to discover, to see ourselves and others in a new light, right?
Yeah, because that's what understanding personality does. It opens our minds, helps us see things differently, and lets us approach the world with more empathy, compassion, and curiosity. Ever get the feeling you're wired a little differently? Like you're tuned into a different frequency than everyone else?
Mm-hmm.
Well, today, we're diving deep into a personality type that embodies that very feeling, the INFJ.
Right.
They're often called the rarest of the Myers-Briggs types. So tell me, what makes these INFJs so unique, so elusive?
Well, what's so fascinating about INFJs and, what comes up time and again in these sources you've gathered is this really intriguing blend of seeming contradictions.
Okay.
They're deeply introverted,
Right.
yet their compassion and genuine care for others can make them appear surprisingly extroverted at times.
Intricate.
Imagine someone who can, effortlessly navigate a deep conversation with a close friend, but finds their energy completely drained by small talk at a crowded party. That's a classic INFJ paradox.
So it's not just about being shy or outgoing.
Right.
It's more about where they focus their energy.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
Like they're more drawn to meaningful connections
Yeah.
rather than surface level interactions.
Precisely.
Okay.
One of your sources, I think it was a psychological study on INFJ communication styles,
Right.
found that they really thrive in environments where they can engage in authentic self-expression
Okay.
and connect with others on a deeper level. They're not afraid of vulnerability.
Yeah.
In fact, they crave it, but only with those they trust implicitly.
That makes a lot of sense.
Yeah.
It's like they have this rich inner world
Yeah.
that they only share with a select few.
Right.
And it reminds me of something you highlighted in your notes about INFJs being incredibly insightful. It's almost like they have a sixth sense. What's the deal with that?
Well, their intuition is definitely off the charts.
Yeah.
It's like they have this uncanny ability to read between the lines, to sense what others might be feeling or thinking, even if it's not explicitly stated. Imagine being able to walk into a room and just feel the emotional undercurrents, the unspoken tensions, or the underlying motivations.
Wow.
That's the INFJ's intuition at work.
Okay, now that's impressive.
Right.
It's almost like having a superpower.
Yeah.
But if they're so good at reading people, wouldn't that make social situations a breeze for them?
Well, it's funny you should mention that
Yeah.
because
I mean, you'd think they'd be able to navigate any social scenario with ease.
that's a great question. And it gets to the heart of another INFJ paradox.
They possess this remarkable ability to understand others.
Right.
Remember, they're still introverts at their core. Social situations, especially large or superficial ones, can be incredibly draining for them.
Right.
It's not that they can handle them, not at all. It's just that they'd rather conserve their energy for, those select individuals and experiences that truly resonate with their soul.
So it's about quality over quantity when it comes to their social interactions.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
One of the articles you shared, I think it was about INFJ friendships, really emphasized this point.
Yeah.
It described INFJs as having this inner circle of close confidants,
Okay.
people they can truly be themselves with,
Right.
without pretense or reservation.
Yeah.
These are the relationships that truly matter to them,
Right.
the ones that nourish their souls. That's beautiful.
Yeah.
It sounds like they form incredibly deep bonds with those they let into their inner circle.
They do. And those relationships are incredibly precious to them.
Yeah.
But building that trust takes time.
Right.
INFJs are incredibly discerning about who they let in. They're not interested in superficial connections. They crave authenticity, vulnerability, and a shared sense of meaning.
Speaking of meaningful connections, what have you uncovered about the types of people they tend to gravitate towards, both romantically and platonically?
Well, romantically, there's often a strong pull towards other intuitive types, particularly those who share that feeling nature.
Okay.
ENFPs, for example, with their, infectious enthusiasm and shared idealism, often capture the INFJ's heart.
It's like they're drawn to that spark of energy and shared vision.
Exactly.
Yep.
They
Yeah.
bring a sense of adventure and lightheartedness that can help the INFJ step out of their comfort zone
Right.
and embrace new experiences.
That's interesting. So it's not always about finding someone who's exactly like them.
Right.
Sometimes it's about finding someone who complements their strengths and challenges them to grow.
Precisely. Now, another type that often comes up in discussions of INFJ compatibility is the ENFJ.
So similar to ENFPs, but with a more structured approach to life.
Exactly. ENFJs share the INFJ's passion for making a difference in the world,
Okay.
but they tend to be a bit more outwardly focused and action-oriented.
I can see how that dynamic would be attractive to an INFJ.
Yeah.
They get that shared sense of purpose, but with a different approach to achieving it.
They challenge each other, inspire each other, and together they can create amazing things.
That's fascinating. Now, what about INFPs?
Sure.
These seem like a natural fit for INFJs,
Yeah.
given their shared introverted feeling nature. What makes this pairing so special?
INFPs and INFJs just seem to get each other on a soul level.
Right.
They share this deep well of emotions,
Right.
this sensitivity to the world around them,
Yeah.
and this incredible capacity for empathy.
It's like they speak the same language, even without words.
Exactly.
Ah.
And because they both need their space to recharge, they understand and respect each other's need for solitude.
Right.
There's never any pressure to be on all the time.
Yeah.
They can just be themselves, flaws and all.
That's beautiful.
Right.
It sounds like they provide a sense of safety and understanding that's hard to find. I'm curious to know if there are any specific challenges that INFJs might encounter in relationships, given their unique personality traits.
There are always, two sides to the coin.
Right.
INFJs with their big hearts and even bigger ideals
Right.
can sometimes find themselves stumbling over those very qualities in relationships.
So it's like their strengths can also be their Achilles heel.
Yeah.
In a way.
Tell me more about that. What are some of the hurdles they might encounter?
Well, one of the most common challenges INFJs face is their sensitivity to criticism,
Okay.
because they invest so much of themselves in everything they do,
Right.
any critique.
Even if it's well-intentioned or constructive, can feel like a personal attack on their core values.
Really?
It's like their entire being is called into question.
That's got to be tough, especially in a world that often prioritizes bluntness over sensitivity.
Right.
How can INFJs navigate that without constantly feeling like they're walking on eggshells?
It's a delicate dance, for sure.
Yeah.
One of the therapists that you cited in your research
Yeah.
described it beautifully. She
Right.
said, imagine a delicate flower that needs both sunlight and shelter to thrive. That's an INFJ in a nutshell.
Wow.
They need feedback to grow,
Okay.
but it needs to be delivered with empathy and understanding.
So it's not about shielding them from criticism entirely. It's about creating a safe space for them to receive it constructively.
Precisely. And that requires open communication from both sides.
Right.
The INFJ needs to learn to communicate their needs clearly, to let others know when their feelings have been hurt,
Right.
and to ask for what they need to feel safe and respected.
And the other person needs to be mindful of their delivery, right?
Yes.
Like focusing on the action or behavior rather than making it a personal attack.
You got it. It's about finding that balance between honesty and compassion.
Okay.
Now, another challenge for INFJs,
Yeah.
and this one might seem counterintuitive, given their deep empathy,
Right.
is their aversion to conflict.
Really? That's interesting.
Yeah.
Why is that? You'd think that someone so attuned to the emotions of others would be better equipped to handle disagreements.
It makes more sense when you consider their deep-seated need for harmony. INFJs crave peace, both internally and in their external world. Conflict disrupts that sense of equilibrium.
Yeah.
It throws their whole system off balance.
What?
It's like their nervous systems are wired to experience discord as a threat,
Really?
even if it's just a difference of opinion.
So, while some people see conflict as an opportunity for growth or clearing the air,
Yeah.
INFJs see it as a disruption to their sense of peace.
Exactly.
Okay.
And because they feel things so intensely, they'll often go to great lengths to avoid conflict altogether,
Wow.
even if it means silencing their own needs or
Yes.
suppressing their true feelings.
And they can't be healthy in the long run. Bottling things up only leads to resentment and frustration.
Precisely. That's why it's so important for INFJs to develop healthy coping mechanisms for dealing with conflict.
Okay.
One of the books you shared
Right.
highlighted the importance of assertive communication.
Okay.
It's about learning to express their needs and boundaries clearly and respectfully without resorting to aggression or passive aggressiveness.
So it's about finding that balance between honoring their need for harmony and not sacrificing their own authenticity in the process.
Exactly.
Okay.
And sometimes that might mean stepping away from a situation or relationship that is causing them more harm than good,
Yeah.
even if it's painful in the short term.
It's about prioritizing their own well-being and emotional health, right?
Absolutely.
Okay.
Now, there's another aspect of the INFJ personality
Right.
that can be both a strength and a challenge, and that's their tendency toward perfectionism.
We touched on this earlier with their sensitivity to criticism, but how does perfectionism manifest in other areas of their lives?
Well, INFJs have this incredible ability to envision possibilities,
Yeah.
to see the potential for greatness in themselves and others.
Okay.
But that vision can sometimes become clouded by unrealistic expectations.
How so?
They set the bar so high for themselves that it can be almost impossible to reach, let alone surpass.
So they're constantly striving for this ideal version of themselves,
Yeah.
which can lead to a lot of self-criticism and self-doubt when they inevitably fall short.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Their inner critic can be quite relentless. They're constantly analyzing their every move, replaying past mistakes, and worrying about future outcomes.
That sounds exhausting.
It can be.
Is there any way to escape that cycle of overthinking?
One technique that's often recommended for INFJs is mindfulness.
Okay.
It's about learning to be present in the moment, to quiet the constant chatter of the mind, and to cultivate a sense of self-compassion.
Okay.
It's about recognizing that they are enough, just as they are, flaws and all.
That's such an important message.
It is.
It's about learning to be kind to themselves.
Yes.
To embrace their imperfections. Now, another thing that struck me in our research is this idea that INFJs are often drawn to creative pursuits. What is it about those outlets that appeal to their unique way of seeing the world?
That's a great observation.
Yeah.
And it speaks to their need for self-expression.
Okay.
Remember, INFJs have this incredibly rich inner world. This depth of emotion and imagination, that's just bursting to be expressed.
Right.
Writing, music, art, or even something like gardening provide a channel for that expression.
Oh,
It's a
yeah.
way for them to connect with their authentic selves and share their unique perspective with the world.
It's like their creativity becomes a bridge between their inner world and the outer world.
Exactly. And the act of creation itself can be incredibly therapeutic for INFJs. It allows them to make sense of their experiences
Right.
and to connect with something larger than themselves.
It's like they're tapping into a different frequency, a higher vibration.
I like it.
Now, we've talked a lot about the challenges INFJs face, but I imagine there are also some unique perks to being wired this way.
Sure.
What are some of the superpowers that come with being an INFJ?
Oh, INFJs definitely possess a unique set of superpowers.
Okay.
One that consistently emerges in the research is their incredible empathy. They have this uncanny ability to truly step into another person's shoes,
Right.
to feel their emotions as if they were their own.
That's powerful.
Yeah.
But wouldn't that also be incredibly draining?
Oh, absolutely.
Yeah.
To carry the weight of other people's emotions all the time, it can be a double-edged sword, for sure.
Right.
INFJs have to be very mindful of their own energy
Yeah.
and set healthy boundaries to avoid becoming overwhelmed.
Right.
But when channeled effectively,
It's like they're natural-born healers, helping others feel seen and heard.
Exactly.
Wow.
And that ability to connect with others authentically
Yeah.
is invaluable, not just in their personal lives, but also in their careers.
Yeah.
Many INFJs are drawn to professions where they can make a tangible difference in the lives of others.
So think therapists, counselors, social workers, those kinds of fields.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
But their empathy and insight also make them incredible writers, artists, teachers, anyone who can use their understanding of human nature to create something meaningful and impactful.
That makes sense.
Yeah.
They have this innate ability to tap into the human experience and translate that into something relatable and profound.
Precisely.
Yeah.
And let's not forget their incredible intuition. It's not just about reading people's emotions. It's also about having this almost prophetic ability to sense patterns, to predict outcomes, to connect seemingly unrelated dots.
It's like they have this sixth sense that guides them towards the right path, even when it's not immediately clear to everyone else.
Exactly.
Yeah.
And that intuitive guidance
Yeah.
often leads them to innovative solutions and a deep understanding of complex issues.
It's like they have access to a different level of consciousness.
Right.
A higher realm of understanding.
I love that description.
Yeah.
And that's part of what makes INFJs so fascinating. They challenge us to think differently, to see the world through a different lens, to embrace the power of intuition and empathy in a world that often prioritizes logic and reason.
It's like they're here to remind us that there's more to life than meets the eye.
Yes.
That there's magic in the unseen, and that true fulfillment comes from connecting with our authentic selves and using our unique gifts to make a positive impact on the world.
Beautifully said.
Thank you.
They remind us that even in a world that often feels chaotic and overwhelming,
Yeah.
there's still room for compassion, for creativity, and for those deep, meaningful connections that make life worth living.
This has been an incredible deep dive.
It has.
We've covered so much ground, from the intricacies of the INFJ personality to their unique strengths and challenges,
Right.
their ideal career paths, and even their compatibility with other personality types. It's amazing how much we can learn about ourselves and others
I know, right?
just by delving into these personality frameworks.
I couldn't agree more.
Yeah.
It's like having a new set of lenses through which to view the world
Right.
and understand the intricate tapestry of human behavior.
And for all the INFJs out there listening, I hope this deep dive has provided you with a sense of validation, a deeper understanding of your unique gifts,
Yes.
and perhaps even a few tools to navigate the world with more confidence and authenticity.
And remember, even though you might be considered rare, your sensitivity, your empathy, your creativity, these are not weaknesses, they're superpowers. Let them guide you on your journey. Everyone ever get that feeling like you're trying to understand someone and it's like they're speaking a different language? Not Spanish or French or anything, but like a whole different personality language.
Yeah.
That's kind of what we're diving into today, the world of the INFP. And trust me, once you get their language, you'll see it everywhere.
It's really like unlocking a whole new level of understanding, wouldn't you say? Like with any new language, for the people around you.
For sure.
So we're talking relationships.
Yeah. So enough teasing. INFP. Introverted, intuitive, feeling, perceiving. So these are like the 4 pillars. But how do we actually bring this to life a bit?
Well, let's take introverted, for example.
Yeah.
When you think about it, it's not just about like being shy, right? It's more about where they get their energy from.
Right.
So picture this. Imagine an INFP after a huge party. They're probably feeling completely drained.
Oh, yeah.
But now, picture that same INFP after a quiet afternoon, lost in a good book,
Yeah.
energized, buzzing with ideas. That, my friend, is the introvert's superpower.
They're recharging in that quiet.
Precisely. Finding fuel in stillness. And then there's the intuitive part. It's their inner compass, always pointing towards possibility.
Right. So it's not just what's right in front of them.
Exactly. Think about that friend who always sees the potential in everything and everyone, always full of what-ifs, big ideas. That's their intuition at work, exploring all those could-bes.
So they're the dreamer.
They're the architects of imagination. And speaking of building, INFPs, they build their castles on a foundation of feeling. This isn't your cold calculating type. Everything they do, every decision, every interaction, it's all filtered through this lens of empathy. Deeply held values.
So their heart is their moral compass, in a way.
Exactly. And that brings us to the last piece of the puzzle. Perceiving. INFPs, they're the ultimate go-with-the-flow type. Adaptable, flexible, always open to new experiences. That doesn't mean they're flighty or anything.
Right.
It's more like they prefer to keep their options open rather than being boxed in by rigid plans.
Yeah, they're dancing through life, kind of just going with whatever comes.
Precisely. Embracing those unexpected turns. And you know what? They say INFPs, they tend to be reserved in social situations, preferring to observe rather than dominate conversations. But get them going on a topic they're passionate about and watch out.
Oh, they come alive.
They become passionate and expressive, drawing others into their vision. That's the beauty of the INFP. They may not be the loudest voice in the room, but when they're truly engaged, their inner fire, it shines through.
It's like this hidden intensity that's just waiting to come out.
Exactly.
So you combine all of that, the introversion, the feeling, the intuition, the perceiving, and you get
a truly fascinating individual, someone who sees the world through a different lens, feels things deeply, dreams big, and really strives to make those dreams a reality. You get an INFP.
So we've got this foundation. Now I want to talk superpowers. Like, what are the things that make INFPs so special? What are they really good at?
Superpowers. Oh, INFPs are loaded with them. I mean, their creativity alone is like off the charts. We're not talking like basic creativity here. This is deep, soulful, world-building stuff.
Okay, so tell me more about this INFP creativity. What's it all about?
Think about the most moving piece of art you've ever experienced.
Yeah.
That song that just like hits you right in the feels. Or a story that just completely transports you to another world.
Yeah.
Chances are there was an INFP behind it somewhere.
Yeah.
They just have this incredible ability to tap into like their inner world, you know, and it's this wellspring of emotions and imagination. And then they translate that into something real, something other people can connect with.
So it's like they're giving a voice to things that can't normally be expressed, making the invisible visible.
Yeah. And the coolest part, it's not limited to just one medium.
Right.
Writing, painting, music, even like problem solving in all kinds of fields. It's like their creativity just spills over into everything they do.
Yeah. So they're not just following the rules, they're kind of rewriting them as they go.
Exactly. Finding beauty in the most unexpected places.
I like that. Okay, so empathy. We touched on this a bit earlier, but INFPs are also known for being incredibly empathetic. Like they can connect with other people on a super deep level.
Their empathy is definitely a superpower, no question. It's like having a sixth sense for emotions.
Right.
They can not only tell what someone is feeling, but they can actually understand why they're feeling it. They don't just sympathize, they empathize. They actually feel it alongside you.
Wow. That must be pretty intense, feeling everything that deeply.
It's a double-edged sword, that's for sure.
Yeah.
We'll dive into the challenges a bit later. But for now, let's focus on the positive. Imagine having a friend who just gets you, you know. They listen without judgment, offer support without trying to fix you.
It's like having a built-in therapist almost.
It's the magic of INFP empathy. And this healing power, it goes way beyond just like one-on-one relationships. Remember, we were talking about idealism earlier.
Yeah.
It's not just about dreaming big. It's about believing in a better world and then actually trying to make it happen.
Right.
INFPs, they're driven by this deep sense of justice, this need to leave the world a little better than they found it.
So they're like quiet revolutionaries fighting for their ideals.
Exactly. And how this idealism really influences their relationships, especially with other feeling types.
Makes sense.
But it also plays into their career choices. Like they're often drawn to jobs where they can make a real difference. Social work, teaching, activism. They're not afraid to stand up for what they believe in, even if it means going against the grain a little bit.
Wow. Okay, so we've got creativity, empathy, idealism. It's like the perfect recipe for a superhero, right?
It's a pretty potent mix.
Yeah.
But even superheroes, you know, they have their weaknesses.
Right, they're kryptonite.
Exactly.
Yeah.
And understanding those potential challenges, it's just as important as celebrating the strengths.
Okay, yeah, that's a good point. So let's flip the script then. What are some of those shadows, those things that INFPs might struggle with?
Well, that amazing sensitivity that makes them such incredible friends, it can also be their downfall sometimes.
Oh, yeah, I can see how that would be tough. Feeling everything so strongly.
Exactly. It's like they're walking around without any emotional armor. Even the slightest criticism or conflict, it can feel like a punch to the gut.
So they're not just being dramatic, it's that they're literally experiencing it more intensely.
Exactly. And because INFPs, they feel everything so deeply, those negative emotions, they really sting. They might take criticism really personally, even when it's not intended that way.
Yeah.
Or they might just shut down completely when there's conflict, retreating into their inner world to avoid getting hurt.
It's like a defense mechanism, right?
Exactly. And it's really important for INFPs and for the people who love them to recognize this sensitivity not as a weakness, but just as a part of who they are. It's what allows them to connect so deeply, to love so fiercely, to create things that move people's souls.
So it's all connected.
It's all connected. Another challenge that INFPs often face is self-doubt. They're constantly questioning themselves, their decisions, whether they're good enough.
Oh, wow. Yeah.
And because they hold themselves to such high standards, they could be really, really hard on themselves.
Yeah, it's like they're their own worst critic.
Exactly. And that inner critic, that can really hold them back from reaching their full potential. They might doubt their creative abilities, overthink their decisions, or even talk themselves out of going after their dreams because they're afraid of failing.
That's so sad. So how do they silence that inner critic? How do they break free from that cycle of self-doubt?
It's definitely a journey, but self-awareness is key. Recognizing those negative thought patterns, challenging them, replacing them with self-compassion, that's huge. And surrounding themselves with supportive people, people who believe in them, celebrate their strengths, encourage them to grow. That can make all the difference.
Finding their tribe.
They're people. Okay, the last challenge we'll touch on is kind of linked to their idealism.
Okay.
Remember we were talking about those unrealistic expectations? They have this beautiful vision of how the world should be. But unfortunately, the world doesn't always cooperate.
Right.
So they might pour their heart and soul into something, only to be met with resistance or apathy. It can be really disheartening.
Yeah, it's like they keep bumping up against the harsh realities of life.
It can be disillusioning, for sure, especially if they let that feeling take root.
So how do they hold on to their ideals without getting crushed by, like, the weight of the world?
That's the million-dollar question.
Yeah.
It's about finding that balance.
Yeah.
Idealism, realism,
Right.
acknowledging that the world's not perfect, but still holding on to that belief that change is possible. It's about focusing on the things they can control and celebrating the small victories along the way.
Finding the joy in the journey, even when it's tough.
Exactly.
Wow, it's amazing to think how much we've uncovered about INFPs today. We've gone from decoding their, like, secret language to mapping out their superpowers and even, like, shining a light on some of the challenges they face.
It really highlights how all these different elements, the introversion, the intuition, the feeling, the perceiving, they all come together to create this incredibly complex and fascinating personality.
And, it's like those personality quizzes you take online, they finally start making sense, right?
Yeah.
INFPs, they're not just a bunch of letters, they're these walking contradictions, like sensitive but strong, dreamy, but also so empathetic and grounded.
Exactly. And I think that's what makes understanding these personality types so valuable. It's not about putting people in boxes or anything like that. It's more about appreciating the nuances of people and learning how to navigate our differences with a bit more empathy and understanding.
Totally. And speaking of navigating, I'm kind of curious about how INFPs approach relationships. They're often called the hopeless romantics of the MBTI world, but we also talked about how their sensitivity and idealism can sometimes create some challenges in this area.
It's not a magic crystal ball or anything.
Okay, so give me the highlights. Who are INFPs most likely to build a love nest with?
Well, according to this chart, ENFJs, those charismatic and empathetic types, they often top the list. You can just imagine two people so in tune with each other's emotions, sharing those deep values, both passionate about making the world a better place. That's that INFP, ENFJ magic.
Sounds like a match made in activist heaven. Who else? What other types do INFPs tend to click with?
INFJs. They're those insightful and deeply intuitive souls, and they share that introverted nature with INFPs. So there's this natural understanding about quiet moments and deep conversations.
It's like they just get each other, even without saying a word.
Exactly. Now, on the other hand, there are some types that might require a bit more effort to make things work smoothly.
Okay, so who are we talking about here? Which types might make an INFP raise an eyebrow?
The chart points to ESTJs, INTJs, and ENTJs as potential areas where INFPs might encounter a few more bumps in the road.
Got it. So it's not that those relationships are impossible, they just might take a bit more work.
Exactly. It's like they're speaking different love languages, and it takes patience and understanding on both sides to bridge that gap.
Okay, so last but not least, let's talk careers. We've already established that INFPs aren't exactly cut out for the whole, like, corporate ladder climb. So where do they really shine? Where do they find their professional happy place?
This is where their idealism and that incredible creativity really come together. They really thrive in careers that resonate with their values, where they truly feel like they're making a difference. Nonprofits, education, the arts, anything that lets them tap into that big heart and use their talents to uplift others.
Yeah, it's like their work becomes an extension of who they are, their values, their desire to make the world a better place.
Precisely. And while they might not be motivated by things like status or wealth, don't underestimate their dedication. They're incredibly passionate, and they pour their heart and soul into their work.
So to anyone out there who's feeling a little lost, like they don't quite fit in, take a page from the INFT playbook. Maybe it's not about fitting in. Maybe it's about finding your tribe, your purpose, and figuring out how to leave your own unique mark on the world.
Absolutely. Embrace what makes you you. Nurture your strengths, your passions, and never, ever underestimate the impact you can have on the world. Even when the world feels chaotic, your actions, your voice, they matter.
So well said. And on that powerful note, we're going to wrap up our deep dive into the fascinating world of the INFP. We've laughed, we've learned a ton, and I hope we've all gained a little bit more understanding about ourselves and the people around us.
After all, isn't that what it's all about? Connecting with each other, learning, growing, and embracing all the beautiful complexities that make us human. You know those charismatic folks people call the protagonists?
Right.
We're talking about like, what, 2 to 5% of the population?
Yeah, it's a small but mighty group.
Who just radiate warmth and leadership,
Yeah.
you know? And lucky for you guys, we've got a ton of fascinating research here ready to unpack, like all the hows and whys behind those ENFJ superpowers, I guess you could call them.
It's true, they're fascinating.
Right, like we all know ENFJs can light up a room.
Oh, absolutely.
But like, what's the psychology behind that magnetism? What actually makes them tick?
Well, it all starts with this thing called their cognitive stack. Now, I know that might sound a bit like technical jargon,
Yeah.
but it's actually a really cool concept.
Yep.
Basically, it refers to the unique hierarchy of mental processes each personality type uses.
Okay.
So think of it like their brain's preferred toolkit for like navigating the world. So what's in the ENFJ's toolkit that makes them so special?
So at the very top of their list, their most dominant function is something called extroverted feeling.
Okay.
This means they are deeply, and I mean deeply.
In tune with the emotions and needs of others.
Okay, so that explains the whole like wearing their heart on their sleeve vibe.
Exactly.
But it's more than just being empathetic.
Right.
ENFJs don't just sense those emotions. They actually prioritize them in their decision making.
Wow.
They genuinely care about creating harmony in their relationships
Mm-hmm.
and are driven by a deep desire to make a positive impact on the world around them.
So it's that powerful combo of empathy and action.
Yes.
They feel it deeply.
And they're compelled to do something about it.
Precisely.
I bet.
But here's where it gets even more interesting.
Okay.
Right behind that extroverted feeling, we find introverted intuition.
Intuition.
So are we talking like a sixth sense here?
It's more nuanced than that.
Okay.
It's about seeing patterns, possibilities, and the bigger picture.
Right.
ENFJs have this incredible ability to not only connect with people in the present moment,
But also to envision their potential and imagine a better future for them.
wow,
They're driven by a deep sense of purpose and often find themselves drawn to careers where they can guide and inspire others.
which explains why so many ENFJs are drawn to careers in teaching, counseling, or even leadership roles. It's like they have this inner compass.
That points them toward roles where they can make a tangible difference in people's lives.
Exactly, and this is a key insight into their motivations.
It's not just about having a big heart.
It's about utilizing their unique cognitive wiring to create positive change and bring their visions to life.
It's like they have this internal drive to nurture potential, both in themselves and others.
Yes.
And when you combine that with their natural charisma.
It's no wonder they often find themselves in leadership positions.
Absolutely. But that being said.
Even with all these amazing qualities,
Okay.
ENFJs aren't without the challenges. And one of the biggest ones we see pop up again and again in the research is the importance of boundaries.
That makes sense.
I mean, if your natural instinct is to pour your heart and soul into helping others,
It seems like setting boundaries would be crucial.
it's essential for their well-being.
Because while that deep well of empathy is a superpower,
Right.
it can also be draining if they're not careful.
Yeah.
ENFJs need to learn how to recharge their batteries and prioritize self-care, which isn't always easy for them.
No, I bet.
So how do these naturally giving individuals navigate the world of relationships?
Because We know from your average compatibility chart that some pairings are smoother than others.
It's true.
And it gets particularly interesting when we consider how their cognitive functions influence their compatibility with other types.
Okay, let's unpack that.
Who tends to vibe well with our ENFJ friends? And more importantly, why?
Well, the research suggests that ENFJs often find themselves drawn to,
Right.
INFJs and ENFPs. And what is it about those types that clicks so well with the ENFJ personality?
It really comes down to shared values
Mm-hmm.
and a similar emotional landscape,
Okay.
INFJs.
With their introverted intuition and deep well of empathy, just seem to get the ENFJ on a fundamental level.
Yeah.
They share that passion for making the world a better place, but often bring a quieter, more contemplative approach.
So it's that classic case of balancing each other out.
Exactly.
And then with the ENFPs, you've got that shared extroverted feeling, creating this immediate sense of warmth and understanding.
Right.
Plus, both types thrive on exploring possibilities and inspiring those around them.
Sounds like a recipe for dynamic duos all around.
But let's be real, no personality type is perfectly compatible with everyone.
Right.
So where do things get a little interesting, shall we say, for ENFJs in relationships?
Well, it's not so much about incompatibility as it is about navigating different ways of seeing the world.
Right.
For example, while ENFJs are generally adaptable,
They may find themselves needing to put in extra effort when building relationships with more logic-driven types like
Right.
INTJs or ISTPs.
why is that? What causes that friction?
Think back to that ENFJ cognitive stack.
Okay.
With extroverted feeling at the forefront, they naturally lead with their heart,
Okay.
prioritizing empathy and harmony.
Right.
But INTJs and ISTPs,
With their dominant thinking functions,
yeah.
approach the world from a more analytical and objective perspective.
Now you're saying potential conflicts arise not from a place of malice,
No.
but simply from different approaches to problem solving and decision making.
Exactly.
Imagine an INTJ offering a critique focused purely on logic and efficiency.
Mm-hmm.
While well-intentioned, it could easily be perceived by an ENFJ as a personal attack,
Right.
even if it wasn't intended that way.
That makes a lot of sense.
It's like speaking different languages, emotionally speaking.
Quite precise.
And this isn't to say these pairings are doomed,
Right.
but rather that understanding those core differences in how each type processes information is crucial for building successful, fulfilling relationships.
It's all about bridging those gaps in communication.
So we've talked a lot about ENFJs in relation to others.
Yeah,
But let's shift gears and zoom in on those individual strengths.
sure.
Our research paints quite a glowing picture.
It does.
What are some of the standout qualities that really make this personality type shine?
Well, we've touched upon their empathy and leadership, but it goes even deeper than that.
Okay.
ENFJs often possess an incredible ability to inspire and motivate others.
Yeah?
They have a way of seeing the potential in everyone they meet and genuinely want to help others succeed.
It's like they have this infectious enthusiasm that draws people in.
Yes.
And they back up that enthusiasm with action.
Okay.
They're not afraid to roll up their sleeves and work towards their goals, often with a level of organization and planning that's quite impressive.
So they're not just dreamers, they're doers.
That's a powerful combination. But we'd be remiss if we didn't acknowledge the flip side.
Right.
Every strength, when taken to an extreme, can become a weakness.
What are some potential pitfalls for ENFJs to be aware of?
One word, overextension,
Okay.
because they're natural givers, always willing to go the extra mile for others. ENFJs can easily find themselves stretched too thin.
Especially with that aversion to conflict we talked about earlier.
It's easy to see how wanting to please everyone could lead to them neglecting their own needs.
Absolutely. And this ties into another potential weakness. People-pleasing. Because they're so sensitive to the emotions of others. ENFJs may struggle to set healthy boundaries.
Or assert themselves when necessary.
Yeah.
For fear of upsetting someone or disrupting the harmony?
It's that double-edged sword of empathy again.
Exactly.
Their desire to maintain peace and avoid conflict.
All admirable.
Can sometimes backfire if it means suppressing their own needs or avoiding difficult conversations.
So finding that balance between advocating for themselves and nurturing their relationships is key. But let's be honest, no one jumps for joy at the thought of receiving criticism.
Right.
How do our ENFJ friends handle constructive feedback?
That's a great question.
And it's something that our research suggests can be a bit of a sensitive area for ENFJs.
Really?
I would have thought their empathy would make them more receptive to feedback.
You would think so, wouldn't you?
Yeah.
But because their sense of self is so intertwined with their desire to be liked and to do good.
Any feedback that challenges that image can be taken to heart.
So it's not that they're opposed to feedback.
No.
But rather that they process it through that lens of wanting to be seen as helpful and competent.
Exactly.
They have these high ideals for themselves and can be quite self-critical.
Yeah.
Add to that their tendency to overanalyze.
And you can see how even well-intentioned feedback can sometimes sting a bit more than intended.
It's like they're their own worst critic, holding themselves to those same high standards they set for others.
Precisely.
And while that drive for self-improvement is admirable,
It's important for ENFJs to remember to be kind to themselves and to recognize that making mistakes is a natural part of growth.
so where does that leave us? We've covered a lot of ground here, from those unique cognitive functions to the highs and lows of the ENFJ experience.
We have.
And I think it's important to remember that while we've explored these different facets of the ENFJ personality,
Each individual is just that, an individual. These are
Yeah.
general tendencies, not hard and fast rules.
so for our listener out there who, maybe they're furiously taking notes, maybe they are an ENFJ, maybe they just,
Love an ENFJ.
right.
What are the key takeaways here about these folks?
Well, I think the biggest takeaway is to appreciate the incredible power of their empathy, not just a feeling for them.
It's a driving force behind their actions, their relationships,
Mm-hmm.
even their career choices, right?
It's like their empathy is woven into the very fabric of who they are.
Exactly.
And it's that genuine desire to connect with others and make a positive impact that makes them such a force for good in the world.
Totally. And we've talked about their strengths, but also, those,
Potential pitfalls.
right.
How can ENFJs kind of protect that big heart of theirs without losing,
Yeah.
What makes them so special?
The key is balance.
Okay,
As much as they pour themselves into others,
right.
they need to remember to refill their own cup. That means prioritizing self-care, setting healthy boundaries,
Mm-hmm.
and learning to advocate for their own needs.
It's about recognizing that saying no sometimes isn't selfish, it's self-preservation, and it allows them to show up for others in a more sustainable way.
Precisely.
And for those who are lucky enough to have an ENFJ in their life, remember to show them appreciation. Let them know you value their friendship, their passion, and their unwavering support.
Because they really do pour their heart and soul into everything they do.
They do.
And for all you ENFJs out there,
Keep shining your light.
the world needs your empathy, your vision, and your boundless capacity for love. Just remember to take care of yourselves along the way.
Beautifully said. I love that. And for our listeners, if this deep dive into the ENFJ personality has,
Made you curious? This is just the starting point.
Exactly.
There's so much more out there.
A whole universe
Yeah.
of knowledge just waiting to be explored.
So dive deeper into those cognitive functions.
Explore the nuances of different personality types.
Yes.
And who knows, you might even uncover hidden depths within yourself.
Absolutely.
It seems like ENFPs really fascinate people.
And who can blame them? Honestly, they're like the human equivalent of fireworks.
That's one way to put it.
Okay, maybe not the loud kind, but definitely the ones that light up the whole sky.
Okay, I see what you mean. They bring that spark of energy and enthusiasm wherever they go.
Exactly. And we're going to unpack all of it, from their love lives to their work styles to how they navigate the world.
And we're not just scratching the surface here. We're going deep into the why behind those connections.
Because it's more than just saying, oh, you're this type and they're that type, so you're doomed. Or you too. Match made in heaven.
Exactly. We're talking cognitive functions, we're talking core values, we're getting to the heart of what makes those ENFP connections click.
Or maybe sometimes fizzle.
That's right, because let's be real, not every pairing is sunshine and rainbows.
Okay, so before we get lost in the relationship rabbit hole, let's start with the basics. For anyone who just stumbled into the wrong podcast, what exactly does ENFP even stand for?
So ENFP stands for extroversion, intuition, feeling, and perceiving.
And those 4 little letters tell us a whole lot about how ENFPs see the world and interact with the people in it.
Absolutely. They're energized by being around people, they're big picture thinkers, they lead with their hearts, and they love to keep their options open.
It's like they have this infectious zest for life. They see possibilities everywhere, and they're always up for an adventure.
That's the ENFP spirit in a nutshell.
Okay, so now that we've got the basics down, let's talk about those ENFP relationships, starting with the romantic kind.
Oh, I'm ready for the juicy insights. Hit me with those ENFP love connections.
All right, so buckle up, because some of these pairings might surprise you.
Oh, I love a good plot twist when it comes to personality compatibility. Let's hear it.
So imagine this. ENFPs and INTJs, on paper, total opposites, right?
Like fire and ice?
Exactly. ENFPs are all about spontaneity and going with the flow, while INTJs are the kings and queens of planning and structure.
You'd think they'd clash like symbols in a library.
And yet, these two can actually be a match made in strategic heaven.
Okay, now you've got me intrigued. How does that work?
Well, think about it.
Yeah.
The ENFP brings that burst of creativity and fresh perspective, challenging the INTJ to think outside their perfectly organized box.
And the INTJ provides a grounding force, helping the ENFP channel all that boundless energy into something tangible.
It's like the ENFP is the spark, and the INTJ builds the rocket ship.
I love that analogy. It's that classic balance of yin and yang.
Exactly.
Yeah.
It's not just about opposites attract. It's about how those opposite strengths can actually complement each other in a really powerful way.
Okay, so that's one unexpected power couple. What other ENFP love connections surprised you?
All right, so this one might seem a bit more predictable on the surface. ENFPs and INFJs.
The two feeling ties. I can already see the appeal.
Right. They're both all about those deep conversations, connecting on a soul level and making the world a better place.
They're like the heart-centered idealists of the MBTI world.
Exactly. But there's more to it than just shared values. It turns out there's a fascinating cognitive dance happening behind the scenes.
Oh, I knew there had to be more to it. Tell me everything.
So INFJs are all about intuition. They're constantly searching for meaning and patterns in the world.
They're like the insightful philosophers of the personality world.
Exactly. And ENFPs, with their boundless enthusiasm and ability to see the potential in everything, they thrive in that kind of environment.
It's like the INFJ provides the depth and the ENFP brings the sparkle.
And together they create something truly magical.
Okay, I'm starting to see why ENFPs are so fascinating. They seem to have this knack for forming these deep, meaningful connections with people who might seem totally different on the surface.
Exactly. But as with any personality type, not every pairing is effortless.
So I was just about to ask about that. What about those pairings that might require a little extra effort? And sometimes a little extra effort can be a good thing, right?
That's the ENFP spirit, always up for a challenge.
Exactly. But in all seriousness, understanding those potential friction points can be really helpful, whether you're an ENFP or you're close with one.
Absolutely. So spill the tea. Which personality types are we talking about here?
Okay, so one of the more challenging pairings might surprise you, ENFPs and ISTJs.
Really, ISTJs. But they're like the epitome of responsibility and dependability.
That's true. They're grounded, organized, and always follow through on their commitments. All great qualities.
Exactly. So what could possibly go wrong?
Well, here's the thing. ISTJs also thrive on routine tradition and doing things by the book.
Ah, so there's the rub.
Exactly. And for our free-spirited ENFPs who love to shake things up and go with the flow, well, let's just say it can be a bit of a clash of styles.
Like trying to mix oil and water.
That's one way to put it. Now, it's not impossible for these two types to find harmony, but it definitely requires a conscious effort to understand and appreciate those fundamental differences.
It's all about finding that balance between structure and spontaneity, which is easier said than done sometimes.
Absolutely. And speaking of finding balance, your sources also suggest that ENFPs and ESTJs might encounter some bumps in the road.
ESTJs, the CEOs of the personality world. Okay, that one doesn't surprise me as much. Two very strong personalities, each with their own distinct leadership style.
You hit the nail on the head. ESTJs are all about efficiency, logic, and achieving tangible results. And while ENFPs admire those qualities, their approaches to leadership can be quite different.
So where do the sparks start to fly?
Well, ENFPs, with their boundless energy and tendency to jump from one exciting idea to the next, they might be perceived as a bit scattered or unfocused by an ESTJ who values a more streamlined and strategic approach.
Because ESTJs are all about efficiency and having a clear plan.
Exactly. And on the flip side, ENFTs might see ESTJs as being a bit too controlling or inflexible, especially when it comes to exploring new possibilities or challenging the status quo.
So it's that classic clash between structure and spontaneity, logic and creativity. We've seen that theme before.
Exactly. It's a tale as old as time. But you know what's interesting? These dynamics aren't just limited to romantic relationships. Your sources highlight how they can show up in other areas of an ENFP's life, like friendships and even in the workplace.
Okay, so let's talk friendships.
Right.
Because everyone needs a friend who gets them right, someone who celebrates their quirks and is always down for a spontaneous adventure.
Absolutely. And according to your sources, ENFPs tend to find those kindred spirits in other intuitive feeling types, like ENFJs and INFPs.
ENFJs and INFPs. Okay, I can see the appeal there. It's like finding your tribe, people who speak your language and get your unique brand of magic.
Precisely. ENFJs, with their infectious enthusiasm and their natural ability to connect with people from all walks of life. They're like the social butterflies of the MBTI world.
And they're always up for a good time,
Yeah.
which is right up in ENFP's alley.
Precisely. Now, INFPs might seem a bit quieter on the surface, but don't let that fool you. They're just as passionate and idealistic as their ENFP counterparts, but they express it in a more introspective, artistic way.
So it's less about hitting the dance floor and more about those deep, meaningful conversations that last until the sun comes up.
Exactly. ENFPs and INFPs connect on the soulful level. They challenge each other to think differently, to embrace their creativity, and to fight for the causes they believe in.
It's like finding your partner in crime, but for making the world a better place.
I like that. Partner in crime for good. But as we've seen with those romantic pairings, not all friendships are effortless. And those same personality clashes we talked about earlier, they can definitely show up in platonic relationships too.
So we're back to those potential friction points with ISTJs and ESTJs.
I'm afraid so. And again, it's not for lack of trying on either side. It really boils down to those fundamental differences in how they approach life relationships and, well, just about everything.
Okay, so let's break it down for our listeners who might be navigating these very friendships right now.
Yeah.
What are some of the specific challenges that could arise between ENFPs and ISTJs in a platonic context?
Well, ISTJs, with their grounded practical nature, might have a hard time understanding an ENFP's constant need for novelty and change. They might see it as flighty or impractical, while ENFPs might view ISTJs as being too set in their ways or resistant to trying new things.
It's like one friend is always planning the next big adventure, while the other is perfectly content with their cozy routine.
Exactly. And while there's nothing wrong with either approach, those differences can definitely lead to some misunderstandings or frustration if they're not careful.
It's all about communication and compromise, right? Making sure both friends feel heard and respected, even if they don't always see eye to eye.
Absolutely. And that goes for ENFPs and ESTJs as well. The ESTJ's direct communication style, while well-intentioned, might come across as a bit harsh or critical to a sensitive ENFP.
Because ENFPs are all about that gentle encouragement and positive reinforcement.
Precisely. And on the flip side, ESTJs might find ENFPs to be a bit too sensitive or easily discouraged, especially when it comes to constructive criticism.
It's like they're speaking different love languages. But for friendship, one friend expresses their care through acts of service and tough love, while the other thrives on words of affirmation and emotional support.
That's a great way to put it. And these dynamics don't just disappear when we clock in for work. They can actually become even more pronounced in a professional setting.
Okay, let's talk work. Because who we're stuck in a cubicle with all day can make or break our career satisfaction, right? And let's be honest, we spend way too much time at work to be miserable.
You're preaching to the choir. And your sources dive deep into which personality types make the best collaborators for ENFPs and which ones might require a bit more.
Strategic navigation.
Strategic navigation. I like that. It's like we're equipping our listeners with a map and compass to navigate the often treacherous terrain of workplace dynamics.
And every good explorer needs a trusty sidekick. And for ENFPs, one of the best sidekicks in the workplace just happens to be an ENTP.
ENTPs, the debaters of the MBTI world. Those two sound like they'd either create something brilliant or burn the office down with their combined chaotic energy. It could go either way. That's the beauty of it. But in all seriousness, ENFPs and ENTPs are a match made in innovation heaven. They're both bursting with ideas, always challenging the status quo, and they're not afraid to take risks.
It's like they feed off each other's energy,
Yeah.
but in a way that actually leads to some pretty groundbreaking results.
Exactly. Now, every good team also needs a strong leader, someone who can wrangle all those brilliant ideas and turn them into a cohesive vision.
And who better to take on that leadership role than our organized and charismatic friends, the ENFJs?
You read my mind. ENFJs are natural-born leaders, but they're also incredibly empathetic and supportive, which creates a harmonious and inspiring work environment for everyone involved.
It's like they bring the perfect blend of structure and inspiration, which is exactly what an ENFP needs to thrive in a work setting.
Precisely. But let's not forget our detail-oriented friends, the ISFJs. They might not be the first to come to mind when we think of dynamic work duos, but they bring some incredibly valuable skills to the table.
ISFJs. Okay, this one intrigues me. They're not exactly known for being the life of the office party, are they?
Not usually, no. But their quiet dedication, their meticulous attention to detail, and their unwavering loyalty make them the unsung heroes of many a workplace.
So how do they complement an ENFP's more free-flowing work style?
Well, ENFPs, with their boundless enthusiasm and their tendency to jump from one project to the next, they can sometimes benefit from having someone there to keep them grounded and ensure that all the I's are dotted and the T's are crossed.
It's like having a built-in safety net. ENFPs can soar to new heights of creativity and innovation, knowing that their ISFJ teammate has their back.
Exactly. But just like in friendships, those same personality differences that can create challenges in romantic relationships, they can also pop up in the workplace, sometimes even more intensely.
So we're back to those potential friction points with ISTJs and ESTJs.
Yeah.
Tell me it ain't so.
I'm afraid so. But hey, forewarned is forearmed, right?
That's the spirit. So let's unpack those potential workplace woes. Starting with our practical by-the-book ISTJs. What are some of the common stumbling blocks that ENFPs might encounter when working with them?
Well, for starters, ISTJs thrive on routine and predictability. They like to have a clear plan and stick to it. ENFPs, on the other hand, are all about flexibility and spontaneity. They might change course mid-project, which can be frustrating for an ISTJ who values a more structured approach.
It's like one person is trying to build a house with a blueprint, while the other is happily rearranging the furniture in their mind before the foundation is even poured.
A very vivid analogy. And because ISTJs are so detail-oriented and thorough, they might also get bogged down in the weeds, while ENFPs are already off brainstorming the next big thing.
It's like they're operating on different timelines. One focused on the here and now, the other always looking ahead to the future possibilities.
Exactly. Now, ESTJs bring their own set of challenges to the table, but with a slightly different flavor. While they share that love of structure and efficiency with their ISTJ counterparts, ESTJs are much more direct in their communication style and their approach to leadership.
Which can be a recipe for disaster when you've got a sensitive ENFP in the mix.
Potentially. ESTJs believe in tough love and pushing people to be their best, which can sometimes come across as overly critical or harsh to an ENFP who thrives on positive reinforcement.
It's like one person is speaking the language of constructive criticism, while the other is fluent in the dialect of gentle encouragement.
Exactly. And because ESTJs are such natural leaders, they might also inadvertently steamroll an ENFP's ideas or contributions, especially if those ideas don't fit neatly into their predetermined plan.
It's like trying to fit a square peg into a round hole all over again.
Precisely. But just because these pairings present potential challenges doesn't mean they're doomed to fail. With a little self-awareness, open communication, and a willingness to compromise even the most seemingly incompatible work styles can find a way to coexist and maybe even thrive.
It's all about finding that sweet spot, that delicate balance between structure and freedom logic and creativity.
Absolutely. And speaking of finding balance, your ENFPs might encounter a unique set of challenges when it comes to working with...
Don't tell me it's our lovely, dependable ISFJs.
You got it, ISFJs.
But they're like the heart of an office, always there to lend a hand and brighten everyone's day.
They're incredibly kind, dedicated, and always willing to go the extra mile. But ISFJs thrive in environments that are stable, predictable, and organized, where they can put their amazing attention to detail to good use.
Which is pretty much the opposite of how an ENFP operates.
You could say that ENFPs, with their boundless energy and their love for brainstorming and experimentation, can sometimes feel a bit overwhelming for an ISFJ who prefers a more structured and methodical approach.
It's like those two different types of music,
Yeah.
you know? One's all free-flowing jazz, and the other's a perfectly rehearsed symphony. Both beautiful in their own way, but maybe not meant to be played together.
That's a great analogy. And this dynamic isn't just limited to coworkers either. It can also play out in business partnerships.
Okay, so let's shift gears and talk business, because ENFPs are known for their entrepreneurial spirit. They're the ones with those big visionary ideas.
Absolutely. They're full of passion and drive.
And speaking of dynamic duos, I'm going to guess that ENTPs are back on the list for ideal business partners.
You know it. When you put an ENFP and an ENTP together, you get this incredible synergy of innovation and creativity. They're not afraid to challenge the rules and come up with truly unique solutions.
They see those opportunities where everyone else just sees obstacles.
Exactly. But you need more than just big ideas to build a successful business. You need a solid plan.
And that's where our strategic mastermind INTJs come into play.
It's the perfect pairing. The ENFP brings the vision and the passion, while the INTJ maps out the strategy and makes sure everything is executed flawlessly.
It's like the ENFP is the artist painting the grand masterpiece, and the INTJ is the one building the gallery to showcase it to the world.
Now, that's a partnership for the books, but let's not forget about those social butterflies we talked about earlier.
You mean ENFJs?
The one and only ENFJs are incredible at building relationships, inspiring others, and creating a harmonious and supportive work environment.
They're like the glue that holds everything together.
Exactly. So when you pair that with an ENFP's contagious enthusiasm and creativity, you've got a recipe for success.
Okay, but we can't always pick our business partners right. So what about those pairings that might require a little extra finesse? Who's back on the proceed with caution list?
Well, as much as it pains me to say it, our detail-oriented ISTJs might need a little extra navigation in a business partnership with an ENFP.
That clash of styles makes a comeback.
It tends to do that. And our efficient and sometimes intense ESTJs might also present some challenges.
Those board meetings could be interesting.
To say the least. But remember, just because a pairing might require some extra effort doesn't mean it's impossible for them to work together successfully. It's all about open and honest communication, mutual respect, and a willingness to compromise.
Finding that middle ground is key.
Exactly. And I think that's a great takeaway from our deep dive into ENFP compatibility. It's not about labeling people or making assumptions based on 4 letters.
It's about understanding those underlying dynamics and using that knowledge to navigate our relationships with more empathy and self-awareness.
Absolutely. Because when we approach our interactions with curiosity and a willingness to learn from each other, that's where the real magic happens.
I love that. And you know what else I love? That we've explored all facets of ENFP compatibility, from their love lives to their work styles and everything in between.
It's been quite the journey. And, it just goes to show that ENFPs, with their unique blend of creativity, empathy, and zest for life, really do bring a special spark to every relationship they touch.
They remind us to embrace those differences, to never stop exploring, and to always look for the good in others. And honestly, I think that's something we could all use a little more of.
ISTJs. Those friends who always have a plan.
In a backup plan.
And probably a spreadsheet to keep it all organized.
ISTJ or two. It's a fascinating one for sure.
Let's jump right in.
Okay.
Let's break down the basics.
Sounds good.
What exactly does ISTJ stand for in the Myers-Briggs system?
Okay, so those 4 letters are like a personality blueprint.
Okay.
In the MBTI, ISTJ stands for introversion, sensing, thinking, and judging. Each letter represents a key preference in how a person experiences the world and makes decisions.
So it's not just about being an introvert or an extrovert.
Right.
There's way more nuance to it than that.
Definitely.
Let's take it one letter at a time.
Okay.
What does that I for introversion tell us about how ISTJs operate?
Introversion, in this context, is all about how ISTJs recharge.
Okay.
Unlike extroverts, who get energized by being around people, ISTJs actually find their energy drained after too much social interaction.
That makes sense.
They absolutely need their alone time to function at their best.
That makes total sense.
Yeah.
It's not that they dislike people.
Right.
They just have a different way of recharging those social batteries.
Like
after a big party, an extrovert might be ready to hit another one, but an ISTJ is probably craving some peace and quiet.
Exactly. And this preference influences everything from how they prefer to work to the kinds of social gatherings they enjoy. Don't expect them to be the life of the party, but they'll be the ones having those deep, meaningful conversations in the corner.
Okay, so moving on to S, which stands for sensing. How do ISTJs experience the world around them? What's their style?
ISTJs are incredibly grounded in the present moment.
Okay.
They're all about concrete facts, tangible details, what they can see, hear, touch, taste, and smell. They're practical and realistic, the kind of people who'd rather trust a map than someone's vague directions.
It's like their motto is show me the evidence.
Yes.
They'd probably fact check a motivational quote just to be sure.
You're spot on. They rely on their senses, proven methods, established systems. They're not really into experimenting just for the heck of it, and that leads perfectly into ease for thinking.
So how does this preference for logic and concrete facts play into how ISTJs make decisions?
ISTJs are ruled by logic. When they have a decision to make, they prioritize objective information and rational analysis over emotions or personal values.
So it's not that they don't have feelings.
Right.
It's just that logic wins out in a head-to-head.
Precisely. Think of it like this. If an ISTJ has to choose between what makes sense logically and what feels emotionally right, they'll often go with the logical option, even if it's a tough choice.
It's like choosing a delicious but unhealthy dessert versus a plate of boring but nutritious vegetables.
Exactly.
The ISTJ might really want that kick, but logic tells them to go for the veggies.
Interesting, right.
Interesting. Okay, last letter, J, for judging. Now, I have a feeling this one often gets misinterpreted.
You're absolutely right.
Okay.
In everyday language, judging has a negative connotation. But in the MBTI context, it simply means that ISTJs have a strong preference for structure, order, and planning. They like to have a plan, stick to it, and know what to expect. Spontaneity, not their jam.
So it's less about being judgmental and more about appreciating a well-organized schedule.
Yes.
Maybe even color-coding it.
Exactly. They thrive on routine and predictability, gives them the sense of control, and allows them to function at their best. This is where their incredible reliability comes in.
Okay, so
They're the friends who always keep their promises and are never late for a meeting.
the friends you can always count on no matter what.
Okay, so we've decoded the ISTJ acronym.
Yeah.
Introverted, sensing, thinking, judging. And we're starting to get a picture of how those traits might play out in real life.
And that, my friend, is where the real fun begins. You know, it's funny how those 4 letters, ISTJ, can really paint a picture of someone
Totally.
who values structure and order.
Yeah.
But as we dive deeper into those strengths and challenges, it's important to remember that no personality type is inherently good or bad.
Right, of course, yeah.
It's all about understanding those trade-offs.
Yeah.
What makes them awesome in one scenario
Okay.
might be a bit of a hurdle in another.
Totally. It's like anything else. Context is key. Reliability, organizational skills,
Yeah.
and loyalty as real core strengths.
Yeah.
And I think these are beautifully intertwined.
Okay, I'm all ears. Tell me more.
Imagine this. You're working on a group project with a tight deadline.
Okay.
And let's be honest, there's always that one person who drops the ball.
Always.
Not the ISTJ. They're the ones who quietly ensure everything runs smoothly behind the scenes.
Right.
They remember deadlines, they keep track of details,
Yeah.
and they deliver on their promises without fail. That's an ISTJ living their best life,
Wow.
utilizing those core strengths for the greater good.
Okay, I'm already feeling less stressed just thinking about it.
Right.
That totally tracks with their love of structure, which you highlighted in their profile.
Absolutely. And those organizational skills aren't just about color-coded calendars and alphabetized bookshelves.
Right.
It's about creating systems that work.
Okay.
Whether it's a meticulous vacation itinerary that would make a travel agent jealous,
Oh, wow.
or a budgeting spreadsheet that would make even the most frugal person proud. And this ties directly into their reliability.
They value doing what they say they'll do, which, let's be real, is a breath of fresh air in a world where flaky behavior is all too common.
Exactly. It's about integrity,
Yeah.
keeping their word, being someone others can depend on.
Right.
This makes them incredibly valuable as friends, partners, colleagues, you name it.
Absolutely.
And let's not forget loyalty.
Yes.
ISTJs are fiercely loyal to the people they care about.
So we've got a solid understanding of ISTJ strengths in action, but like we said, there's always another side to every coin. What about the challenges that ISTJs might face? You know, the flip side of those incredible strengths.
Well, their unwavering dedication to logic and structure,
Yeah.
while admirable,
Uh-huh.
can sometimes make it difficult for them to navigate situations that require flexibility or spontaneity. They're not always comfortable with last-minute changes or going with the flow.
Right.
Remember that spontaneous road trip we talked about
Yeah.
earlier?
Yeah.
Right, ISTJ might need a little more notice than that.
It's like trying to rewrite a perfectly organized spreadsheet on the fly while riding a roller coaster.
Oh,
Probably a recipe for motion sickness, both literally and figuratively.
such a vivid analogy.
Yeah.
And, you know, this potential clash between a love of structure and a need for flexibility
Right.
isn't just about travel plans.
Okay.
Imagine you're in a brainstorming session and you're throwing out wild, out there ideas, while the ISTJ in the room is craving a clear agenda and some concrete next steps.
Okay.
That, my friend, is an ISTJ encountering one of their potential weaknesses, a struggle with spontaneity and adapting to the unexpected.
So that brainstorming session might not exactly be a fountain of groundbreaking ideas,
Right.
but at least not without some understanding and compromise from both sides.
Precisely. It could lead to frustration all around. And this difficulty with flexibility can sometimes show up in their relationships too.
Okay.
They might have a hard time understanding or relating to people who are more free-spirited
Yeah.
or emotionally expressive, those who thrive on spontaneity and wear their hearts on their sleeves.
It's like they're speaking different languages. The language of logic and structure
Yeah.
versus the language of emotions and intuition.
Right.
And without some translation effort, those conversations can be tough.
Exactly. That's why self-awareness and a willingness to flex those less developed traits can be so crucial for ISTJs.
Yeah.
It's not about changing who they are,
Right.
but about building those bridges of understanding and connection with others.
Building those connections is key. And speaking of connections, that's where we're headed next, because you were so curious about it. Okay, so we've explored the inner workings of the ISTJ personality, their love of a perfectly executed plan, their incredible dependability, and yes, even their occasional struggles with spontaneity.
Right.
But let's talk about how this all plays out in the wild world of relationships.
Okay.
Because you know what they say, no personality type is an island.
Right. We all exist in relation to others.
For sure.
And that's where things get really interesting.
Okay, so who are these potentially compatible love interests for our ISTJ friends?
Well, according to the chart, ESTJs and ISFJs are often considered good matches for ISTJs.
Interesting. Okay, let's unpack those a bit. Starting with ESTJs. What is it about that pairing that seems to click?
Well, for starters, ESTJs share that ISTJ love of structure and logic. They're both decisive, organized, and value tradition. So there's a lot of common ground right from the start.
It's like they're speaking the same language. The language of clear plans, shared goals, and maybe even matching color-coded calendars.
Exactly. Now, ISFJs might seem a bit different at first glance since they lead with feeling rather than thinking, which is a core ISTJ trait.
Okay, I can see where you're going with this.
But despite that difference, both types are introverted, practical, and value stability. So while the ISTJ might approach decisions with logic at the forefront, the ISFJ brings a warmth and empathy that can balance out that sometimes overly analytical approach.
That's so important. Even the most logical person needs to feel understood and appreciated.
Absolutely. And then we have the ISTPs, or fellow introverted thinkers.
Right.
Like ISTJs, they value logic independence and solving problems effectively.
Practical problem solvers. I like it.
It's exactly. While ISTPs can be a bit more spontaneous than our plan-loving ISTJs, they also appreciate direct communication and practicality, which makes for a comfortable dynamic.
It's like they can both appreciate a well-organized toolbox, even if they use the tools a little differently.
I love that analogy.
Yeah.
Okay, so we've explored some potentially harmonious pairings for ISTJs.
Yeah.
But what about those relationships that might require a bit more effort, shall we say?
Ooh, the potential clashes. Now, this is where it gets really interesting. What did you find most intriguing in that needs work category?
Well, the pairing that really jumped out at me was ISTJ with the ENFP.
The ENFP. That's quite a personality cocktail. We're talking extroverted, intuitive feeling and perceiving essentially the opposite of our ISTJ friends in so many ways.
Right. It's like those two are on opposite ends of the personality spectrum.
I can already see the potential for misunderstandings.
Yeah. Right. Imagine an ISTJ's meticulously planned schedule colliding head-on with an ENFP's let's just see where the day takes us, or the ISTJ's need for logical explanations clashing with the ENFP's tendency to process things through a more emotional lens.
It's like trying to mix oil and water. They just don't naturally blend.
Exactly. But here's the important thing to remember. Even the most seemingly incompatible pairings can work with conscious effort, empathy, and a whole lot of communication.
Because at the end of the day, it's not about finding someone exactly like you. It's about appreciating those differences.
Yes.
And learning how to navigate them in a way that feels respectful and fulfilling for both partners. And that's where those general tips from the compatibility chart come into play.
Absolutely.
Because every relationship can benefit from a little TLC, right?
Sure.
What are some of those universal truths about making relationships work regardless of your personality type?
Well, communication is always at the top of the list.
Makes sense.
And this is especially crucial for ISTJs who might need to consciously express their needs and expectations rather than assuming their partner just gets it.
Right. No more relying on telepathy or hoping that their partner can magically decode their inner spreadsheet of needs.
Exactly. And the chart also emphasizes the importance of flexibility even for our structured and routine-loving ISTJs.
So it's not just about the ENFPs of the world learning to appreciate a good plan.
Right. It's about finding that sweet spot between sticking to a plan and being open to occasional spontaneity and going with the flow.
It's like adding a little wiggle room into that perfectly organized calendar just in case a last-minute adventure arises.
Exactly. And lastly, appreciation is key.
Okay. Tell me more about that.
It's about recognizing and valuing the unique strengths of each personality type, even if those strengths are different from our own.
So instead of saying you're doing it wrong,
Yeah.
it's more like you're doing it differently, and that's amazing.
Exactly. Which honestly is a good life lesson in general, wouldn't you say?
Couldn't agree more.
We're diving into the world of ISFJs today.
Oh, those are good ones.
They really are. They always seem to have your back.
Always.
Like they're the kind of people who remember your birthday,
Yes,
even when you forget it yourself.
that's true.
So
That's so true.
for those of us who might not be fluent in personality type lingo, what does ISFJ actually stand for?
Right. So ISFJ stands for introversion, sensing, feeling, judging.
Okay.
Each of those words kind of gives us a glimpse into how they approach the world. And that defender nickname, it comes from their unwavering loyalty and their deep-seated need to protect and care for the people they love.
So it's less about being a literal defender and more about that inner strength and dedication.
Yeah, precisely. Think of it as a quiet but powerful force.
Yeah.
They may not always be the loudest voice in the room, but their actions speak volumes.
Yeah,
You know,
right.
they show their love through unwavering support, practical help, and that incredible ability to make you feel seen and understood.
Okay, I'm already starting to see why people love ISFJs.
Yeah.
So let's break down some of these core traits. Our sources really emphasize their loyalty and their dependability. It's like they're the friends that everyone wishes they had. But what is it about ISFJs that make them such incredible friends?
Well, it goes back to that combination of sensing and feeling.
Okay.
They're incredibly attuned to the practical needs of others, and they genuinely care about meeting those needs. They're the ones who will drop everything to help you move.
Right.
Bake you a cake when you're feeling down, or just listen patiently as you vent about your day.
And it's not just about grand gestures.
Right.
Right? It's those small, everyday acts of kindness that really add up.
Absolutely. They pay attention to the details that others miss.
Yes.
Like your favorite color, that quirky thing you do when you're nervous, or the name of your childhood pet.
Oh, that's so true.
And they remember those details not because they're trying to impress you, but because they genuinely care.
It's like they have this superpower of making you feel special without even trying.
Yes.
So we've got loyalty, we've got empathy, and let's not forget their legendary organizational skills.
Oh my gosh.
Our source material practically gushed about their love of structure and order.
It's true.
It's almost like they thrive on routine and planning.
It's true. That love for structure is a big part of who they are. It stems from their preference for K. Judging, which in the MBTI world isn't about being judgmental in like a negative way.
Right.
It's more about how they approach decision making and how much they value order and predictability in their lives.
So it's like they find a sense of peace and security in knowing what to expect and having a plan in place.
Exactly. And that methodical approach extends to everything they do, from organizing their sock drawer to planning a vacation. While others might find it tedious, ISFJs find a sense of satisfaction in creating order out of chaos. They're the ones who actually enjoy color-coding their calendars and labeling everything in the pantry.
Okay, I have to admit, I'm a little jealous of that level of organization. I'm more of a throw things in a drawer and hope for the best kind of person. But we've talked a lot about the amazing qualities of ISFJs. Are there any challenges that come with these strengths? I mean, every coin has two sides, right?
That's a great point, and it's important to remember that no personality type is perfect. Even with all their wonderful qualities, ISFJs do face certain challenges, and often those challenges are directly related to their greatest strengths.
Intriguing. So their strengths can sometimes become their weaknesses. Tell me more.
We'll take their deep empathy, for instance. It's part of what makes them such incredible friends and partners, but it can also lead them to overcommit themselves or absorb the emotions of others too deeply. They might struggle to say no even when they're already stretched thin, leading to burnout or resentment.
And what about their need for structure and their love of routine?
Yeah.
I imagine that could be a double-edged sword, too.
Absolutely. While their love for predictability brings a sense of calm to their lives, it can also make it challenging for them to adapt to change. They might resist new ideas or unexpected disruptions to their carefully crafted plans. And in a world that's constantly changing, that inflexibility can sometimes lead to stress and frustration.
So it's about finding that delicate balance between honoring their need for structure while also learning to embrace the unexpected twists and turns of life. It makes a lot of sense.
Yeah.
But how do these strengths and challenges actually play out in their relationships? I mean, we've all heard that Understanding personality types can be helpful for navigating relationships.
Right.
What can you tell us about ISFJs and compatibility?
Well, you're right. Understanding personality types can offer some really valuable insights into relationships. And when it comes to ISFJs, the compatibility chart we have here reveals some interesting dynamics.
Yeah, so are we talking about those like perfect match scenarios?
Right. Are we talking about perfect match scenarios?
Yeah.
Or is it more nuanced than that?
It's definitely more nuanced.
Right.
Remember, no two individuals, even with the same personality types, are exactly alike.
Right.
But this chart can give us a starting point
Okay.
for understanding how different personality types might interact and complement each other, especially with an ISFJ.
Okay, that makes sense. So what does this chart say about ISFJs? Are there any personality types that jump out as particularly compatible?
Well, according to this chart, the top 3 most compatible types for ISFJs are ESFJs,
Okay.
ISFPs, and ISTJs.
And interestingly, each of these types share some core values with ISFJs, like a strong sense of loyalty and a preference for stability.
So starting with ESFJs, they're basically the extroverted counterparts of ISFJs.
Right.
Yeah. Both grounded, practical, and always there for the people they care about.
Yeah, they're both feelers, meaning they prioritize empathy and harmony in their relationships. However, the E in ESFJ stands for extroversion, which can lead to some interesting dynamics.
Okay.
ESFJs tend to be more outgoing and energized by social interaction, while ISFJs, being introverts, need their quiet time to recharge.
So it's that classic introvert-extrovert dynamic.
Yeah,
Like one might be ready to party all night while the other one is content with a quiet evening at home.
exactly.
But how does that play out in a relationship?
Well, it's all about finding a healthy balance. You know, an ESFJ might need to understand that their ISFJ partner might not always be up for every social gathering, while the ISFJ might need to make an effort to engage socially from time to time, even if it's a little bit outside of their comfort zone.
It's about compromise and understanding each other's needs.
Yeah,
So what about ISFPs? They always seem like such a free-spirited bunch.
they are. ISFPs are driven by their values and a strong sense of individuality.
Okay.
They're often drawn to creative pursuits like art, music, or nature, and they bring a sense of spontaneity and joy to their relationships.
Okay. That sounds like a pretty fun pairing.
It is.
But I'm guessing the ISFJ's love for structure and the ISFP's go-with-the-flow attitude might clash from time to time.
You're spot on. For example, when planning a vacation, an ISFJ might want to have every detail meticulously planned out, while an ISFP might prefer to be more spontaneous and go with the flow.
So how do they navigate those differences? It sounds like a recipe for disaster if they're not careful.
It all comes down to communication and a willingness to compromise.
Oh.
An ISFP might need to be mindful of their ISFJ partner's need for some level of planning and predictability,
Right.
while an ISFJ might benefit from embracing a little spontaneity now and then.
Flexibility is key. All right, now on to ISTJs.
ISTJs are all about logic, tradition, and following the rules. They share the ISFJ's love for structure and stability, which can make for a very grounded and harmonious partnership.
But I'm curious, can a relationship that's all about logic and practicality ever be truly fulfilling? I mean, where's the passion, the emotional depth?
That's a common misconception about ISTJs.
Okay.
While they might not wear their hearts on their sleeves, they do experience emotions deeply. They just express those emotions differently, often through acts of service, thoughtful gestures, or unwavering loyalty.
So it's not that they lack emotion, it's just that their love language might be a bit more practical and less about grand romantic gestures.
Exactly. And that's where things can get tricky.
Okay.
For ISFJs, who often express their love through warmth, affection, and verbal affirmation.
So it's a classic case of mismatched love languages.
Yes.
But understanding those differences can go a long way in bridging that gap, right?
Absolutely. It's about recognizing that your partner's way of expressing love might be different from yours, and that's okay.
Right.
The key is to communicate your needs and learn to appreciate those differences.
That's some solid relationship advice right
Yeah.
there. Now, I have to ask about something that really piqued my interest in the chart, those unexpected matches. You know, they just work.
Ah, yes, the unexpected pairings, they always add an element of surprise and challenge the notion of a perfect match.
Exactly. And I think our listeners are going to be quite surprised by one pairing in particular, the ISFJ and the INTJ.
Okay.
It seems counterintuitive, right?
Yeah.
The warm and empathetic ISFJ
Yeah.
paired with the analytical, sometimes reserved INTJ. What are your thoughts on this unique combination?
Well, it's true on the surface, they seem like polar opposites.
Right. ISFJs lead with their hearts, while INTJs are known for their logic and strategic thinking.
It's like one thrives on emotional connection while the other is perfectly content in their own head analyzing the world around them.
Exactly. But that's precisely what makes this pairing so intriguing.
Right.
So on one hand, you've got the ISFJ drawn to warmth, emotional connection, maybe baking cookies for their loved ones. And on the other, the INTJ lost in thought, strategizing their next chess move, maybe forgetting that the cookies are even in the oven. How does that possibly work?
Well, you've hit on a key point. It's about appreciating those differences rather than seeing them as insurmountable obstacles.
Yeah.
You see, beneath that seemingly detached exterior, INTJs crave authenticity and depth in their relationships. They value the ISFJ's warmth, their genuineness, and their ability to create a sense of peace and stability that the INTJ might not even realize they need.
Okay, so maybe opposites really do attract. But how do they bridge that communication gap?
Right.
The ISFJ expressing themselves through these heartfelt conversations and the INTJ communicating through logic and carefully chosen words. It seems like a recipe for misunderstandings.
You're right. Communication can be a stumbling block if they're not careful.
Right.
The INTJ's bluntness, even when unintentional, could easily hurt the sensitive ISFJ.
Right.
And the ISFJ's tendency to avoid conflict might prevent them from addressing issues directly.
Okay.
The key here is patience and understanding. The INTJ might need to work on softening their delivery, being mindful of the ISFJ's feelings. And the ISFJ might need to find their voice to express their needs assertively without fear of conflict.
It's about meeting each other halfway, finding that common ground where logic and emotion can coexist.
Yeah.
So fascinating. It really goes to show you that compatibility isn't about finding a carbon copy of yourself, but about appreciating the unique strengths that each person brings to the table.
Exactly. It's about embracing those differences and recognizing that they can actually enrich the relationship. Now, speaking of unique strengths, I think it's time we shifted gears and explored how ISFJs navigate the world of work. After all, understanding your personality type can be incredibly valuable when it comes to finding a fulfilling career path.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
So what kind of careers do ISFJs gravitate towards? Our sources seem to suggest that they naturally excel in roles where they can help others, like nursing or social work.
That's right. And it makes perfect sense when you think about their core values.
Yeah.
ISFJs thrive in environments where they can make a tangible difference in the lives of others.
Right.
They're drawn to professions where they can nurture, support, and provide practical care.
It's like their work becomes an extension of their inherent desire to protect and care for others.
Yeah.
So, for example, an ISFJ nurse wouldn't just be going through the motions of the job. They would genuinely care about their patients' well-being, going the extra mile to provide comfort and support.
Exactly. Their empathy and attention to detail would shine through in those roles. But it's not just about direct caregiving. Think about an ISFJ teacher, patiently guiding their students, creating a structured and nurturing learning environment where every child feels seen and valued.
It's about creating a sense of stability and security, whether it's in a hospital room or a classroom. It seems like ISFJs have this knack for making people feel safe and supported. But what about their career paths that might not seem like such an obvious fit? Are they doomed to a lifetime of caregiving?
Not at all. Remember their love of structure and organization. Those skills are highly valued in many fields, from administrative roles to accounting to library science.
So it's not just about what they do, but how they do it. An ISFJ accountant, for example, wouldn't just be crunching numbers in a cubicle. They'd be bringing that same level of care and precision to their work, ensuring that every detail is accounted for, every file meticulously organized.
Precisely. They find satisfaction in creating order out of chaos, regardless of the setting, and their dedication and reliability make them invaluable assets to any team.
It's like they're the silent heroes of the workplace, the ones working tirelessly behind the scenes to make sure everything runs smoothly. But I'm curious, with their aversion to conflict, how do ISFJs handle those inevitable workplace disagreements or those situations where they need to advocate for themselves?
That's a great question, and it's true that navigating office politics and conflict can be challenging for ISFJs.
Right.
They'd much rather maintain harmony than rock the boat. However, that doesn't mean they're powerless. It's about finding their own style of communication, one that feels authentic to them, while still allowing them to effectively voice their opinions and needs.
So instead of forcing themselves to be confrontational, which might feel inauthentic, they can leverage their natural strengths, their diplomacy, their ability to listen and empathize to navigate those challenging situations.
Exactly. They can focus on finding common ground, building consensus, and presenting their ideas in a way that emphasizes collaboration and mutual benefit. They might not be the loudest voice in the room, but their thoughtful insights and genuine desire for harmony can be incredibly persuasive.
It's about working smarter, not necessarily louder.
Yeah.
So for all the ISFJs out there, don't underestimate the power of your quiet strength, even in a fast-paced work environment. You have so much to offer.
Absolutely. And for those of you who work with ISFJs, remember to value their contributions, their dedication, and their unwavering support. They might not always seek the spotlight, but they are the heart and soul of many teams and organizations.
Beautifully said. And on that note, we've reached the end of our deep dive into the world of ISFJs. We've explored their strengths, their challenges, their compatibility with others, and even how they navigate the workplace. But remember, this is just a starting point. The beauty of the MBTI is that it sparks self-discovery.
Yes.
And opens up these new ways of understanding ourselves and those around us.
It's so true.
So whether you're an ISFJ yourself or you have ISFJs in your life, we hope this deep dive has given you some new insights and a deeper appreciation for this personality type. The quiet defenders, the loyal friends, the heart-centered individuals who make the world a brighter place.
The ESTJ personality type.
Yeah.
You know, we're going beyond those maybe kind of sort of basic stereotypes of rigid rule followers, right?
Right.
To really trying to uncover what makes these executive personalities tick.
You know, it's interesting how often we tend to label people just based on those 4 letters.
Yeah.
But it's really much more complex than that. It's like a complex algorithm.
Exactly.
There's a lot more going on under the surface.
Absolutely. So let's break it down.
Okay.
ESTJ.
Right.
Extroversion,
Yeah.
sensing, thinking, judging.
Yeah.
What are we really talking about here?
Yeah, so think of those as their default operating system.
Okay.
Like the code that really guides all their interactions.
Yeah.
So extroversion means they're energized by the outside world. Think of like social butterflies. They thrive in groups.
Okay.
Sensing grounds them in the present. So they prioritize facts and tangible details.
Ah, the show me the data type.
Yes, exactly.
Yeah.
Over abstract theories.
Okay. But, I mean, doesn't everyone value facts to some extent?
Well, sure, to an extent, but for ESTJs, it's more than just wanting the evidence. It's like a fundamental part of how they process the entire world.
Okay.
It influences everything.
Wow.
So they trust what they can see, hear, and touch.
Okay.
And that influences everything from how they solve problems to their communication style.
Interesting. So they're very grounded in reality then. What about the thinking preference?
Yeah.
Does that mean they just lack emotions?
Not at all. But they do prioritize logic and objective analysis when they're making their decisions. Fairness is huge for ESTJs.
Okay.
They believe in applying rules consistently. Even if it means making a tough call that might not win them any popularity contests.
Right. So no playing favorites, even for loved ones.
Exactly.
Interesting. Okay, last but not least, we have judging.
Yes.
And I'll admit, it doesn't sound like the most appealing trait, maybe at first glance.
I know, right?
Yeah.
Sounds a little harsh. But in this context, it just means that they value structure and order.
Okay.
Think color-coded calendars, meticulously organized bookshelves.
They love a good label maker.
Yes, exactly. That's their happy place.
Yeah.
They really thrive on planning, list-making, sticking to schedules.
Ultimate planners. So these 4 preferences, extroversion, sensing, thinking, judging, they're like the building blocks of the ESTJ personality.
Precisely. But just like any set of building blocks, you can create a whole range of structures with them, right?
Right. Yeah.
So it's the combination of these preferences and then shaped by their individual experiences and environments that makes each ESTJ unique.
That is a good point. Because we often fall into this trap of thinking personality types are just fixed and predictable,
Right.
but there's always more to the story.
Exactly.
So with that in mind, what are some of the hallmarks of an ESTJ? What really sets them apart?
Well, one of the first things you'll notice about ESTJs is their natural leadership ability.
Okay.
And I don't just mean that they like, bossing people around.
Yeah.
Although that can definitely be part of it.
No sugarcoating here.
Of course not.
Yeah.
But seriously, ESTJs are drawn to those leadership roles
Yeah.
because they genuinely excel at them. They're decisive, they're organized, and they just have a knack for rallying people around a common goal. They're not afraid to kind of take charge when it's needed. And that sense of fairness that I mentioned often inspires trust in those that they lead.
So they're not just leaders for the sake of it. They actually get things done.
Exactly.
They're the ones you want on your team when you need to see some tangible results.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
And their reliability is another defining trait.
Right.
When an ESTJ makes you a promise or commits to something, they follow through, no excuses.
Wow.
And that steadfastness makes them incredibly valuable. As friends, as partners, as colleagues, you always know where you stand with them.
It's like having a rock in a storm, that steady presence you can always count on.
Yes, exactly.
I can see why those traits would be highly sought after in pretty much any area of life.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
And let's not forget their practicality. Remember those sensing preferences we talked about?
Yes.
ESTJs are all about the here and now, dealing with tangible issues and finding workable solutions. They're not likely to get bogged down in abstract theories or like hypothetical.
They see a problem, they fix it.
Exactly.
No drama, no fuss.
Exactly. They thrive on efficiency, and they have an incredibly strong work ethic. They're not afraid to put in the hours to achieve their goals, and they often inspire others to do the same.
It's like their energy is contagious.
It can be, and their communication style reflects that direct, no-nonsense approach.
Okay.
ESTJs value clarity, and they expect the same from others. They're not afraid to speak their minds, even if it means being blunt or challenging the status quo.
So no beating around the bush with these guys.
Not a chance. They're honest to a fault, and they always make sure that their message is clear.
Okay.
And finally, you can't talk about ESTJs without mentioning their goal-oriented nature. They set their sights on something and they go after it with this unwavering determination.
They sound unstoppable. But let's be honest, nobody's perfect, right? Every strength has its shadow side.
Right.
What are some of the challenges that ESTJs might face because of their personality type?
Yeah.
Where might those strengths become potential pitfalls?
Well, you hit the nail on the head with shadow side. It's not that these traits are inherently negative, but like any strength, if it's overused, it can create blind spots. Take that love of structure and order, for example. In ESTJs, this can manifest as a resistance to change or difficulty adapting to new situations.
So they might miss out on exciting opportunities because they're so set in their ways.
It's a real risk. That desire for things to be just so can make them inflexible.
Okay.
Especially, in the face of unexpected challenges or when other people don't conform to their methods.
And what about their direct communication style? That's not always a smooth road, is it?
You're right. While their honesty is admirable, ESTJs can sometimes come across as blunt or overly critical, particularly to those who are more sensitive or prefer a gentler approach.
Yeah, it's like they forget that not everyone appreciates the straight-talking approach.
Precisely. And that lack of awareness regarding emotional nuances can extend beyond their communication.
Okay.
ESTJs are very much in their heads, focusing on logic and reason. Expressing their own emotions or understanding the feelings of others isn't always their strong suit.
So they might struggle to relate to someone who's deeply emotional or expressive.
It can definitely be a challenge. They might misinterpret emotional expression as weakness or irrational behavior, which can obviously cause friction in relationships.
Okay. So we've got potential challenges with flexibility, expressing emotions, navigating sensitivities.
Right.
What else? What are some other quirks we should know about?
Well, that ESTJ efficiency drive can backfire. Their need for things to run smoothly can lead to impatience, especially when they're dealing with people or processes that they perceive as slow or inefficient or illogical.
So working with someone who's a bit more laid back, maybe someone who thrives on brainstorming and exploration, that could lead to some tension.
Absolutely. The ESTJ might feel like things are moving at a snail's pace, and that frustration can lead to them taking over or becoming overly critical, which of course breeds conflict.
Patience is definitely a virtue for ESTJs to cultivate then.
For sure. And because they so naturally gravitate towards those leadership roles, it's important for them to be aware of their tendency to become authoritarian.
So it's that fine line between being a strong, decisive leader and becoming a bit of a control freak.
Exactly. Their desire to have things done a certain way, which often stems from a good place, right? Wanting things to be efficient can be perceived as controlling if they're not careful.
It's all about finding that balance.
Yes.
Right, leveraging their natural strengths while being mindful of those potential pitfalls. But that begs the question, how do ESTJs navigate the often messy world of relationships? Do those same strengths and challenges play out in how they connect with others?
Now that, my friend, is the million-dollar question.
Right.
And luckily for you, We've got some fascinating insights from our sources on how ESTJs navigate the realms of love, friendship, and beyond.
I'm excited for this next part because, let's be honest, who isn't curious about the love lives of ESTJs?
Right, we've explored their strengths, their potential pitfalls.
Right.
But how does that translate to matters of the heart?
Right. I mean, do those same traits that make them like successful leaders and reliable friends also lead to fulfilling romantic relationships?
Remember, it's about finding a partner who not only complements their strengths, but also provides a counterbalance to their potential weaknesses. It's about synergy.
Okay.
About two individuals coming together to create something more dynamic and harmonious than either one could achieve alone.
Okay, so less about like fixing each other
Right.
and more about appreciating the unique strength each person brings to the table.
Exactly. And when we look at the personality types that tend to gravitate towards ESTJs,
Yeah.
it's really fascinating to see how these dynamics play out. According to our sources, ESTJs often find themselves drawn to other judging types,
Okay.
particularly ISTJs and ISFJs.
So those who share that love of structure and organization,
Precisely.
birds of a feather and all that.
ISTJs, with their shared appreciation for tradition, stability, well-defined rules, often make excellent partners for ESTJs
Okay.
because they understand that need for order, that meticulous approach to life, and they appreciate that unwavering reliability that ESTJs bring to the table.
It's like they speak the same language, both literally and metaphorically.
Yes.
But what about ISFJs? How do they fit into the equation?
ISFJs. They bring a different but equally valuable energy
Okay.
to the relationship.
Okay.
While they share that judging preference for structure and planning, they lead with their feeling function, which brings a nurturing and supportive element to the partnership.
So they provide that warmth and emotional depth that ESTJs, with their focus on logic and efficiency, maybe might not naturally express.
Exactly. They balance each other out beautifully.
Yeah.
The ESTJ provides stability and a sense of security, while the ISFJ brings warmth, compassion, and a listening ear when the going gets tough.
Okay, so ISTJs and ISFJs seem like strong contenders for a harmonious ESTJ love connection.
Yes.
What about other types? I mean, are those the only possibilities for a successful relationship?
Of course not. Human connection is far too complex
Right.
to be reduced to just a few personality combinations.
It's of course. Yeah.
However, there are other pairings that, according to our sources, often lead to that satisfying click. ESFJs, with their warm, outgoing nature and genuine love for connecting with others, can be a delightful match for ESTJs.
Really? I would have thought the ESFJ's spontaneity might clash with the ESTJ's need for structure.
It certainly can if they're not mindful.
Right.
But that potential clash is also what makes the pairing so fascinating. The ESFJ encourages the ESTJ to loosen up a little, to embrace the joy of spontaneity,
Yeah.
while ESTJ provides a grounding presence that helps the ESFJ channel their boundless energy into meaningful pursuits.
So it's about finding that sweet spot where their differences, instead of creating conflict, actually enhance the relationship.
Precisely. It's about recognizing that no one personality type has it all figured out.
Right.
We all have our strengths, our areas where we shine, and areas where we could use a little support.
That's a good reminder for any relationship, regardless of personality type.
Right.
It's not about finding a perfect match.
Right.
It's about appreciating the unique strengths each person brings to the table
Yes,
and being willing to learn and grow together.
absolutely.
Speaking of learning and growing, how do ESTJs approach friendships?
Well, just like in romantic relationships, ESTJs value loyalty, honesty, and dependability in their friends. They're not interested in superficial connections or fleeting friendships.
Okay.
They're in it for the long haul.
No fair weather friends for these loyal souls.
Exactly. They're drawn to people who share their strong moral compass, those who are true to their word and unwavering in their support. And when we look at the types that often gravitate towards ESTJs in friendship, we see some familiar faces. ESFJs, once again, top the list.
Of course.
Their shared love for social events, their ability to create a warm and welcoming atmosphere, and their genuine interest in others makes them a natural fit for ESTJs, who, despite their sometimes serious demeanor, genuinely enjoy connecting with others.
It's like the ESFJ brings the party to the ESTJ's perfectly organized world.
Exactly. And then we have the ENTJs.
Okay.
This pairing might seem a bit more unexpected,
Yeah.
but when you delve into their cognitive functions, It makes perfect sense.
Cognitive functions. Okay, you've piqued my interest.
Okay.
Break it down for me.
Well, both ESTJs and ENTJs share the same top two cognitive functions, extroverted thinking and introverted sensing,
Okay.
but in reverse order.
What does that mean exactly? How does that play out in real life?
It means that while both types are logical, decisive, driven to achieve their goals, they approach those goals from slightly different angles.
Okay.
ESTJs, with their dominant sensing function, are masters of efficiency and organization. They excel at creating systems and structures that optimize productivity.
So they're the ones who can walk into a chaotic situation and immediately start, implementing order.
Precisely. Now, ENTJs, with their dominant thinking function, they're big-picture thinkers, always strategizing, innovating, and pushing boundaries. They're the visionaries who inspire those around them with their bold ideas.
So you've got the master of execution, the ESTJ,
Yes.
and the grand strategist, the ENTJ.
Yes. And when those two forces combine, magic happens.
That makes so much sense. They challenge and inspire each other.
Yes.
Pushing each other to achieve even greater things.
Exactly.
It's like a power couple of friendship.
Right.
Okay, I'm sold on the ENTJ.
Good.
Who else makes the cut for the ESTJ's inner circle?
Well, this last one might surprise you even more.
Okay.
The adventurous and spontaneous ESTP.
Wait, really? The ESTP, the ultimate, live-in-the-moment type,
Yes.
forms a strong bond with the structured and planned ESTJ.
Yes.
How does that work?
It's a classic case of opposites attracting,
Okay.
but in a way that genuinely benefits both individuals.
Okay.
ESTPs, with their love for action, excitement, and their ability to think on their feet. Introduce an element of spontaneity and adventure into the ESTJ's life.
So they help them break free from that rigid routine and embrace a little chaos.
And the ESTJ, in turn, provides a grounding presence for the often impulsive ESTP.
Okay.
They help them channel their boundless energy into more focused pursuits and offer a sense of stability that the ESTP, despite their independent nature, secretly craves.
Wow. I never would have guessed that pairing, but it makes so much sense when you explain it.
Yeah.
It's like they balance each other out beautifully, each providing something that the other lacks.
Precisely. And that, my friend, is the beauty of human connection. It's in those seemingly opposite energies that we often find the greatest opportunities for growth and fulfillment.
I love that. So we've covered love and friendship.
Yes.
What about those structured environments where ESTJs often thrive?
Right.
How do these personality dynamics play out in the workplace?
Well, as you might imagine, ESTJs often excel in roles that require leadership, organization, and a strong work ethic.
Right. Makes sense.
They're drawn to positions where they can implement systems, create order, and see tangible results.
What about their interactions with colleagues? Do those same personality pairings that work well in love and friendship translate to the professional realm?
Absolutely. In fact, some of the most successful work collaborations happen when ESTJs team up with individuals who complement their strengths and provide a counterbalance to their potential weaknesses.
Okay, so who are these, ideal work companions for ESTJs? Spill the tea.
Well, you might not be surprised to hear that ENTJs, once again,
The power couple strikes again.
they do. And it's no wonder why.
Yeah.
Their shared ambition, their logical approach to problem solving, and their unwavering drive to succeed make them a force to be reckoned with in the professional world.
It's like they can conquer any industry with their combined powers.
Right. And the beauty of their partnership lies in their ability to recognize and appreciate each other's strengths. ENTJs, with their visionary thinking,
Yeah.
often come up with these grand ideas, while ESTJs, with their exceptional organizational skills and focus on execution, excel at turning those ideas into concrete plans and seeing them through to completion.
It's like the saying, vision without execution is just hallucination.
Exactly. They complement each other perfectly.
Okay, what other personality types thrive alongside ESTJs in the workplace?
ISTJs, with their meticulous attention to detail, their unwavering reliability, and their respect for established procedures, often make excellent colleagues for ESTJs.
So they're the ones who make sure every I is dotted and every T is crossed, ensuring that no detail is overlooked.
Precisely. They thrive in structured environments and take pride in their ability to follow through on their commitments, making them incredibly valuable assets to any team,
Yeah.
especially one led by an ESTJ who values efficiency and results.
It's like having a built-in quality control system.
Exactly. And then, of course, we can't forget about the ISFJs.
Right.
Remember how we talked about their supportive and nurturing presence in relationships?
Yeah.
Those same qualities make them invaluable in the workplace, especially when working alongside ESTJs.
So they bring that human touch to the often rigid world of business.
Exactly. They're the ones who foster a sense of camaraderie and teamwork, ensuring that everyone feels heard and appreciated.
Okay.
They excel at creating a harmonious and supportive work environment, which can be incredibly valuable for ESTJs, despite their good intentions, can sometimes come across as a bit intense.
So they help soften the edges a bit.
Precisely. They remind ESTJs to slow down,
Yeah.
to consider the emotional well-being of their team, and to create a work environment that fosters not just productivity, but also genuine connection and collaboration.
It's amazing how these seemingly subtle personality differences can have such a profound impact on our interactions, whether in love, friendship, or the workplace.
Absolutely.
But we've thrown a lot of personality pairings at our listeners today.
Yep.
Before we move on, let's take a step back and explore a concept that's often debated in the world of personality types: nature versus nurture.
Ah, the age-old question. Are we born with certain personality traits pre-programmed, or are we shaped by our environment and experience? A fascinating topic, and one that's particularly relevant to our discussion of ESTJs.
And speaking of plays a role, that's exactly what I kind of want to unpack in this final part of our deep dive. Because let's be honest, all this knowledge is great, but what's the takeaway for our listeners? How can understanding ESTJs, or even recognizing those traits in themselves, actually be useful in everyday life?
Oh, the million-dollar question. Well, I think it boils down to this: knowledge is power, but only when we put it into action.
Right.
Yeah. Knowing the why behind someone's behavior can completely change how we interact with them.
It's like you said earlier, it's like having that secret decoder ring.
Right.
Especially when you're dealing with an ESTJ in your life.
Right.
Whether it's your boss, a colleague, a family member, even that friend who always insists on planning the entire trip itinerary down to the minute.
Right. Because those seemingly rigid behaviors, they often stem from a place of just wanting things to run smoothly.
Right.
Wanting to achieve that goal efficiently and fairly.
Right.
Once we understand that underlying motivation, their actions make a lot more sense.
And instead of getting frustrated or taking it personally, we can adjust our own approach.
Exactly.
So, for example, if you're working with an ESTJ, instead of springing last-minute changes on them, you might say, hey, I know you value a good plan. Can we schedule some time to discuss a new strategy I'm exploring?
Exactly. You're speaking their language. You're respecting their need for that structure while still making space for, new ideas or flexibility.
Yeah.
That's key. Because ESTJs, despite their reputation for rigidity, are often open to new approaches if they're presented in a way that aligns with their values.
It's about finding that common ground.
Yes.
That understanding that just because someone operates differently doesn't mean they're wrong or difficult.
Exactly.
Yeah.
And this works both ways. If you're an ESTJ listening to this and thinking, yep, that's me, take a moment to reflect on how your natural tendencies might be perceived by other people.
Because that self-awareness is gold.
It is.
Recognizing those potential blind spots, like that tendency towards bluntness or that need for control, can be a game changer in your relationship.
Absolutely. It's not about changing who you are. It's about adding tools to your toolbox.
Right, yeah.
That awareness allows you to say, okay, I know my directness sometimes rubs people the wrong way. How can I communicate this in a way that's both honest and considerate?
It's about flexibility. It's about recognizing that different situations, different people might require you to adjust your approach ever so slightly to build those, stronger, more fulfilling connections.
Couldn't have said it better myself. Because at the end of the day, understanding these personality dynamics isn't about labeling people or putting them in boxes.
Right.
It's about building bridges, fostering empathy, and appreciating the unique strengths that each person brings to the table.
And speaking of unique strengths, that brings us back nicely to that nature versus nurture concept we touched upon earlier.
Right.
We explored how even within a specific personality type, like ESTJ, there's a whole spectrum of experiences that shape who they become.
Right. And that's just crucial to remember because it reminds us that personality isn't destiny.
Yeah.
It's not this life sentence. We have the power to choose how those predispositions manifest in our lives.
It's like having a set of raw ingredients.
Okay.
Flour, sugar, eggs. You can make a cake, you can make cookies, you can even make a savory souffle.
Right.
It's all in how you combine those ingredients, how you adjust to different ovens, different climates.
I love that analogy. And it speaks to the incredible potential for growth and evolution that exists within each of us.
Yeah.
Just because you have a natural inclination towards, say, structure and planning.
You might embrace that structured side while also cultivating your creative side.
Right.
Maybe you're the ESTJ who surprises everyone by taking up improv comedy,
Yeah.
or becoming a master chef experimenting with bold flavor combinations.
Exactly.
Yeah.
And on the flip side, if you're someone who naturally gravitates towards feelings and intuition, that doesn't mean you're destined to be, like, swept away by every emotional tide.
Right. You can learn to tap into your logical mind, to make those tough decisions when needed, to find a balance between heart and head.
Precisely. Because true growth, true fulfillment,
Yeah.
often lies outside those comfortable boxes that we create for ourselves. It's in those moments of stretching, of challenging our own assumptions, that we discover the incredible range of our own potential.
So if there's one thing we want our listeners to take away from this deep dive, it's this. Embrace the complexity.
Yes.
Whether you're an ESTJ, you love an ESTJ, or you're still trying to figure out where you fit in this whole personality landscape, remember that we're all works in progress. We're all capable of evolving and surprising ourselves.
Beautifully said. Ever wonder why some people are just so good at connecting?
Yeah.
Like, they just get it. Today, we're going to try to get it too. We're diving into the ESFJ personality type,
The ESFJs.
often called the console, or
Yeah.
the caregiver. We're going to break down what makes them pick, their strengths, weaknesses, how they navigate love, friendship, work, the whole shebang.
I love this one. It's a personality type, honestly, that I think is often misunderstood.
Really?
Yeah, people see that warmth, that friendliness,
Right.
but they don't realize there's so much more going on beneath the surface. To really get them, to really understand them, we need to remember ESFJs fall into these categories. Extroverted sensing, feeling, and judging.
Okay, so hold on. Even I need a refresher sometimes. So we're talking about people who are outgoing,
Yes.
practical, empathetic, and, like, super organized. Does that sum it up? Am I close?
Yeah, you absolutely nailed it. And it's this really unique combination that makes them such incredible friends, partners, colleagues. Just imagine, like, someone who's not just, aware of your feelings, but, like, truly in tune with them.
Yeah.
That's the power of the ESFJ's empathy. They don't just hear you, they feel you.
Whoa. It's like they have, I don't know, this sixth sense for knowing what other people need. And it's not just, like, emotional intelligence. Our research was really clear about this. They're incredibly organized and dependable, too. Like, if I were to pick two words, it would be reliable and efficient. Like, they're the ones you want in your corner when you need something done, and you need it done right.
Absolutely, yeah. But, and this is where it gets interesting, right? Those amazing strengths, they can also be potential pitfalls.
Oh, how so?
Well, take their dependability. ESFJs are fiercely loyal. They go above and beyond for the people they care about. Amazing quality, right? But it can lead to them feeling overwhelmed, taking on too much.
Oh, yeah, totally.
Yeah.
It's like they just have trouble saying no, even when they're already stretched thin.
Exactly, exactly. And because their empathy runs so deep, right, they can be really sensitive to criticism.
Oh, that makes sense.
It's not that they can't handle feedback, it's just they feel it very intensely.
Oh, wow. Yeah, I can see that.
Mm-hmm.
And speaking of feeling things intensely, I'm guessing that desire to avoid conflict also ties back to that empathy.
100%.
If you're hardwired to feel everyone else's, negative emotions that strongly, no wonder you'd want to keep things peaceful.
Right. The challenge, though, is that constantly avoiding conflict, it can lead to, like, pent-up frustrations, which, not healthy.
No, not healthy at all.
In the long run. And you know what this actually connects to? Another big one for ESFJs? The people-pleasing.
Okay, yeah. This one I get. My best friend, she's an ESFJ. And I've definitely noticed, how do I put this delicately? Sometimes she puts other people's needs before her own, like way before.
It's so common. It's so common with ESFJs.
Really?
It's that classic thing. On one hand, it's amazing to have someone in your life who genuinely wants to make you happy, but taken to an extreme, this constant need to please can lead to, them neglecting their own needs.
Right, which ultimately isn't good for anyone.
Exactly. It's never a recipe for long-term happiness.
Never. Okay, so we've talked about how they are with, like, friends and as people. But let's get to the juicy stuff, because I know everyone's waiting for it. relationship compatibility. And our research, we actually found this super, super detailed chart.
Oh, yeah.
And let me tell you, there are some surprises in here, particularly when it comes to romance. Buckle up, folks.
I'm ready. I'm ready.
Okay, so when we think of ESFJs, they'd gravitate toward other extroverted feeling types. One of the most compatible matches on this chart, ISFP. Like, whoa, what?
ISFP, that's so interesting.
Yeah. For those who need a little reminder, that's introverted, sensing, feeling, perceiving. Just talk about opposites attract, right? What is it about this pairing that just works?
It's fascinating. It's like their strengths balance each other out, you know?
Okay.
The ESFJ brings that warmth, that stability, like a natural ability to navigate the social world.
Right.
Which, can be really grounding for the more introverted and free-spirited ISFP.
Yeah, I see it.
Right.
So it's almost like the ESFJ provides that sense of security.
Yes.
And then the ISFP, maybe they're bringing like a different perspective to the table.
Totally.
A little more creativity, a little maybe like an adventurous side.
Exactly. They each offer something the other might be missing.
I love it.
Which can create a really dynamic and really fulfilling partnership. But of course, we've got to throw in the disclaimer here. No two individuals are the same. So that's a good one. That's a good match, or at least, an interesting one, a compatible one.
Mm-hmm.
But on the flip side, the chart also highlighted a potentially more, challenging match for our dear ESFJs. And this one, it's kind of funny. The INTJ.
Oh, INTJ.
I know, right?
Okay, tell me more.
And this one might seem surprising at first, but INTJs, they're often described as the masterminds of the MBTI world.
Yeah.
They're analytical, they're strategic thinkers.
Right, they love logic.
Oh, they thrive on logic and independence.
Yes.
Which, not exactly speaking the same love language as our very feeling-oriented, connection-seeking ESFJ. They might clash a little bit in that department.
So how does that play out?
It's really interesting. So both types are incredibly intelligent, incredibly capable, right?
Right.
But their approaches to life, to relationships, even to just expressing affection can be so different.
Yeah.
That said, this isn't me saying an ESFJ INTJ relationship is doomed.
Right.
It just means you have to understand and appreciate those differences.
Communication is key. Always, right?
Always, yes.
You got to meet each other halfway, find that common ground.
Right, exactly.
Even when you're starting from such different places.
Yeah.
Okay. Now, I want to shift gears a little bit because it's not all about romance, right? We got our friends, too, our buddies. So in the world of friendship, who are our ESFJs gravitating towards?
Okay, so according to all this research we did, one of the most natural, easy pairings for ESFJs in friendship is ENFP.
ENFP. Okay, break that down for me.
So they're those bubbly, enthusiastic types. They love exploring new ideas. They love connecting with people.
Okay, I already love them.
Right.
They sound fun.
They're great. And those two together, ESFJ, ENFP, magic.
Oh, is that right?
Mm-hmm. They bring out the best in each other. The ENFP is drawn to that warmth and genuineness of the ESFJ.
Yeah.
And the ESFJ, well, they're energized by the ENFT's, infectious zest for life.
I love that. Zest for life.
It's a recipe for a lively and very supportive friendship.
What about, I don't know why I love this so much, but are there any friendship pairings that were surprisingly compatible? You wouldn't think of them right away, but then when you hear it, you're like, oh, yeah, that actually tracks.
Okay, well, one that jumps out to me is INFJ.
INFJ. Okay.
Yeah, they're known for being very deep, empathetic, insightful, which can really resonate with that caring, nurturing side of ESFJs.
I see that, yeah.
So it reminds us that sometimes the best friendships come from that place of deep understanding, that emotional connection, even if your personalities aren't identical.
Right, because you don't want a carbon copy of yourself as your best friend.
Exactly. You need a little spice, a little something different.
So we've talked about the good. What about the, let's say, not so good? Were there any friendship pairings that, this one, proceed with caution?
Yeah, one that stands out is the INTP.
INTP.
INTP is brilliant minds, truly incredibly smart.
Okay.
Often, though, lost in their own worlds.
Oh, no.
Of logic and ideas and problem solving.
So not the best at, picking up on social cues.
Not always, which, makes them fascinating to talk to.
Right.
It can also make it tough to be friends with, especially for ESFJs.
Because they're not always on that same wavelength.
ESFJs might feel a bit, I think the word was unheard or misunderstood in these friendships.
Right.
While INTPs might find the ESFJs,
Needies.
a little bit, yeah, a little overwhelming.
Yeah, ESFJs can be a lot, let's be honest.
But again, it's not that these friendships can't work. It just takes extra effort
Gotcha.
and understanding on both sides to find that sweet spot.
That makes sense. Communication is key.
Yeah.
And compromise.
Always, yes.
It's like the foundation of any relationship, romantic or not.
Yeah,
Right.
100%.
Now, we've talked about their personal lives, but like ESFJs, they got to work too. So, like what it's like to have an ESFJ as a colleague.
Well, our research suggests that ESFJs naturally gravitate towards careers where they can put their empathy and caring nature to good use.
So are we talking like teachers?
Yeah, teachers, healthcare professionals, social workers,
Yeah.
roles where they can make a real, tangible difference in people's lives.
Okay, that totally tracks with what we know about them. But those fields, they also require a ton of teamwork, right? Like serious collaboration.
Huge.
So I'm guessing that's where those organizational skills really come into play.
Absolutely, you're right. ESFJs aren't just good with people, they understand the value of structure and efficiency. In a team, they're the reliable ones, the ones who keep everyone on track, working harmoniously.
They're like the glue that holds the team together.
Exactly. And this also translates into their leadership style, too.
Okay, how so?
They tend to lead by example, inspiring those around them through their dedication, their hard work, and their genuine care for the team's well-being.
I'm getting like most supportive boss award vibes.
For sure, for sure.
But even in the workplace, I mean, there must be some personality types that clash with that natural ESFJ style.
Oh, there are always some.
So who's on the proceed with caution list?
Well, interestingly enough, our sources point to INTJs as a potentially tricky match for ESFJs in a professional setting.
Wait, really? INTJ?
Yeah, remember those strategic independent thinkers we talked about earlier?
Oh, right. Too busy, like, strategizing in their heads to deal with all those,
Exactly.
all the feels.
INTJs, they're all about logic, efficiency, finding the most direct path to success. And they might see the ESFJs focus on feelings and all those interpersonal dynamics as, well, a little inefficient.
And I bet the ESFJ probably sees the INTJ as, like, a little cold.
A little detached, maybe.
Yeah.
That's the potential pitfall, yeah. And here's another interesting one, ESTJs.
ESTJs, okay.
Now, on the surface, this might seem like a perfect match. ESTJs are also organized, driven, results-oriented.
Right, so they should get along, right?
Yeah.
I mean, shouldn't they be, like, the ultimate power duo?
You would think so, but there's a key difference. ESTJs, they lead with their heads, while ESFJs lead with their hearts.
Okay.
Both are valuable, but it can create friction. Imagine an ESTJ prioritizing the most efficient course of action, even if it means stepping on a few toes.
Right.
The ESFJ wants to make sure everyone feels heard and respected along the way.
A classic case of head versus heart in the workplace.
Exactly. And then finally, our research points to ENTPs as another potentially challenging match for ESFJs professionally.
ENTPs. Okay, and remind me what that stands for again?
So that's extroverted, intuitive, thinking, perceiving.
Okay, so they're like the innovators, the ones who always want to change it up.
Yes. They challenge the status quo. They thrive on creativity and thinking outside the box.
Which, I mean, that sounds amazing, but maybe not the best fit for our structure-loving ESFJ.
You've hit the nail on the head. You see, ESFJs thrive on routine and predictability, while ENTPs are energized by spontaneity and change. This difference in their work styles can lead to misunderstandings or frustration on both sides.
Frustration, yeah. So, I mean, I get it, like diversity of viewpoints, that's great, but you also have to be mindful of those potential sticking points, right?
Absolutely. Understanding each other's strengths, weaknesses, communication styles is crucial for any successful working relationship. I mean, this goes for any personality type, but especially in these pairings.
Couldn't agree more. Okay, we've covered a ton of ground here. From ESFJ strengths and weaknesses to their compatibility with other types in love, friendship, even in the workplace. So for our listeners who are like, okay, this is all super interesting, but what's like the key takeaway?
Yeah.
What would you say? So much to think about, really. But if our listeners take away just one thing from this whole ESFJ deep dive, what should it be?
Honestly, self-awareness, that's huge.
Okay, for ESFJs themselves or
For everyone. For ESFJs, it's about recognizing those natural gifts, right?
Yeah.
That deep empathy, that's huge. The organization, the loyalty, those are superpowers.
Right.
But also, they got to know how those strengths, they can backfire, you know?
Oh, 100%. Like overextending themselves, not setting boundaries, that kind of thing.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Not healthy, not sustainable. Got to take care of yourself first.
It's true. It's like they say.
Yeah.
You can't pour from an empty cup. As cheesy as that sounds.
Oh, it's so true, though, right? And then if you're not an ESFJ, but you've got these amazing people in your life, understanding their perspective is everything. Remember how we talked about that warmth, that generosity?
Yeah, they're like the most genuine people you'll meet.
It's real. It's not an act. But they might need a little encouragement to prioritize themselves sometimes. you know?
Like a little nudge.
Exactly. And hey, if conflict comes up, because let's face it, it happens.
Oh, it always does?
Always
Yeah.
approach it gently.
Okay, yeah.
ESFJs, they don't respond well to harsh criticism.
Gotcha.
It's got to be guidance, not attack, you know?
I like that a lot. And for our ESFJs listening, don't be afraid to voice your own needs. Like, it's okay. You deserve to be taken care of, just as much as you take care of everyone else.
100%.
It's all about balance. Right?
It really is. It's a dance.
It is. So what we're really saying is a little MBTI knowledge can go a long way. Building those strong relationships, romantic, platonic, even at work. It's about appreciating the good, the bad, the ugly of everyone.
It makes life more interesting, right?
It does. And speaking of interesting, there's one more thing about ESFJs from our research. And it kind of surprised me, I'll be honest. So they're like the social butterflies, right? The life of the party, always connecting. But our source mentioned that ESFJs, sometimes, they can struggle with independence.
Oh, interesting. How so?
I know, right? It seems like almost a contradiction.
So it's like this. ESFJs, remember? They are so tuned into other people.
Yeah. Like hyper aware.
To a fault, almost. What everyone else is thinking, what they need, all of it. And they care so much what other people think of them.
Oh, I see where this is going.
Right. So that makes them incredible friends, incredible partners. But it also leads to this fear, I think. A fear of, like, disappointing others. Like, they always need that validation.
Ah, okay. So it's almost like that people-pleasing thing taken to another level.
Exactly. And because of that, it makes it hard for them to, like, step back, figure out their own needs, you know?
Makes total sense. Wow.
Right. Who knew? So for our ESFJ listeners out there, you know, maybe that's something to, like, journal about. Yeah, reflect.
Reflect on. How do you balance that need for connection, which is so real for you, with also carving out space for yourself? Your own needs, your own goals. Like, it's a balancing act. We get it.
It is.
But finding that balance, it's
Crucial.
for, you know, really living your best life.
Living authentically.
Exactly. ISTPs are really interesting because when you look at their core traits, introverted, sensing, thinking, perceiving, they really come together in a special way.
So we're going to uncover their strengths, their weaknesses, maybe even how they click or clash with other types.
We're going to get into all that.
Okay, but before we get ahead of ourselves, can you give us a quick rundown of what ISTP even means for anyone new to this whole MBTI thing?
Yeah, absolutely. So picture this. Someone who gets their energy from their own thoughts.
Okay, so that's the introverted part.
Exactly. And they trust what they can see and touch.
Sensing.
You got it. They use logic more than emotions.
So that would be thinking.
Right? Again. And they like flexibility. Plans, not so much.
Definitely sounds like perceiving to me.
There you have it. The ISTP in a nutshell.
I can already see how all those things come together to make a really distinct personality. So let's get into the nitty-gritty. When we talk about ISTP strengths, what are we talking about?
One word, practical.
Okay.
They are the ultimate figure-it-out types. And remember how they focus on sensing?
Yeah.
That means they are really in tune with, like, the physical world.
Okay.
Like, they're amazing at hands-on stuff, solving problems with this blend of logic and instinct. It's kind of uncanny.
So, like, if my car breaks down, the ISTP is the friend I want around.
100%.
Yeah.
And not even just because they can probably fix it, which they probably can, but ISTPs are so good at staying calm, even when things get a little crazy.
Right.
And because they lead with thinking, they just look at problems logically, even in a crisis.
Okay. That's pretty impressive. But come on, nobody's perfect. What would you say are some areas where ISTPs maybe have a little bit of room to grow?
Since they're so grounded in logic, emotions can sometimes be a bit of a head scratcher.
Yeah.
It's not that they don't have emotions.
Right.
It's more like they process them differently.
Okay.
So they might find it tough to really express how they feel.
Right.
Or totally get what other people need emotionally.
So maybe not the best for like those long heart-to-heart kind of talks.
Probably not. You're more likely to see them express affection through what they do rather than what they say.
Makes sense.
Remember, tangible results, that's kind of their thing. A random act of service, a well-thought-out gift, that's their way of showing you they care.
It's like their love language is fixing your leaky faucet or building you that bookshelf you always wanted.
Spot on. And this preference for action over emotional expression, it can show up in their relationships too.
Interesting.
Yeah, so to really get ISTP compatibility, you have to understand how much they need their independence.
Okay, so let's get into it. ISTP relationships, who are their ideal partners? Give us the inside scoop.
ISTPs, they really click with people who get their need for space and who really admire their practical, down-to-earth style.
Got it.
So think of it like this, a meeting of the minds and mutual respect for each other's, autonomy.
So I'm picturing a partner who's equally happy talking philosophy over coffee or like rebuilding a vintage motorcycle engine with them on a Saturday.
Now you're getting it.
Right.
One type that often really clicks with an ISTP is the ESTJ.
Okay, ESTJ.
Yeah, because the ESTJ is all about organization and structure.
Makes sense.
So that can bring a really nice sense of balance to the ISTP's more, let's say, spontaneous side.
So it's about finding someone who's cool with that let's just go for it attitude, but also can like help them stay grounded.
Exactly.
What about other compatible types? Who else?
INTJs are another great match.
INTJs, okay.
Yeah, because both types are all about logic, intellectual stimulation, and they just get each other's need for independence.
It's like they speak the same language, but they also totally get the beauty of a good, comfortable silence.
Precisely. Now, on the flip side, relationships that need constant emotional expression or have all these rigid structures, those can be a bit tougher for ISTPs.
Okay, so hit us with it. Proceed with caution list. Which types should our independent ISTP maybe approach with a little more caution?
Well, ESFJs, for example.
Okay.
They're super caring, super outgoing,
Right.
but they might be a little too much for an ISTP.
How so?
ESFJs really need that deep emotional connection, and they really like things to be structured.
That makes sense.
And that can be overwhelming for an ISTP.
It's almost like they're speaking two different languages of love,
Absolutely.
Like the ESFJ is fluent in those heartfelt talks and grand gestures.
Right.
But the ISTP is more about that quiet support, those practical expressions of affection.
Exactly. And then there's ENTJs.
Okay, ENTJ.
They're similar to ISTPs in that they have that drive, that ambition,
Right.
but their leadership styles,
Yeah.
they can clash. ENTJs, they're natural leaders. They like to take charge, come up with strategies.
Makes sense.
And that can feel a little restricting to an ISTP who really values their independence.
Yeah, so navigating those power dynamics could be tricky. So it sounds like the key to a successful relationship with an ISTP really comes down to like understanding those core values,
Absolutely.
that independence, their practicality, and that unique way they deal with emotions.
You got it. You have to remember their love language might involve tools
Yeah,
and problem solving.
right. It's not always the most obvious thing.
Exactly. And quality time.
Yeah.
That might mean tinkering in the garage together or hitting a new hiking trail.
Not necessarily endless heart-to-hearts.
Not their style.
So it's not just romantic relationships where this matters. What about friendships?
Same deal.
Really?
ISTPs,
Mm-hmm.
they're incredibly loyal friends,
Okay.
but they still need that independence, that space.
Right.
They're not going to be joined at the hip with you 24/7, but if you really need them,
They'll be there.
they'll be there in a heartbeat.
So, like, trying to drag an ISTP to every social event is probably not the best idea.
Let's just say they'd probably rather be at home, maybe working on a project,
In their workshop, right.
or maybe out exploring.
Okay.
Remember how they recharge?
Yeah.
Solo activities, that's their thing. Hit them with too much social interaction, and it's going to have the opposite effect.
It's like their social battery needs a different kind of charger, huh?
Totally. But here's something super important to remember. Even though they might not always say how they feel, ISTPs are some of the most loyal and supportive friends you can find.
That's a good point.
So don't mistake their quietness for them not caring, because that's not it at all.
Right. They're the friend that shows up with a toolbox when you're moving, not the one who sends a sentimental card.
100%. They're all about action, not just words.
Exactly.
They show they care by actually helping you out, by doing stuff with you.
So think less, let's talk about our feelings, and more, let's build something awesome together.
Now you're getting it.
I love it. Okay, so we've talked about ISTP relationships. Let's talk about another area where they really shine: careers.
Oh, yeah.
We touched on how good they are at solving problems and how much they love working with their hands. So what kind of careers would you say naturally fit those strengths?
It's about finding a job that uses their logical mind and lets them see those tangible results.
Okay, that makes sense.
And remember, they're all about the physical world.
Yeah.
That's the sensing preference.
Right.
But their thinking side, that means they're awesome at analyzing stuff, figuring things out.
Okay, so we're talking careers where they can roll up their sleeves, get their hands dirty, actually see the impact of their work.
Exactly. So you're going to think mechanics, engineering, maybe even surgery or becoming a pilot.
Those are some pretty high-stakes fields.
That's the thing. Those jobs, they need someone with technical skills and who can stay calm under pressure, right?
Yeah.
Those are things that ISTPs, they've got those in spades.
It's like they have this built-in advantage when things get a little stressful.
Right.
While everyone else is freaking out, the ISTP is just like, chill, assessing the situation, figuring out the most logical way to fix it.
Precisely. But we shouldn't limit them to just those traditional fields.
That's true.
Because ISTPs are amazingly adaptable.
Right, that makes sense.
They can do well in any career where they get to use their brains to solve problems and where they can always be learning something new.
Okay, I like that. So paint me a picture here. What would be like a less conventional career path that an ISTP might really enjoy?
What about software development?
Interesting. Okay.
Think about it. It's all logic. It's all about solving problems.
Yeah,
And you're always having to learn new technologies.
that's true.
That's right up an ISTP's alley, you know? That need for mental stimulation, wanting to know how things work.
It's like this giant puzzle that keeps changing.
Yeah.
They can be creative, use those tech skills, and see their work come to life in the digital world.
Exactly. And don't forget about being an entrepreneur.
Good point.
ISTPs are natural innovators.
Right.
They're not afraid of a little risk. They like doing their own thing.
Right.
And they really shine in those situations where they can kind of forge their own path.
Yeah, I can totally see that. It's that classic, if you want something done right, you got to do it yourself mentality.
Yes,
And running their own business means they can be hands-on with everything.
absolutely.
Building the product, solving those logistical problems, you know?
Exactly. And their talents aren't limited to, just the technical stuff either.
Okay, so we're going even further outside the box now.
Some ISTPs find a lot of satisfaction in those creative fields where they can use their hands to bring their vision to life. Think like sculpture, maybe woodworking, even the culinary arts.
That's a really good point.
Those are all areas where they can use their technical skills and their creativity to make something tangible, something unique.
It's like they have this drive to create, to build,
Yes.
to leave their mark on the world, but in a way that's meaningful, and aesthetically pleasing.
And you can't forget about autonomy.
Right.
That's really important for an ISTP to feel satisfied in their career.
So a traditional 9-to-5 desk job
Yeah.
with lots of structure, someone always looking over their shoulder, that might not be the best fit.
Let's just say it might feel a little stifling. Remember, these are people who crave variety, who get energy from challenges, and who want to approach their work in their own way.
So it's less about fitting into some predefined box and more about finding a role that really lets them use their strengths, right?
Yeah.
To keep learning, keep growing, and have a real, tangible impact on the world around them.
Absolutely. And that actually brings us to another really important aspect of the ISTP journey: personal growth.
We've been talking about how ISTPs can really thrive in those careers where they can use those practical skills, that independent nature.
Right.
But what about personal growth for an ISTP?
Okay.
Where do they even begin?
Yeah.
They seem so self-reliant already.
It's easy to think that personal growth is all about fixing your weaknesses.
Right.
But with ISTPs, it's more about realizing that even your biggest strengths, they have two sides.
Okay, that's interesting. Give me an example.
So take their independence.
Right. Yeah.
Right? It's like their trademark. It's what pushes them to solve problems, to make their own way.
Totally. That's
Yeah.
the ISTP we've come to know and love.
Exactly. But that same independence, if they take it too far, it can make it hard to ask for help when they need it.
That makes sense.
They might not want to rely on anyone else, even when it would be good for them.
So part of their growth is maybe learning to balance that I got this attitude with knowing that it's okay to need help sometimes.
Exactly. It's about realizing that asking for help, it's not weak.
Right.
It's actually like a really smart way to tackle those challenges from a different perspective.
Right.
To actually use their strengths even better.
It's like they're adding another tool to their toolbox. I like that.
Yeah, it's a good way to put it. And this kind of ties into another area where ISTPs can grow: emotional intelligence.
Right, because we talked about how they experience emotions differently.
Right.
Maybe not as outwardly emotional as other types.
Exactly. Personal growth for an ISTP might mean figuring out how to bridge that gap. Not to become someone they're not,
Right.
but to make those relationships even stronger.
So it's not about forcing themselves to be super emotional,
No.
but maybe finding ways to be more direct about how they feel.
Exactly. It could be as basic as saying, "I'm proud of you," or "Hey, I appreciate you."
Right.
Small things, but they make a big difference.
They really do. It's like learning a whole new language, right?
Right.
Language of emotions.
You got it. And just like learning anything, too, it takes practice, it takes patience, and hey, a little humor along the way never hurts.
Oh, for sure. Because let's face it, emotions, they can be messy for anyone.
Absolutely. But here's the great thing about ISTPs. When they set their mind to something, they get it done.
Right. They're determined.
They tackle things head on.
Yeah, that logic, that quiet determination, it's what makes them so awesome.
Totally. So if an ISTP decides, I want to work on my emotional intelligence, they'll find a way.
They'll make it happen. So they might not write you a poem about their feelings,
Probably not.
but they'll show up for you. They'll be there.
Yes.
And they'll communicate in their own way, right?
Exactly.
I love it. This has been an amazing depth dive.
It has.
We really went beyond those surface level descriptions of ISTPs, right?
Yeah.
We got into what really makes them tick, their strengths, their quirks, that incredible potential they have to grow.
Absolutely.
They're a great reminder that intelligence comes in so many forms.
So true.
That logic, action, those are important,
Yeah.
but so is being able to connect with people, to build those real, meaningful relationships.
Well said.
And sometimes it's the people who seem the most independent who actually benefit the most from a little support and understanding.
Beautifully said.
To all you ISTPs out there, we want to hear from you. How have you embraced personal growth? Head to the comments and share your thoughts. Now, we all know our ISFPs, those artistic, free spirits, always chasing those beautiful moments, the adventurers, right? But how does that translate when it comes to finding their tribe, romantically or otherwise?
It all goes back to their core. We're talking introverted feeling, or phi, as the dominant force here. And don't let that feeling part fool you. This isn't just about being sensitive. It's about having this deep-seated internal compass of values, like unshakable values. That's what drives their choices in love, work, everything.
Right. So it's not just about living in the moment. It's about staying true to themselves while they're in that moment. And that's where extroverted sensing, or say, kicks in. Yeah.
Exactly. Think of it like this. That friend who's always up for trying the newest food truck or dragging you to that obscure art exhibit just for the experience. That's say at play. That drive to soak up the world through their senses.
So we've got these emotionally aware adventurers down for whatever life throws at them. Sounds pretty great so far. But let's talk romance. Honestly, some unexpected ideal matches for ISFPs, like right off the bat, ESFJs. Now that seems a little counterintuitive, don't you think?
You might think so. On the surface, ESFJs, with their love of structure and tradition, seem like the total opposite of our free-spirited ISFPs. But here's the thing. Sometimes those differences, they actually create this amazing balance.
Wait, really? I'm having trouble picturing that. Wouldn't that be constant conflict?
It's all about perspective. See, ESFJs, they crave harmony, a stable environment. And ISFPs, even though they love spontaneity, can secretly get overwhelmed by too much chaos. So the ESFJ provides that grounding presence, that stability, while the ISFP injects a little excitement, a bit of spice into the ESFJ's world. Opposites attract, right?
Yeah.
But in a way that actually works long term.
Okay, I'm starting to see it, but there's another pairing that really jumped out at me from the research: ISFPs and ENFJs. The sources described it as a meeting of the souls, which sounds intense. What's the deal with that pairing?
Powerful connection for sure. Both ENFJs and ISFPs lead with introverted feeling, that phi we were talking about. It's like they just get each other emotionally, even if they express it differently.
Like a shared language, only it's all about feelings.
Exactly. Imagine watching a movie right?
Yeah.
Something really emotionally resonant, you just know what the other person is feeling. That's the power of shared phi.
Wow, no wonder it's considered such a deep connection. They just understand each other's inner world. But okay, let's not sugarcoat it. The sources were also pretty upfront about which types ISFPs might want to, well, avoid. And some of these were surprising. ENTJs, for example. Why wouldn't that work?
The commanders, ENTJs, amazing people, driven, inspiring, but their communication style, let's just say it can be a lot for an ISFP to handle.
I can see that. ENTJs are all about directness, getting things done. ISFPs are a bit more, shall we say, nuanced.
Exactly. Picture this. An ISFP is trying to share something deeply personal, right? And the ENTJ jumps right into problem-solving mode. The ISFP feels unheard, and the ENTJ is left wondering why the ISFP isn't trying to fix it. Total disconnect.
Like they're speaking different languages. And then there's the whole spontaneity versus planning thing.
Oh, yeah, good luck with that. Imagine the ENTJ, weekend all planned out, color-coded itinerary, the works. And the ISFP, they're suggesting a last-minute road trip, no destination in mind. Recipe for disaster. Maybe?
Maybe he's putting it mildly, but hey, maybe that's a bit of an exaggeration.
Okay, slightly. But you get the idea, right? Those fundamental differences, they can create friction, especially if neither person is willing to bend.
Makes sense. So while ENTJs can be awesome, they might not be the best match for our ISFPs romantically. Who else made that proceed with caution list?
Well, the sources also pointed to INTJs as a potentially tricky pairing. And at first glance, you might think, wait, they're both introverted, deep thinkers. What's the problem?
I know. It seems like they'd have tons to talk about.
And they do. But here's the catch. It often comes down to how they handle emotions and express affection. INTJs, they show love through actions, thoughtful gestures, not grand, sweeping displays of emotion.
So while the INTJ might be showering their ISFP partner with practical help, the ISFP might be craving that warmth and vulnerability that INTJs.
Well, they don't always do warm and fuzzy naturally. Speaking of potentially challenging pairings, the sources did not hold back on ISFPs and ESTJs.
Oh, that's one where those X factors we'll talk about later become even more crucial. ESTJs, loyal, dependable, amazing partners in many ways, but that direct communication style and that love of structure, not exactly an ISFP's dream come true.
Like trying to fit a square peg in a round hole. ESTJ order, efficiency, ISFP, go with the flow, baby. You got it. Picture them trying to plan a vacation. The ESTJ has spreadsheets, itineraries. The ISFP, let's just pick a direction and drive.
Oh, the arguments I can already picture.
Okay.
But seriously, even if these pairings come with challenges, it doesn't mean they're doomed, right?
Absolutely not. Every person, every relationship is unique. We can't forget that. But for our ISFP listeners navigating the dating world, this info is pure gold. It's like a heads up on what might be a bumpy ride.
Love that. You know, it got me thinking, besides MBTI, what else really makes or breaks a connection for an ISFP?
Oh, you're hitting on the good stuff now. MBTI, it's like a starting point,
Yeah.
right? A framework. But those X factors, that's where the real magic or mayhem happens.
Okay, so spill it. What are these mysterious X factors?
Well, first up, shared values. And I'm not talking about just agreeing on what to have for dinner. I mean, those deep down beliefs that shape how you see the world, how you live your life.
Right, like an ISFP who's super passionate about animal rescue, they're probably not going to vibe with someone who thinks a fur coat is a fashion statement.
Exactly.
Okay.
MBTI side, that difference in values, deal breaker. It's about being on the same page about what truly matters. You don't have to agree on everything, but you got to respect each other's core beliefs.
Totally. And you know, another thing that struck me as we were going through all these sources, life experiences. It's like two people could have the exact same MBTI type, but their pasts could make them totally compatible or totally mismatched.
100%. Think of it this way. Two people who both love to travel, right? Sounds like a match made in heaven. But one's all about backpacking and hostels, and the other needs their luxury hotels. Friction's going to happen even with a shared passion.
It's not just about liking the same things. It's about how you experience them. So shared values, life experiences. What else goes on our X factor list for ISFP compatibility?
Emotional intelligence is huge. And I don't just mean being in touch with your feelings. It's about knowing how to deal with your own emotions and your partner's in a healthy way.
Which for ISFPs, that's got to be key. They feel things so deeply. So someone who's dismissive of their emotions, no way.
Exactly. And on the flip side, ISFPs need someone who can handle those big feelings without freaking out themselves.
Got to find that balance. So we've got shared values, life experiences, emotional intelligence. It's all connected. But let's bring it back to those specific pairings for a sec. The sources were all about ESFJs being a good match for ISFPs, and honestly, after all this research, I'm convinced.
Right. It's one of those opposites attract, but it works situations. That structure the ESFJ brings, so grounding for the ISFP.
It's like the ESFJ provides the sturdy bookshelves, and the ISFP gets to fill them with all their colorful, eclectic treasures.
The perfect analogy. And in return, the ISFP encourages the ESFJ to loosen up a little, be spontaneous. Everybody wins.
Gotta love a happy ending, or at least a happy middle. Okay, but we can't forget about our other dynamic duo ISFPs and ENFJs. The sources called it a meeting of the minds and a meeting of the hearts. That's special.
It's that shared fi, that deep emotional connection. They just get each other on a soul level.
Deep conversations, late night talks, total understanding. I'm kind of jealous, not gonna lie. But let's shift gears a bit. We've talked romance, but what about ISFP friendships? The sources mention INFPs and ENFPs being kindred spirits in a platonic way.
Oh, absolutely. That shared love for authenticity, for creativity, for looking at the world with a little introspection. It's a recipe for some deep, meaningful friendships.
Long talks, lots of feelings, probably some shared creative projects.
Exactly. Late night talks about art, music, the meaning of life. That's an ISFP, INFP, ENFP hangout for sure.
Sounds pretty idyllic to me. Okay, but let's talk work. What kind of environment lets those ISFP strengths shine through?
ISFPs, they gotta have creativity, autonomy, a sense of purpose. They're hard workers, but they need to be inspired.
So we're not talking about soul-crushing cubicles here.
Definitely not. Think art studios, design firms, places where they can experiment, be creative.
Makes sense. And speaking of work styles, the sources mention ENFJs, again, as being great colleagues for ISFPs.
They're such natural leaders, those ENFJs. They create a supportive environment, give encouragement. It's what ISFPs need to really thrive.
So the ENFJ brings the structure, the ISFP brings the artistry, and together they create something amazing.
Exactly. But let's not paint too rosy a picture here. We've got to acknowledge the flip side. The sources were pretty clear that ISTJs and ESTJs, amazing as they can be, might be a bit of a clash for ISFPs in the workplace.
Now, why is that? ISTJs are known for their attention to detail, which seems like it would be valuable in any job.
It's not about their skills. It's about their approach.
Sure.
ISTJs, logic, objective analysis, that's their jam. ISFPs, a little more heart-centered in their decisions.
So the ISTJ is all, show me the numbers, and the ISFP is all, I'm following my gut.
Exactly. Can it work? Sure, with a lot of self-awareness and communication.
Yeah.
But it's going to take effort.
It's about knowing your own style and appreciating the strengths of others, even if they're different from yours.
Exactly. That's a good takeaway for any relationship, really.
So true. But, we focused a lot on romantic relationships and work, but ISFPs need those deep connections in their families and communities too, right?
Family's a whole other ballgame, but INFPs and ESFJs as being particularly compatible with ISFPs in those settings.
Interesting. So even though every family's different, these types tend to get along well in those close-knit settings.
Often, yes. INFPs, with their empathy and shared values, they offer ISFPs that feeling of belonging, like they can truly be themselves without judgment.
That feeling of being completely accepted, that's got to be priceless.
Totally. And then ESFJs, they bring that warmth, that focus on family and tradition. It can be really grounding for an ISFP.
So even though these types are pretty different, they both offer something that ISFPs really need in those close relationships. That's pretty cool.
It is. Human connection, it's complicated, isn't it? We've covered a lot of ground, haven't we? From romantic sparks to friendship dynamics to work styles. It's been quite the journey.
It really has. But I think amidst all those MBTI pairings and those potential clashes, there's a bigger picture emerging. Don't you think?
Absolutely. It's like we've been putting together this giant puzzle, right? And those individual MBTI types, they're just the starting point. We have to factor in the shared values, the life experiences, that emotional intelligence, all those things that make a relationship tick. Exactly. It's those deeper layers that really make or break a connection. Think of it like a tapestry, right? Each thread is interesting on its own,
right,
but when you weave them together, that's when you get something really special.
Oh, I like that. So it's not just about finding someone with the right MBTI type. It's about finding someone who complements your own personal tapestry. Makes sense.
And for ISFPs, that means someone who really gets their creativity, their depth of feeling, that zest for life, someone who encourages them to be authentically themselves.
Someone who's down for a spontaneous tie-dye party.
Exactly. But remember, It's not about finding your clone, right? It's about someone who challenges you, who helps you grow, adds new colors to your tapestry without overshadowing your own unique style.
Well said. Okay, before we wrap up completely, I wanted to circle back to something we touched on earlier. MBTI, it's a great tool, but there's a whole universe of other factors that influence our connections, right?
Oh, for sure. Attachment styles, those love languages everyone's talking about, even our past relationships, all of those things play a role.
It's like those Russian nesting dolls, layers upon layers to uncover. And unfortunately, we don't have time to unpack all of those today, but it's definitely something to explore.
Absolutely. Think of this as your jumping off point.
I love that. So as we say goodbye to this deep dive on ISFP compatibility, what's the key takeaway you want our listeners to walk away with today?
Knowledge is power. The more we understand about ourselves, about personality types, about all those factors that bring us together, the better equipped we are to build those amazing connections. Ever met someone who just has that energy, you know? Like they walk into a room and instantly they're the center of attention.
Oh, absolutely.
They thrive on action, love a good challenge, always seem to have about 1 million projects going on at once.
Yeah.
Chances are you've encountered the electrifying energy of an ESTP. And today, we are diving deep into their world.
It's a world of action and excitement when we're talking about ESTPs. We'll unpack the why behind those traits for you today, those 4 letters that unlock their personality: extroverted, sensing, thinking, perceiving.
Right, because we're not just here to slap a label on someone, ESTP, and call it a day.
Right.
We want to understand the how and why, what makes them tick, what motivates them, what are their strengths, even those little quirks that make them so fascinating. So let's break it down. What does it really mean when we say someone is an ESTP?
It's all about how these preferences, intertwine to really shape their approach to life. Take that E for extroverted, for example. We know ESTPs are energized by social interaction, often the life of the party.
Right.
But it goes deeper than that. This isn't just about, enjoying a crowd. It's about seeking out experiences where they can actively engage with the world around them.
So picture them at that party. They're not just chatting in the corner. They're probably organizing a game, introducing people, making sure everyone's having a good time.
Exactly. They're in their element when they're part of the action, not just observing it.
They're in it to win it.
Yes. Now, combine that with S for sensing. ESTPs are grounded in the here and now, focused on what their senses tell them. This makes them incredibly present, incredibly adaptable.
It's like they're wired for action.
Yes.
While others might get caught up in planning or overthinking, they're already 2 steps ahead, responding in the moment.
Right. That brings us to T for thinking. ESTPs are all about logic and efficiency. They approach challenges with a what's the most practical solution mindset.
So less emotional reasoning, more about cutting to the chase and finding that straightforward path to get things done. No wonder they often excel in fields that demand, like quick thinking and decisive action.
Precisely. And finally, that P, perceiving. This is where their love for spontaneity and flexibility really shines. They resist being boxed in by rigid plans, preferring to keep their options open, adapt as needed.
Okay, so if a last-minute opportunity pops up, an ESTP is not going to hesitate to jump on it, even if it throws their carefully crafted schedule out the window.
Exactly.
Which, makes them incredibly adaptable, but also might lead to some interesting situations.
It can indeed. But before we dive into those, let's talk about what makes ESTPs so captivating, their strengths. Because when you understand their core strengths, you begin to see why they often achieve remarkable things.
Okay, let's talk ESTP strengths, because I have a feeling this is where their get-it-done attitude takes center stage. What's the #1 strength that comes to mind when you think about this personality type?
Without a doubt, it's their ability to take action. While others hesitate, ESTPs are already in motion, inspiring those around them. It's not that they're not afraid of challenges, it's that they see them as opportunities to problem solve, to make an impact.
And they have an incredible knack for staying cool under pressure, don't they?
Yeah.
It's like they thrive in those high-stakes situations where others might, crumble a little bit. That's why we often find them in careers like emergency medicine or crisis management.
Exactly. Their ability to think on their feet, adapt to those rapidly changing circumstances, makes them naturals in those fields.
Yeah.
But let's not forget another one of their superpower strengths, their confidence. ESTPs genuinely believe in their ability to figure things out. They don't dwell on self-doubt, which can be incredibly inspiring to others.
It's like their confidence becomes contagious, right?
Yes.
People are drawn to that can-do spirit. But, we'd be remiss if we didn't acknowledge that even the most dynamic personality types have their blind spots.
Absolutely.
Right.
Every strength has its shadow side. And for ESTPs, one of those shadows can be their direct communication style.
Oh, you mean their talent for blunt honesty?
That's the one.
The kind that can leave you speechless, slightly offended, even if you know they mean well.
While their straightforwardness can be refreshing, it can also lead to misunderstandings, especially with those who are more sensitive or prefer a gentler approach.
I imagine this is something that ESTPs probably often have to navigate in their relationships, both personal and professional.
Precisely. Because while an ESTP might see their directness as simply being honest and efficient, others might interpret it as insensitive or even hurtful, particularly those who are more feeling-oriented. So a delicate dance, perhaps.
It can be.
Learning to balance that natural honesty with a bit of, tact.
Yes.
What other blind spots should we be aware of?
Well, remember that living in the moment aspect we talked about.
Right.
That spontaneity that makes them so much fun.
Yeah.
It can also lead to impulsive decisions.
It's that classic act first, think later approach, which can be both exhilarating and a tad nerve-wracking.
It can be.
For those around them. So while an ESTP might see it as, hey, I'm just embracing an opportunity, others might see it as reckless or lacking forethought.
And that tendency to jump into action without always considering the long-term consequences can sometimes trip them up.
Particularly when it comes to things like long-term planning and commitments, which require a certain level of structure that doesn't always come naturally to them.
Speaking of commitments, I'm really curious to dive into ESTP compatibility because understanding how this dynamic personality interacts with others, especially in the context of relationships, can be incredibly illuminating. Ready to explore that side of the ESTP?
Absolutely. Let's unpack those dynamics and see what the compatibility chart reveals, because some pairings are like a perfectly choreographed dance, while others might require a bit more finesse to find their rhythm.
All right, so we're ready to decode the mysteries of ESTP compatibility.
Yes.
This should be interesting. Where do we even begin?
Well, a good starting point is understanding that ESTPs, with their energetic and spontaneous nature, are often drawn to those who can, appreciate their zest for life, keep up with their whirlwind pace.
So no wallflowers allowed.
Right.
Got it. But seriously, I'm curious to know which personality types tend to create that spark with ESTPs.
One of the most, I'd say, surprisingly harmonious matches is with ISFJs.
Really? That seems counterintuitive.
It does.
ISFJs are known for being more reserved and structured, right?
Exactly. And that's the beauty of this pairing.
Okay.
You see, the ISFJ's grounded, nurturing presence provides a sense of stability that the free-spirited ESTP might not even realize they crave. It's like a perfect counterbalance.
So the ESTP brings the excitement, the spontaneity, and the ISFJ provides that safe harbor, that sense of consistency they can rely on. Fascinating. Who else makes the most compatible list?
ENTPs are another great pairing.
Okay.
Both types share a love for intellectual sparring, new experiences, and a fast-paced lifestyle.
I can see it.
Think of them as that old-type power couple, always pushing each other to grow and explore.
Yeah, I can see them now, like brainstorming world-changing ideas over late-night coffee, fueled by their shared passion for innovation.
Absolutely.
But what about relationships that call for a different kind of energy? What about INFJs? They seem like they exist on a completely different wavelength than our action-oriented ESTPs.
You might be surprised. While INFJs are known for their introspection and deep empathy, they can actually be incredibly drawn to the ESTP's vibrant, grounded energy.
Interesting.
It's a case of opposites attracting, where each partner brings out these hidden facets in the other.
So the ESTP encourages the INFJ to kind of step out of their shell a little bit, to embrace the moment, while the INFJ provides a sense of emotional depth and understanding that the ESTP might not readily access on their own.
Right.
It's about finding that balance, isn't it? Recognizing that even seemingly opposite personalities can complement each other in beautiful ways.
Precisely. But of course, no discussion about compatibility would be complete without addressing those pairings that might require a bit more navigation.
Okay, let's venture into the proceed with caution territory.
Right.
Which personality types tend to clash with our dynamic ESTPs?
One pairing that often requires a delicate touch is ESTP with ISFP.
Interesting. Because on the surface, they seem to share that love for spontaneity and living in the moment.
They do.
Where do the challenges arise?
Well, while they both crave adventure, ISFPs are much more introverted and sensitive than their, extroverted ESTP counterparts.
Right.
They might find the ESTP's boldness overwhelming or their direct communication style a bit too much to handle.
So it's about finding that sweet spot between respecting the ISFP's need for space and honoring the ESTP's, desire for connection.
Yes.
A delicate dance indeed. What other pairings should we put on our handle with care list?
INFPs, while sharing that flexible P preference, can also present some challenges for ESTPs.
Because their core values are often so different.
Exactly. INFPs are deeply guided by their personal values and seek a level of emotional depth that ESTPs might not always prioritize.
Okay.
This difference in core motivations can lead to misunderstandings and frustration if both partners aren't aware of these, fundamental differences.
So it's crucial for both the ESTP and the INFP to approach the relationship with a willingness to really understand and appreciate each other's kind of unique perspectives and needs.
Yeah.
Communication is key. Who else should we add to our list of potentially tricky pairings?
Last but not least, we have ESFJs.
Oh.
Now, ESFJs, with their warm hearts and desire for harmony, can clash with ESTPs who prioritize freedom and aren't afraid of a little disruption.
So the ESTP's go-getter attitude might ruffle the feathers of the peace-loving ESFJ a little bit.
You got it. The ESTP's direct communication, coupled with their penchant for, shaking things up, can disrupt the very harmony that ESFJs strive to create.
Right.
This isn't to say these relationships are doomed, but rather that both individuals need to be mindful of these differences and approach their interactions with a healthy dose of understanding and compromise.
Right. It's about meeting in the middle.
Exactly.
It's fascinating how even, seemingly small differences in personality can have a ripple effect on our interactions.
They can.
But, knowing this, we can approach those relationships with more awareness and understanding.
Absolutely.
Now, I'm eager to shift gears a bit and explore how these ESTP dynamics play out in the workplace.
Oh, okay.
We've talked about their love for action, their problem-solving skills,
All right.
their ability to stay cool under pressure. Sounds like a recipe for career success, right?
It absolutely can be.
But like everything, it's about finding the right fit.
Right.
Right? Those environments where their natural strengths can really shine.
Exactly.
So we're probably not going to find a ton of ESTPs thriving in those traditional desk-bound roles, are we?
Not likely.
Right.
Remember, ESTPs are energized by action, by variety, by the opportunity to make a tangible impact.
Yeah.
They're most in their element when they're in the thick of it, tackling challenges head on and seeing those visible results from their efforts.
Yeah, that makes perfect sense.
Yeah.
So where do ESTPs naturally gravitate in the workplace? What are some of those ideal career paths that we often see them excel in?
Think fast-paced, dynamic fields where their ability to think on their feet and adapt to changing circumstances is invaluable. Fields like emergency medicine, for example. Every day brings new challenges, and split-second decisions can be a matter of life or death.
Right. Or entrepreneurship.
Absolutely.
Right, where they have the freedom to kind of blaze their own trails, call the shots.
Yes.
Watch their visions come to life.
That entrepreneurial spirit is strong in ESTPs.
Yeah.
They're natural problem solvers. They're not afraid to take risks.
Right.
And they have an incredible ability to rally others around their ideas.
And let's not forget those, those high-stakes negotiation roles.
Yes.
Right, where their ability to think strategically, stay cool under pressure, and command a room can make all the difference.
Precisely. They thrive in those environments where the stakes are high, the pressure's on. But, let's not forget that work isn't just about individual career paths, right? It's
Right.
about collaboration, teamwork.
It is all about teamwork.
Navigating those interpersonal dynamics that can either make or break a project or even an entire company culture.
Which brings us back to compatibility.
There we go.
Because understanding how different personality types interact in a work setting can be a game changer when it comes to building strong, effective teams.
Absolutely. And just like in personal relationships, some pairings just naturally click in the workplace.
Right.
While others might require a bit more effort, a bit more understanding to find their groove.
So let's talk dream teams. Which personality types tend to complement the ESTP's working style and create that synergy where everyone thrives?
One of the most, I would say, dynamic pairings you'll find in the workplace is ESTP with ENTJ.
Interesting.
They both share that drive for results, that strategic mindset, that get-it-done attitude.
It's like, talk about a powerhouse.
Right.
The ESTP bringing that action-oriented energy, the ENTJ providing that strategic vision.
Yes.
It's
a recipe for innovation and success.
It is.
Exactly.
Yeah.
They challenge and inspire each other. They're pushing the boundaries of what's possible.
I love it.
And, while it might seem counterintuitive,
Yeah.
ESTPs can also create surprisingly successful partnerships with INFPs in the workplace.
Really?
Yeah.
Because INFPs are, they're known for being more idealistic, more introverted.
Right.
Whereas ESTPs are all about, like, practicality action.
Right, but it's all about balance.
Right.
The INFP brings a unique blend of creativity, empathy, that big picture thinking, that can help the ESTP kind of see their visions through a different lens.
So the ESTP grounds the INFP's ideas in reality, and the INFP helps the ESTP connect with the human element of their work.
Exactly. It's a beautiful thing.
I like it. Who else makes the list of, like, compatible colleagues for our ESTPs?
Well, we can't forget about ESTJs.
Okay.
While they might seem like a very similar personality type to ESTP, remember, they bring that added element of structure and organization to the table, which can be incredibly beneficial in a work setting.
So the ESTJ provides that framework, the systems, the processes, and the ESTP takes that foundation and runs with it, bringing their energy, their adaptability to the table.
Precisely. But of course, it wouldn't be a true exploration of compatibility if we didn't acknowledge those pairings that might require a bit more finesse to navigate.
Right, because let's be real, not all personality types are meant to be, like work BFFs,
Right.
So which pairings should ESTPs approach with a little extra caution in the workplace?
Well, remember how we talked about ISFJs valuing tradition and stability?
Yes.
While they can be wonderful friends and colleagues, their preference for predictability might clash with the ESTP's love for spontaneity and change in a work setting.
So those projects that require a lot of flexibility, adaptability, thinking on your feet, that might not be the ideal environment for an ESTP and ISFJ to team up.
Exactly. And while INTJs share that strategic thinking with ESTPs, their meticulous planning and preference for sticking to the plan might not always align with the ESTP's more adaptable, go-with-the-flow approach.
Right, so it's about finding that balance between planning and flexibility, recognizing when to stick to the script and when to improvise a little bit.
Exactly. And, as we've discussed, ESJs thrive on harmony, might not always appreciate the ESTP's more direct communication style, or their tendency to disrupt the status quo.
Right, because those, impromptu brainstorming sessions that ESTPs love
Yes.
might feel a bit chaotic
A little bit.
for an ESFJ who prefers a more structured and predictable work environment.
Exactly. But remember, understanding these compatibility dynamics isn't about putting people in boxes or, limiting our interactions. It's about gaining these valuable insights into what motivates different personality types,
Right.
what their strengths are.
What they bring to the table.
Exactly. And how those differences can either create this amazing synergy or lead to, misunderstandings if we're not careful.
It's like having a secret decoder ring for human behavior.
It really is.
It helps us navigate those complex work relationships with more empathy, more understanding, and ultimately, I think, more effectiveness.
Precisely. Because when we understand and appreciate each other's strengths and challenges,
Right.
we can create work environments where everyone feels valued, respected, empowered to do their best work.
Well said. And that's the beauty of, exploring personality types. It's not about labeling people. It's not about putting them in boxes.
Right.
It's about gaining a deeper understanding of ourselves and others so that we can navigate this, messy, wonderful, complex world of relationships with more awareness, more compassion, and maybe even a little more humor along the way.
Couldn't have said it better myself. It's about recognizing that diversity in all its forms is what makes life and the workplace so much richer and more interesting.
Well, on that note, we're going to wrap up our deep dive into the world of ESTPs.
All right.
We explored their strengths, their quirks,
We did.
their ideal matches, and even those relationships that, require a bit more finesse to navigate.
Exactly.
Remember, understanding your own personality type and those of the people you interact with can be a powerful tool for personal and professional growth. It's not about changing who you are, but rather using this knowledge to communicate more effectively, build stronger relationships, and ultimately, create a more fulfilling life.
Beautifully put.
Ever feel like you're speaking a completely different language than someone?
Oh, totally.
Even when you're
using the same words.
Yeah.
Like maybe you're making decisions and they're coming at it from a totally different angle.
Absolutely.
Or your social batteries are like on opposite ends of the spectrum. You just operate differently.
You just vibe differently. I hear you.
What if it's not just like random chaos? What if there's a way to actually decode some of that?
Oh, tell me more.
We're talking ESFP compatibility.
You've probably heard of the Myers-Briggs, right?
Of course. But today, we are going way deeper.
Ooh, juicy.
We're talking the good, we're talking the bad, and the downright fascinating when it comes to ESFPs navigating like love, work, friendships, all of it.
All the messy stuff.
Oh, yeah.
Okay, now I'm really intrigued.
All right, so ESFP, extroverted, sensing, feeling, perceiving.
Okay.
So we've all heard that classic ESFP described as the life of the party, right?
One who lights up the room.
Exactly, the one who brings that energy.
Yeah.
But here's where it gets interesting. One source mentioned ESFPs being incredibly adaptable, which, awesome for traveling with different people.
Great.
But how does that play out in, like, choosing a career path where you kind of need a direction?
Oh, interesting.
Now that I want to know.
Yeah, that's a really good point, because that adaptability, it's great for spontaneity.
Totally.
But yeah, could make it hard to commit to one path when you've got all these possibilities.
It's like they're the ultimate yes man.
Ooh, that could be tough. A little overwhelming, maybe.
Right. And speaking of ESFP strengths, and some of them sound like honestly amazing in a partner.
Oh, like what?
Okay, so one that really jumped out was empathy. Like off the charts, deep empathy.
That's huge, especially these days.
And you know what that translates to? Being a really great listener.
So important, being there for someone.
But, and this is interesting because this desire to keep the peace.
Everyone gets along.
Right. It could mean that ESFPs avoid conflict even when it's necessary to, like, address those issues.
Oh, so it's almost like their superpower of empathy can backfire.
Backfire in a big way. Like sometimes you got to have those tough conversations, right?
Absolutely. You got to clear the air.
Okay, so we've got adaptability, we've got empathy. What other, like, amazing ESFP strengths did we find?
All right. Well, there's zest for life. You can't teach that.
So true.
And they're amazing at finding joy in, like, the everyday stuff.
Which is huge.
And that enthusiasm, it's infectious.
Yeah.
Especially for people who are, more serious or reserved. It's magnetic.
I bet. It's like they bring the party with them.
Exactly.
But let's be real. Maintaining that level of energy long term takes a special kind of person.
Oh, for sure. Not everyone can keep up.
Speaking of keeping up, we got to talk about love.
Ooh, yes. The love department. Always juicy.
Which personality types are, like, most compatible with ESFPs when it comes to romance?
Oh, I'm ready.
Okay, so one that popped up a lot, ISFJs.
ISFJs. Oh, interesting. Okay, tell me more about that pairing.
So ISFJs are known for being super dependable, grounded. They like to create a stable, harmonious environment.
Which, I mean, for an ESFP who's all about spontaneity.
Could be a really good thing.
Right. They need someone to, like, ground them a little bit.
Exactly. It's like that perfect balance of excitement and stability. The ESFP plans the adventure. The ISFJ makes sure the bills are paid. There's a clean towel when they get back.
It's like the perfect yin and yang. I love it. Okay, so that's a good one. What about the other end of the spectrum? Any, like, challenging matches for ESFPs?
Oh, yeah. One source pointed to INTJs as being potentially tricky.
INTJs. Ooh, that's a spicy one. Okay, break it down for me. Why might that be tough?
Well, remember how we were talking about ESFPs sometimes avoiding conflict?
Yeah. Wanting to keep the peace.
And their, shall we say, love of spontaneity?
Which might be the understatement of the century.
Exactly. Well, INTJs, they're planners. They thrive on logic, on structure, on having a plan for everything.
Okay, so like the opposite end of the spectrum.
Totally. So imagine an ESFP being like, let's just book a last-minute flight and see where the wind takes us.
And INTJ is having a meltdown.
Total meltdown.
Yeah.
Cue the relationship drama.
Oh, I can see it now.
So if that's love, what about friendships? Does that same dynamic hold true?
I'm curious because some people, they thrive on that kind of like opposites attract energy.
Right. It's true.
So does it work for ESFPs in friendships?
Well, it's actually really interesting because while INTJs might be like challenging romantic partners for ESFPs,
Okay.
in friendships, the dynamic can actually be super complementary.
Whoa, really? Now that's interesting. Tell me more about that. What makes that friendship tick?
Okay, so think about it. INTJs are often described as insightful, strategic thinkers.
Yeah.
They can see the big picture.
Right. Big picture people.
And they can come up with those creative solutions that maybe an ESFP, because they're so focused on the here and now, might miss.
Oh, so they balance each other out.
Exactly. It's that balance.
I love that. Okay, so what you're saying is the INTJ might help the ESFP think things through a
A little bit, just a tad.
before they like jump in with both feet.
Exactly.
I love that. Okay, so they bring that balance. And on the flip side, the ESFP brings the fun.
Oh, yeah. They can help the INTJ loosen up a little, get out of their head, embrace those spur-of-the-moment things that bring a little joy and spontaneity into their life.
That's so important. Everyone needs that friend.
Right. Everyone needs that friend.
The one who's like, let's go do something crazy.
Exactly. Okay, so we've talked about a potentially tricky one. We've talked about a surprisingly good one. What about those friendships that are like absolute magic?
Okay, yeah, let's talk about those dream team friendships. Who are those perfect matches for ESFPs?
So our sources said ESFPs and ENFPs. Two peas in a pod.
Oh, that tracks. They sound like they'd get along famously.
They do. This is that dynamic duo that we were reading about who can talk for hours, always have each other's backs no matter what.
Ugh, friendship goals. Okay, tell me more. What makes these two such a great match?
Okay, so they both crave adventure, new experiences, connecting with others on like a really deep level.
So it's not just about like surface level fun.
Not at all. But there is a lot of fun.
Oh, I bet. I can just imagine them being the life of the party.
Oh, 100%. Bouncing off each other's energy, never a dull moment.
And you know they've got the best stories.
Always. But, you know, it's not just about the fun. They also have this really deep understanding of emotions, both their own and, like, picking up on the emotions of others.
That's huge.
So when the ESFP needs to, process something, the ENFP is right there with a shoulder to cry on and a listening ear.
The ultimate support system. I love it. Okay, so we've got the dream team, but there's always that one friend where it's like, ooh, that's a little bit of a bump in the road.
It's a little bumpy. It's not always smooth sailing.
So for ESFPs, are there any friendships that tend to be a little bit rockier?
Our sources did mention that ESFPs might encounter some bumps in the road with ESTJ friends.
ESTJs. Okay, remind me about them again. They're like the super organized ones.
Super organized.
Efficient.
Yes.
Rule followers.
All the rules.
Okay, got it.
And, while there's nothing inherently wrong with that,
No, of course not.
it can clash a little with that go with the flow, spontaneous ESFP.
Oh, yeah, that's like oil and water right there. They just don't mix.
Okay, so imagine them trying to, plan a project. The ESTJ is like, we need a strict timeline, detailed plan.
Color-coded spreadsheet.
Exactly. And the ESFP is over here improvising.
Making it up as they go. Oh, my gosh.
Exactly.
I can see the tension already.
ESTJs can be very direct,
Oh, yeah.
which sometimes can feel a bit harsh to the more feeling-oriented ESFP.
Right, like, okay, I get it. No need to sugarcoat it.
Totally.
So they might accidentally step on each other's toes from time to time.
It happens. But again, it's not about saying this type is good or bad for an ESFP. It's more about, understanding these are the potential areas where they might need to be more mindful.
Absolutely. It's like a heads up, right? Like, hey, just be aware of this dynamic.
Totally.
So that they can navigate it.
And communicate more intentionally,
Yeah.
right? Because it's all about meeting each other halfway, recognizing that everyone's got their quirks and their styles. Speaking of styles, we've talked about love, we've talked about friendships. What about work, like the workplace? What are ESFPs like as colleagues?
I feel like they'd be great to have in the office. They bring the energy. They're good with people.
You're so right. ESFPs can totally lighten up a workplace.
They bring that enthusiasm. It's infectious. And they're usually the ones boosting morale, making work actually enjoyable.
But
There's always a but, isn't there?
there's always that flip side. So spill it. Which ESFP strengths could backfire at work?
Let's start with that sensitivity.
Okay, the empathy.
It makes them incredible friends, amazing partners. But in the workplace, feedback. It can hit differently.
Oh, interesting. So even if it's constructive criticism meant to help.
Could still sting a little extra. They might take it to heart.
So picture this, right? ESFP is leading a project. Deadline's coming up.
Uh-oh.
And it gets missed. That feedback, even if it's coming from a good place.
Yeah, it's going to be tough.
Tough to hear. Makes sense. Okay, what else? What other strength could be tricky?
Their impulsivity, amazing for brainstorming, coming up with those out-of-the-box ideas. But for sticking to a strict deadline or a project that needs tons of detail and you got to see it through.
Not their forte.
Might be a struggle.
So they need that fast-paced environment.
Yeah, where they can use their people skills, be creative. That's where they shine.
But a job with lots of solo work, tons of planning.
Recipe for feeling stifled.
Got it. So which colleagues are potentially tough for ESFPs to navigate? Give me the inside scoop.
One source pointed to INTJs. Working together could take some extra effort.
INTJs, the planners.
The strategic masterminds. Love them, but they're all about long-term plans, analyzing everything.
The opposite of how ESFPs roll.
Basically. So imagine these two trying to tackle a project.
Oh, boy.
The INTJ's got it mapped out weeks in advance. The ESFP's like, let's just go with the flow.
Recipe for disaster.
At least a few tense meetings.
For sure. Plus, their communication styles are different.
Night and day. INTJs are so direct, to the point. And ESFPs, they're thinking about everyone's feelings.
So an INTJ might accidentally offend them with feedback, even if it's meant to be helpful.
Exactly. And neither one is wrong. Just different approaches. They both bring something to the table, but those differences, friction is inevitable.
You got to bridge that gap.
Big time. Recognize those differences. Figure out how to communicate better. That's key.
Okay, any other potentially tricky pairings for ESFPs in the workplace?
ESFPs and ISTPs, that's another one that might need some work.
ISTPs, the independent ones, right?
The ultimate problem solvers. But they're very much in their own heads.
So imagine a brainstorming session. The ESFP is like bouncing ideas off everyone. That energy's high.
And the ISTP is in their own world, processing silently.
And then, boom, they come back with a solution. But the ESFP might feel unheard.
Totally. Misunderstandings waiting to happen.
It's those communication styles again.
Always comes back to communication.
So who are those colleagues that are like a dream come true for ESFPs to work with?
ENFJs, apparently, they just click.
ENFJs, the charismatic ones, the leaders.
Spot on. They can inspire anyone to do anything. And they genuinely want their colleagues to thrive.
Which probably fits really well with that ESFP enthusiasm for connection.
100%. Plus, they often have shared values. Teamwork, creativity, a positive environment, all that good stuff.
They bring out the best in each other.
Total synergy. Everyone benefits.
Okay, so finding the right job, the right colleagues. Huge for ESFPs.
Makes all the difference. And that's why I love this stuff. It's not about putting people in boxes.
Right.
It's about understanding them better.
Having that knowledge can help us navigate all kinds of relationships, work, personal, everything.
It's like a cheat sheet for understanding people.
Yeah.
Because we all have those little quirks.
It's those aha moments when a relationship just makes sense or you realize why it takes more work.
Exactly. And the more we understand that in ourselves and others, the better.
More awareness.
More empathy.
So true. Well, as we wrap up this deep dive into ESFPs and the wild world of compatibility.
It has been a journey.
What's one thing you want our listeners to take away?
Oh, that's a good one. I think it's this. Understanding personality types. It's not about labeling or predicting. It's about seeing people through a new lens.
Totally. We all perceive the world differently, make decisions differently, and that's okay.
More than okay. It's what makes us interesting.
It's about embracing those differences, those quirks. That's what makes life fun.
Reach.
And who knows, maybe this has sparked something for you. Maybe you're thinking about your own personality, your own relationships.
I hope so. It's fascinating stuff.
Because the more we get it, the more fulfilling our connections can be.
Absolutely.
On that note, a huge thank you for joining us for this deep dive.
It's been so fun.
We hope you learned something new and maybe even see your own relationships a little differently.
Until next time.
Keep exploring, keep learning, and keep embracing all those fascinating contradictions that make us who we are.